of a learning session for each one of us. And certainly we had some great kind of presentations from almost everybody, whether this was the minister or these were some of the keynote addresses that we had. And as Dr. Vidya was just mentioning, a session on Global Hub was certainly very, very interesting. And we are going to be looking at today a whole lot of dimensions today in the area of online education. We're going to be looking at it from the perspective of how this online education could really make India, truly speaking, a global hub, reach out to the world market. And not only so, but also from the perspective of the skilling, which is one of the biggest challenges that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Michael Crow, as was very recently, as was just introduced to you by Rajesh, is the president of the Arizona State University. I was just mentioning that I'm a great admirer of his, and I'm one of those, and one of the many who are today the admirers of Dr. Michael Crow. He is an educator. As he says, he's a knowledge enterprise architect. I'm using the words that are known about him, and that everybody says about him. Science and technology policy scholar, and certainly a higher education leader. He's the 16th ASU president, and which he took over in July 2002. And he has certainly spearheaded, as I said, the university into some of the groundbreaking transformation into one of the world's best known public metropolitan research universities. ASU has established 25 new transdisciplinary schools, a big kind of a message to many of us who are going to be today implementing NEP in our own universities, especially those that are highly discipline focused, whether this is technology or management or any other. But how does one really create a transdisciplinary or multidisciplinary schools in our own system? Now, this also included the School of Earth and Space Exploration, the School for the Future of Innovation in Society, and the School of Human Evolution and Social Change. And he certainly launched trailblazing multidisciplinary initiatives in, like for example, the Biodesign Institute and the Global Institute of Sustainability, and many other important initiatives in the humanities and social sciences. Dr. Crow, I had written to one of my friends who's a great admirer of yours, much like me, and he gave me something very interesting to introduce you. Ladies and gentlemen, we in India today are very, very familiar with the fact that our universities have got to be inclusive and not just exclusive. Dr. Crow has really taken that kind of an agenda while developing ASU. He himself has been a first-generation college graduate, and prior to coming over to ASU, he was the executive vice provost of the Columbia University in New York. Incidentally, he has been named as one of the 25 most innovative and practical thinkers of our time. And certainly, as I said, his leadership has been spoken about it in many, many other forums. He's ranked ASU is today ranked number 1, as I said, in innovation by US News and World Report. And the most important part, as I just mentioned, President Crow doesn't measure his university's performance on any other parameter, but the fact that how many students do you exclude or include. I wouldn't say exclude, but you include. That is one of the biggest kind of a perspective, but not by whom they exclude, but by whom they include. And Fortune magazine called him one of the world's greatest leaders. And today, very recently, last year, ASU has set up or has invented a saliva-based PCR test and has administered almost 700,000 tests to date. ASU now manages 2 super vaccination sites, administering up to 12,000 vaccines a day. So that's what Dr. Crow is, and he's going to be talking to us about online education. Dr. Crow has used this medium to be able to reach out, not just merely in the state, but also to outside the country in Asia and some of the other countries itself. Over to you, Dr. Crow, and welcome once again on behalf of FICCI Higher Education Committee.
Thank you very much, Rajan. It's really exciting to be able to be here. Let me start off the conversation first by saying that we are in the same challenge. We face the same challenge. We live in a world which needs more of what we do, not less of what we do. We live in a world where higher education is essential to growing the economy in fair and equitable ways. We live in a world where we need to build a better future that's more sustainable. We live in a world where we need to be able to educate everyone to a higher and higher level. And so we're in the same pursuit. And so I respect very much and am honored by the opportunity to be here and to have a chance to talk. ASU decided with my appointment that the old model, the 19th and 20th century model for higher education, was inadequate. It was too slow. It was not technologically advanced enough. It was not innovative enough. It was not adaptable enough. And so we've been working for almost the last 20 years to bring about fundamental changes. And Rajan, you already said that one part of that change, if we can go to the slides here for a second, go to the second slide. And this is really important, I think, for Indian universities and for all universities. Yeah, the second slide right there. And that's our charter. The reason that we exist, we think universities are too generic. They look and feel too much like each other. So we are a public comprehensive research university. Research is a core objective of our identity. We measure our success not by whom we exclude, but by whom we include and how they succeed. So the success of the university is measured by the success of the students, if the students are from the total diversity of our society, which our students are. We have 150,000 degree-seeking students now, and they are completely representative of the socioeconomic diversity of our society. We do research. We're a major research university. We'll do $700 million of funded research in US dollars this year. That ranks us in the top 5 universities that don't have medical schools, in the same class as MIT. But our research and discovery is of public value. And then lastly, and this is hard for a lot of universities around the world, I don't know about India, to focus on, and that is, we believe that a part of our existence is to take fundamental responsibility for the communities that we serve, their economic development, their social development, their health and well-being. So for instance, Rajan, you talked about our high-speed robot-driven PCR saliva-based test for COVID. We invented that, deployed that, used that within the university community, and then it has become one of the main tools in our state. We've tested more than 700,000 people. That'll be over 1 million people shortly, growing, expanding, evolving. That's taking responsibility. So next slide. It's also important that we are driven by something that we call design aspirations. And you'll notice that nothing on here talks about online. But you'll see that in the upper left, one of our design aspirations is to embrace the cultural, socioeconomic, and physical setting. Every university exists in a different setting. Every university should have a unique identity. Transform society, the second one. We catalyze social change by being connected to social needs, which means we can't only hope that students can find their way to us because life is too complicated. Economic consequences are too differentiated. The bottom on the left, conduct use-inspired research. On the right, fuse intellectual disciplines. You talked about our transdisciplinary schools. We think that the disciplines are really important. And we're not throwing them out. We're just connecting them, linking them together in different kinds of ways, which has given us huge capability to evolve the university. Next slide. We have massive geographic diversity, so we're a globally serving institution. 9,000 students from 145 countries attend ASU. Those are the ones that come with us physically, that are here with us from over 144 countries. So as the Indian universities become more global, what we can say is that this process means then having a university which is adaptable and technologically capable and able to reach out. Next slide. We have built a university on purpose, and this is, if we can go to the next slide, we have built a university which is focused on matching what we call high levels of access and students from every family background. So If 20% of the American population lives below the poverty level, 20% of our students are from families below that poverty level. They can pay for nothing, nothing. We pay for everything for those students. Yet at the same time, we can still evolve the university to this level of performance. Next slide. This innovation ranking for us, where we beat Stanford and MIT, we've done this for 6 years in a row. This is a function of us realizing that universities are too static, too unopen to technology. There's too much condemnation by university faculty about things they don't even know anything about. So they'll say, well, online education isn't any good. Well, have you taken any online classes? No. Well, how do you know? And so you'll hear as I move through this talk, we've developed 250 online degrees, 450 on-campus degrees, thousands of online courses, tens of thousands of online students, tens of thousands of online graduates. And in the market, performance after graduation, we see no difference in the performance of our graduates in the marketplace. We have the first online degrees accredited by ABET in engineering. We have the first science degree fully online in physics and astronomy and biochemistry, and we'll talk a little bit about that. Next slide. One of the reasons I'm showing these slides about the quality of ASU, number one in the US for innovation, we have number one in the US, number 5 in the world for advancing global impact against SDG goals, top 15 in the world for patents, is that people think that you can't be big and do these things. People think that you can't do online things and do these things. Our faculty that achieve all these things are the exact same faculty that are doing the online classes. In fact, we now think of our faculty as super faculty, superhumans. They have students on campus. They have graduate students on campus, undergraduate students on campus. They have research and scholarship or creativity on campus, and they are reaching students beyond campus in our online programs. And so these are faculty that are super faculty. Next slide. So just to mention this ranking for us, the reason I list these is that this same faculty is producing online courses. This same faculty is attracting online students. Next course. Next slide. Lagging data out of the National Science Foundation, which is now led by my former colleague and Indian national Sethyaraman Panchanathan, who's now the head of the National Science Foundation in the United States, an $8 billion a year agency. The way to read this chart, if you see a logo on here of another university, we beat them. What it means then is that we found a way in the design of our universities, and I think you all should be thinking about this also, where we become as research intensive as Caltech, Chicago, Columbia, or Stanford, yet at the same time we're doing online courses, yet at the same time we're doing large numbers of students, yet at the same time we have many low-income students, many minority students, large facilities, and so forth. So let's take a look at the bottom here. There are 916 universities or colleges in the United States that have at least $1 of research expenditures. If you factor out their non-medical research expenditures, we are 19th of those and beat Stanford, Columbia, my old school, North Carolina, Ohio State, et cetera. Next slide. Again, this is just to make the point. So at the bottom, there are 447 research programs in the United States in computer science. We're 28th, beating Princeton, UCLA, NYU, Caltech, Wisconsin, and Harvard. That same faculty has an online master's degree with thousands of students. That same faculty has on campus 7,000 majors. At the top on this slide, National Science Foundation, which in the United States is the most elite science funding agency. In 2019, they funded 604 schools. We were 23rd in funding, more than Chicago, Hopkins, Penn, or Harvard. Oh, Rajan, your colleagues there would probably say, how is this possible? It's possible because we have a new culture. It's possible because we've embraced technology. It's possible because we have taken on the concept of innovation. It's possible because we have super faculty. It's possible because we have focused our life on our students. We want every student from every family, rich family, poor family, Black family, white family, whatever the background, makes no difference to us. We want them to have access to this, which isn't the case at some of these other schools. Next slide. Now, important chart, and you should study this one closely because this is the core of how we're advancing. So in the center of this circle is what we call the core of knowledge. All things known, everything that every university is doing, every paper, every asset, every theory, every understanding, the core of knowledge. Everything ASU is below the core, the gold on this picture, contributing to the core, taking from the core. All of our libraries, all of our schools, we have 5,600 faculty members. We have 30,000 staff, 150,000 degree-seeking students. All of that is in the gold. And what we found in these is above the gold are what we call our realms of learning. So we have full immersion learning on the upper left, campus immersion. That's students that are with us on campus, 75,000. We have a whole new way of learning now since COVID called Campus Digital Sync. This is where we're in face-to-face live visual communication back and forth. And we've been using this for months as well as being on campus. We have digital immersion. So that's what you're calling online. We call it that also, but it's digital immersive. We have tens of thousands of students involved in that, drawing from the same faculty, drawing from the same core of knowledge. Then we have the darker blue, digital immersion, massively open. These are courses that are available to unlimited number of students that are self-taught, computationally driven. The most exciting thing that we're working on here is education through exploration, the orange circle. That's where we have full avatar-driven, completely immersive science courses and ways to teach and learn in completely immersive, emotionally driven environments. And then green doesn't exist yet, which is infinitely scalable learning. That is devices and tools that go to every single learner, but still drawn by and drawn from the universities. Next slide. Now we're also working in K-12. I don't know how things are going in India, but in the US, we peaked in our efficiencies. We have so many students that are not graduating with the right kinds of knowledge. They're undertrained, underdeveloped. We have all kinds of top-end students, all kinds of unbelievably capable students. And so, next slide. So we built a thing also called ASU Prep, ASU Preparatory Academy, digital. And there we're building new models for educational success. We're trying to raise the achievement of learners in every family, every rural setting, every poor household, every poor community, communities with limited access to infrastructure, limited access to electricity, limited access to whatever it takes to be a great learner. We have now over 40,000 learners in ASU Prep. Slide. And like university, the center is the student, not the faculty member. This is really, really the critical, most important thing. Now you'll note these are K-12 students, and we show teacher and professor. Our professors are engaged in working with teachers, working with parents, working with students. We have content that we're using in colleges that are also useful in high school, with slight modification useful in middle school. And so we have an environment using technology where we can engage basically infinite numbers of students with our professors, working with teachers, working with parents, and working with this success coach, helping people. Often you have to overcome the challenges of the family. The family is ignorant about how to go to college. The family is ignorant about how to evolve the student and move them forward. So this has been a really powerful thing for us. Next slide. Now we've built a K-8 platform also. And so what we found is that all of our content, all of our insights with slight modification can work for a 5-year-old through high school and into college. It's just with some modifications. And so what we have now are thousands and thousands of learners that we didn't have before. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. Next slide. So what we call ASU Online is the digital manifestation of ASU. Our what we called Realm 2, digital immersion. Next slide. We work in partnerships, and so we have a partnership company in Los Angeles called InStride on the left, which is working with corporations. We have a partnership company based here in the United States called Centana, which is now working on a global basis, helping us to build partnerships. And we have a technology partnership that I'll talk about later with a company like Dreamscape Learn. The point is that we have partnerships with companies to help us to be able to advance. Next slide. We also work on every kind of collaboration imaginable. You may not know the upper left symbol, the lady with the green circle. That's the Starbucks symbol. So we're working with Starbucks. We've produced 7,000 graduates from Starbucks employees. We have 15,000 students from Starbucks that are attending ASU, and 100,000 learners that work at Starbucks around the world that are connected to us in one way or another. And I won't walk through all of these, but you see Infosys on there, which is an Indian software company. We're working with them. So we have massive relationships with these kinds of entities. Next slide. Here's Infosys again. They're partnering with us. They're building a tech center here in Phoenix, but we're also building an end-to-end learning system with them. That's not all of what we do. It's just a way that we work, just a way that we advance. Next slide. So we have 3 ways now to engage ASU faculty. We have on the left, full immersion, a regular classroom, technologically enhanced with every tool that you can possibly imagine. We've probably spent $100 million technologically enhancing our university. We now have in the middle ASU Sync, which is some students are remote, some students are in class. You're probably doing some of this, but this is actually going to become a new degree program path for us. We'll be offering ASU Sync degrees in the fall of 2021. And then what we call I-courses or online camp courses. And these are courses that are made available for students. So I guess the point here is technology has not only given us online opportunities, but it allows us to go forward with new ways of teaching and learning. Next slide. All the pinwheel tells you that we have 238 educational technologies that we have integrated into our learning platform. So we've built one of the most advanced learning platforms that humans have ever built, with 238 technology partners that help us in every aspect of learning and assessing and evaluating and tutoring and engaging and helping students to be successful. Next slide. So our present online program has 200 plus degree programs, 6 times a year that it starts. We have on the 4th bullet there, adaptive and personalized courses. So we have now, think of them as basically robots or algorithms that teach individually, help students to overcome any of their limits, help them to move forward. We've got e-advisors, digital advisors, no-bots, chatbots, every tool that you can possibly imagine. Next slide. That then has since #1 online graduate program in electrical engineering, top 10 master's programs in engineering. Next slide. As well as this is a group of our students from our online biochemistry program. So they come to campus to do their summer labs in intensive 1 and 2 week lab experiences, but they spend the rest of the year in their biochemistry degree. You can see that these online students are older. Many of them already have college degrees. All of them had some college. And what's happening with them is that they're being rapidly accelerated to complete degrees or to have access to a college degree from wherever they live. So of all the people in this picture, not one of them live in the same town, live in different places. They university, they're engaged with us and they come for their lab work. Next slide. So our concept of lifelong learning, next slide. With this technology, we can now basically make available to anyone in our communities anything we have. We have study hall programs, we have virtual teacher institutes, digital boot camps. And so the other point about technology is it breaks down all the barriers to the university. Next slide. So on the left is the traditional way that learning occurs. At the bottom is high school and before high school, and then you move your way up and you move your way up, and then eventually you get to graduate school, the orange, and then eventually you have lifelong learning. We don't think anything, and then age is in the middle. We don't think anything's going to happen in a linear way like that anymore. Learning is going to occur at all ages. Ages are in the middle, all mixed up like on the right side. And we've designed ASU to engage any learner, anywhere, anytime, including traditional college. So remember, we do have 75,000 students on campus with us, 17,000 of which are engineering students, 15,000 of which are business students, and so forth. So next slide. Where we're going is, next slide. Where we're going is by January of 2022, you can be a student in that thing on the left, that little pod. That's an avatar human. That's an actual person fully immersed with other learners. See the other pods, traveling in a fantasied, made up alien zoo 11 light years from the Earth. You do not know that you're not there. I'm telling you, I've done this many times. We're investing many millions of dollars so that you now will learn biology in an unbelievable experience equal to being in a full immersive movie. It's an unbelievable experience. Dreamscape Learn. It'll be operational in January of 2022. Next slide. We also know that you need online student organizations and events. And so it's not just classes, it's also social and connecting and linking, bringing people together, bringing students together. Next slide. As well as teacher certification, which we're working on a global scale. So basically the point here overall, Rajan, is that these technologies have freed us. We are now free to operate and innovate at a scale that none of us even imagined. And so, next slide. Basically, what it has meant for us is that we are now a completely new university performing research at the highest level we've ever performed, graduating more students than we've ever graduated, generating more revenue than we've ever generated. We'll have $4 billion of revenue US this year, US dollars, 4 billion. And so all of that then has allowed us to move in this direction. It's all about collaboration. We're ready to collaborate. We're ready to work together. We've got our partners that we're working with, like Centana. And you gave me 20 minutes. I took 21 minutes. And so I'll stop there and you can do away with my slides and we'll see if there are questions. For some reason, I can't hear you.
I'll quickly move towards some of the questions that we had already shared with you. But in addition to that, I'll possibly start with something a little bit different from what we have shared. And let me start by that. What challenges did you have, Dr. Crow, when you looked at it from the perspective of infinitely scalable learning? The challenges internally and externally.
The principal challenge is the faculty, because the faculty, I'm a faculty member, I'm just like you, they're older, not generally used to this, haven't thought about it. There's a skepticism about new ways of learning and teaching. There's there wasn't at the time, there is now a deep commitment to the social outcome and the social benefit. So the biggest challenge was convincing the faculty that this was in their interest and that we could convert them into super faculty. So once they could see that we could convert them into super faculty, they could become world-class researchers, world-class teachers, and then engage students anywhere around the world, anytime, with their content and their courses. That got them excited. So that was the initial challenge. And then I think the second challenge to all of this was basically you'd have to stick with this. You can't start, stop. You have to stick with it. And so those are the two, I think, significant challenges.
Dr. Crow, you looked at it from the perspective of an inclusive education, an agenda that we all are pursuing today in India. At the same time, pushing the research agenda, and which is something which is really visible across and from the kind of data that you have shared. So these are two things. One is teaching and the other is research. Many a time this kind of a debate comes up, which is more important in let's say in many of the universities. How would you reconcile this kind of a conflict that may come up within your faculty teams or within your schools, etc.? I'm sure that you would have had similar kind of conflicts there.
Well, I mean, I think that they are inseparable. The professor means that you are beyond just a teacher. So if you're a core of knowledge, you know how to draw from the core of knowledge. And there can be master teachers who are not professors, and there can be professors who are not necessarily teachers. In our case, everyone is a teacher scholar. And so what we've tried to do, it turns out, and this is really, really important, Rajan, and that is that these technologies that we're using for our online activities are very powerful on campus. They allow us to greatly enhance the productivity of our faculty members. And so our faculty members are, we have, as I said, $700 million in research expenditures in this year. We have thousands of research projects, thousands and thousands and thousands of research projects, all done by the same people. And so their productivity has been so enhanced, it's almost beyond belief. And not only that, it's accelerating. And so we're seeing even more things that we can do because we've been empowered by this technology.
Great. And finally, let me ask you this question to you. Apart from some of the others that have just come up, I'm going to club many of them. When you look at India from an ASU perspective, from the US perspective, right? Where do you see us there? What kind of collaborations do you see with us? And what kind of benefits are you really looking at?
Well, I mean, so India is the world's largest democracy, and like the United States, it is a fledgling democracy. Democracy is not easy. Democracy is challenging. Democracy is hard. It's very hard, as we see in the United States, as we've seen in India. And so what I see is the opportunity to work together. We both have large numbers of people who want to go to college, who can't go to college. We have large numbers of people who wish that they could send their children to college, that cannot send their children to college. And so what we've been trying to do is we've been trying to use an old higher education approach, an old higher education system to scale. We're not scaling. And so what I see in India is an unbelievably significant potential with a gifted people in so many areas and in so many things to bring the world's largest democracy and the world's first democracy, the large-scale constitutional democracy anyway, the United States, to bring us to higher levels of success. And to do so with institutions that are innovative and adaptive and technologically driven and so forth. So I see huge opportunities for partnerships and working together. Not all of these things have to be done alone. That would be too hard, take too long. So we have to work together.
Great. And finally, there is a question that has come up from one of the audience, one of the members in the audience. He's a professor from Sonapur. And the question is that of, how do you conduct the practicals, say in physics, when you are really conducting an online program? And the other question is that how do you apply the robot technology in performing practicals I mean, it's the same thing, basically performing practicals.
So we for the practicals or for the lab courses or for other aspects. So we have built elaborate tools and devices and systems that allow labs to be carried out. We have built for instance, in electrical engineering, circuit boards and circuit board education systems, smart board systems that we put in place, same in computation. So basically elaborate work by our faculty. We have a staff of about 400 people that support our faculty in instructional design, in instructional systems design, instructional systems development. We've worked with companies to help us to build some of these practicals and build the systems around these practicals for classes. And then in those cases where there is no choice, we then have the students come to the university for a couple weeks then to take the most practical aspects that can't be done in any way except in a laboratory.
Thank you very much, Dr. Crow. And before I really close this session, because we have another one right now, which is going to start in the area of internationalization of higher education. I know there are a lot of questions that are coming up over here, which are far more interesting in the area of online education. But let me, in the interest of time, I'm going to be closing this session. There are three perspectives that Dr. Crow has built for all of us to consider. As we really grapple with the challenges that we have in Indian higher education, I know from my personal experience as I was leading the transformation at NMIMS from a management school to a multidisciplinary university, the kind of challenges that come up. And the first thing that he did talk about is that, you could have a learner at any age. And that, I think, is today one of the biggest kind of a challenge that we have. How do we bring learners at different ages, different stage in their careers to our systems itself, who may not necessarily come for an on-campus, but to our online education? How can we really reach out and also bring them to the campus itself? So what I say is that it is not either or, but it is all, if I were to say that. It is the on-campus programs, it is the blended learning, and also it is the online education. It's a combination which really helps. And the most important part of it is to accept the fact that the faculty can do much more than what the fact we are so much used to this whole idea. So it is our ability to really motivate them to reach out or to get their best potential out of them. And that's where his kind of a biggest kind of a message was, that possibly all disciplines are infinitely scalable. It's our imagination, it's our innovation, and how do we turn the education model of our universities upside down? And can we really look at it from moving away from an exclusive to an inclusive education, and therefore using the technology extensively? Well, he did talk about the challenges, and we all face those kinds of challenges, particularly when we talk about the resistance from the faculty, or the faculty kind of skill sets, etc. And I know for certain that he's one person who's really been able to do so well in the university, in ASU. Thank you very much, Dr. Crow, for your very, very wonderful presentation. It's been wonderful listening to you. And let me say that, and I'm going to run a range. I'm going to ask you to give me a rain check that whenever I'm visiting Phoenix to my daughter, I'm going to be, if you do have the time.
Yes. We welcome you, and if there's other questions that we can answer, if you get us those questions, we'll try to answer them for everyone. And
you have some time?
Yeah, you just let us know. So
okay, just one question is in terms of how do you manage face-to-face interaction when you have the online sessions?
So we built all of our classrooms. We have 1,000 classrooms on campus. We built all of them with Zoom technology, and so we have every classroom set up so that you can have hybrids. You can have students in the classroom, students zooming into the classroom, faculty zooming into the classroom, and every classroom is set up that way.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Crow. We have to start our session. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure having you with us this morning.
Thank you very much,
ladies and gentlemen.
She's a member of the Global Outreach for Higher Education. We also have Sri Darpan Jain, who's the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Commerce and Industries. And I'm very glad that there is a representation of another ministry other than the Ministry of Education and the UGC here, because I have seen the dynamism of Mr. Darpan Jain, because we sit together as members on the Services Export Promotion Council. And he's a MTech in Industrial Engineering from IIT Delhi, and a Master of Science from the prestigious London School of Economics. He's been conferred the Honorable Prime Minister's Award for Excellence in Administration. And I see him, and his dynamism when we talk about education as an exportable service when we discuss this in the SCPC. We also have another dynamic lady, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, who is the Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities. She's the only second woman Secretary General of the AIU. And we all know that AIU is a network of Indian universities. She's been a Fulbright scholar and a topper in MSc and PhD in agricultural statistics. She was also the Vice Chancellor of the Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, which is the Women's University. Our friend Dr. Nicholas Patrici, who is the director of the Obrial Global Network. He's a political scientist with extensive experience in education management and international cooperation. Nicholas and I sit together on the Obrial Global Network, and they've just recently formed the India chapter. I know Nicholas loves India and he's missing India. He visits India almost every year, has a lot of Indian friends. And what he told me the other day is what he misses most is the Indian food. So Nicholas, I hope the borders open up and you can come to India to experience all this. Another good friend is, of course, Dr. Nina Arnold, who is the lead education specialist of South Asia World Bank Group. She heads she's the global lead for tertiary education at the World Bank. Since 2006, she's involved in the human development sector and coordinator for Central Europe and the Baltic states. She's a program leader for higher education, a task team leader for lending operations and technical assistance programs in the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe. Nina is also involved now with the Indian tertiary higher education system, and she will look at our system and specifically the implementation of the NEP from the World Bank perspective or the funding perspective from the World Bank. With this background, I will like to invite Dr. Manju Singh, and I would request Dr. Manju Singh to speak about the role of UGC and the implementation of the NEP in the background and context of internationalization of higher education.
Thank you, Dr. Vidya. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be a part of this 16th FICCI Higher Education Summit, Higher Education at 2030. I take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to FICCI for bringing diverse perspectives and new insights into making a resilient, innovative, and sustainable higher education system. Friends, we are in the middle of, or can I say, struggling to come out of the challenges COVID-19 has imposed on our education system. As Klaus Schwab, the executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, put it, tragedy need not be its only legacy. We must turn this into an epic opportunity and create a legacy of transformation. But the question is, which way the transformation should be directed? Friends, with an emerging young diverse population becoming increasingly dependent upon access to higher education, India must have a judicious balance between focusing on the global outreach and the local expansion, building up on quality and guarding our inclusivity, pushing for autonomy and defining accountability. And this has been aptly reflected in our new national education policy. With the quickly changing global ecosystem and the employment landscape, the national education policy envisions a higher education system that focuses on how to learn and not what to learn. It enables our learners to think critically, to be able to analyze, to be able to solve problems, to be creative, to be able to innovate, and to be able to adapt. These attributes, along with the cross-cultural awareness, will shape our learners as global citizens. A global citizen is one who is aware of the wider world, one who respects and values diversity, one who possesses the competencies to work in a multicultural environment, one who contributes in making the world a more sustainable place. Friends, when we talk of transformation, one of the fundamental requirements is to enhance the employability of our students. Our higher education system must reflect a global economy's demand for a better trained, more skilled, and adaptable workforce. We must transform our course curriculum, pedagogy, teaching methods to be more relevant amidst the technological advancements. I'm happy to share that UGC has recently released a guideline to embed internship and apprenticeship as a credit course into the degree programs. This will provide a hands-on experience to our learners during the course of their program and make them more employment ready. Ladies and gentlemen, the second most important focus area for us is to upgrade our research capabilities. We have been consistently growing in terms of our scientific contributions. According to US National Science Foundation, India's scientific publication average annual growth in the last decade has been 10.7%. 10.7% against the global average of 3.8%. Of course, in terms of numbers, we are still far from US and China, but we are on track. We all know that the QS ranking assesses the performance of the institutions on 7 major parameters. Out of these 7 parameters, the Indian institutions have performed their best in the parameter citation per index. Today, we have 2 institutions in the top 20 in this parameter, 5 in the top 100, 12 in the top 300, and 15 in the top 600. Whereas overall, we have only 8 institutions in the top 500. So the performance in terms of the research output is encouraging. To provide a significant impetus to research, the National Education Policy has proposed the National Research Foundation, NRF. NRF will cut across ministries and organizations and departments to fund, mentor, incentivize, and build capacity for global quality research and innovation in all disciplines. Friends, the next requirement is digital transformation. Technology and connectivity has transformed the world. Bill Gates has very rightly said, and I quote, "Internet is the town square for today's global village." Transformation in connectivity has led to an integrated global demand and supply chain from Delhi to Detroit, Mumbai to Moscow, Bengaluru to Berlin, Chennai to Chicago. And to cope up with this technological transformation, we must adopt digitized methods of teaching and learning. Education technology and its relevance to pedagogy, research, and organizational practices will contribute in the improvement of the educational processes and outcomes. The bidirectional relationship between technology and education, along with the unprecedented access to information, will be multiplied by emerging technology breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, robotics, Internet of Things, autonomous vehicles, 3D printing, nanotechnology, biotechnology, quantum computing, and so on. In this direction, setting up of the National Educational Technology Forum, NETF, as proposed by the National Education Policy, is a platform for free exchange of ideas on the use of technology to enhance learning, assessment, planning, and administration. NETF will become a watershed in the quality of academic interaction in the classroom, apart from reaching the unreached. Ladies and gentlemen, another aspect of this transformation is internationalization. Human society today faces a number of wide-ranging and interlinked global challenges, such as climate change, food security, energy security, infectious diseases, and the list goes on. The National Education Policy has given a tremendous push for internationalization of higher education. The principal manifestations of internationalization should be seen in several ways. Making India an attractive study destination for foreign students, developing a global mindset of Indian faculty and students, setting up of campuses abroad by high-performing Indian institutions, entry of foreign universities in India, cross-border delivery of programs through academic and research collaborations, and finally, internationalization at home through internationally relevant curricula and multidisciplinarity of not only courses, but also multidisciplinary institutions. But this requires working in a comprehensive manner with articulated institutional commitment, leadership, and policies to suit the global collaboration and partnership. As a step towards promoting academic collaborations with the foreign higher education institutions, UGC is on its way to introducing provisions to facilitate joint degree, dual degree, and twinning programs between the Indian and the foreign higher education institutions. The draft of this enabling regulation is in the public domain, and I take this opportunity to request the august audience here to provide insight on the same. This regulation will lead to increased synergy between the Indian and the foreign academic institutions. It will also provide our students with an international exposure. It will also attract foreign students to come and study in India. And it will also enhance the reputation of our institutions. Friends, last but not the least in this transformation is our adaptability. The only thing that is constant is change. It is up to us to be adaptable. Whether it is a lifetime crisis like COVID-19 or human excellence via technological development, the COVID crisis has shown the importance of our adaptability, contingency planning, and risk management. To paraphrase Katie Martin's remarkable book on curricular and teaching innovation, with adaptability, I must say, the most positive consequence of COVID-19 crisis could be a golden opportunity to spark curiosity, ignite passion, and unleash genius in the teaching learning process. To conclude, I would say, a global higher education ecosystem must contribute in fostering growth, in reducing poverty, and in our shared prosperity. Future generations of our universities will be gauged by the facts that how objective is our education? How inclusive are we? How ethical is our teaching? How relevant is our curriculum to address global challenges? And how much are we contributing to global cooperation? Here I'm reminded of Helen Keller's words, and I quote, "The world is moved. The world is moved not only by the mighty shoves of the heroes, but also by the aggregate of the tiny pushes of each honest worker. We, the government, the academia, the industry, and all the stakeholders must take baby steps together to move beyond the historical and the organizational barriers and sketch out the contours of a truly global higher education system." Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manjuji. It was a wonderful, elaborate discussion on the various aspects of the national education policy and how that would help in creating India as one of the destinations, global destinations for higher education. We move on to the next speaker, Mr. Darpan Jain. And sir, we've seen that the role of Ministry of Commerce has been pretty instrumental in, even these higher education summits that we have been organizing from FICCI for the last couple of years. And earlier on, we never saw other ministries really participating in discussions on higher education. So I would like you to, discuss on the role that your ministry can play in higher education, and now that education is one of the champion services that the Ministry of Commerce wants to export. So if you can throw light on this subject.
So thank you so much, Dr. Vidya. And at the outset, I would like to thank FICCI for inviting me to this panel discussion and speaking to your audience. I mean, the inaugural speech of Dr. Manju Singh was a very beautiful speech in which she has laid down the vision of higher education. And you also in your opening remarks mentioned about the context, the background in which we are in. Higher education traditionally was not so much, recognized as commercial services to be traded. But we see a large number of students who are traveling to other countries to receive education. As you mentioned, globally, we have more than 50 lakh students who actually travel to other countries for educational purposes. And India is, I think, one of the major contributor, with more than 8 lakh students from India going to other countries for education. As far as number of students coming to India is concerned, we have around 50,000 students who come to India. So in terms of the higher education sector itself, I mean, all of us are aware the sector is very, very critical for all sectors of economy, not only the higher education sector itself, since it has significant role in skill development, knowledge development. So it has a very high impact on the competitiveness of the entire economy. And if we have to have India seen as the leading economy in the world, we need to have higher education sector which is very strong. And a very strong higher education sector means a sector which is number one in quality, which is globally on the top in terms of research and development, in new disciplines, in its interface with the industry, in its interface with the basics, I would say, disciplines. So the higher education sector needs to be very dynamic, needs to respond to the needs of the society in which we are in. Now, as all of us are aware, I mean, as far as international trade and services is concerned, there are 4 modes. So to structure my thoughts on what can be done in future, I would like to organize my focus areas into 4 areas. So we know one of the important area which has grown because of COVID is basically e-learning. The export of services or import of services, or within the country also, delivery of services through mode 1, as we call it, that is cross-border transfer of services without service supplier or the service receiver moving out of their territory. Now this has significant potential in times to come. We have seen short-term courses, long-term courses, lot of combinations which actually the users can pick up, the students can pick up, they can update themselves, skill themselves, reskill themselves. The number of courses which have grown on the health sector, epidemiology. So I think this is a sector which will see tremendous growth in future. All of us know how Baiju has grown. I mean, Baiju, Khan Academy, these names were unheard of around 10 years back. And over a short period of time, they have grown like anything. They have catered to demand for education services. So similarly, I think the mode 1 of education is a mode on which we need to focus on. And to give fillip to that, I think the regulations, supportive regulations for promoting mode 1 are very important. UGC has already done a lot of work on that. Even our higher education institutions, they have been given some relaxation in terms of delivering the education through electronic mode. So I think going forward, as Dr. Singh was pointing out, accountability and autonomy and the need for maintaining quality, we need to ensure while promoting the delivery of services electronically, the delivery of education electronically. So this is a big area for us to focus upon. The second important, which is the most, I would say, known area of international education exchange is basically the mode 2, in which the students basically come to the country in which the higher education institution is located and they receive education. So there again, as I was saying, I think quality is something which is very important. Why would a student come from other country to study in your country? I think the most important thing is the quality, the course curriculum, the interface with the industry, with the employment opportunities in future. I think that is something which is very critical. And we have seen how countries like US, UK, New Zealand, Canada, countries which are much smaller than India, countries which like Singapore, I mean, they have really put their policies together, put their mechanisms together in coming out with promoting their higher education institutions abroad, in coming out with support for the students in terms of scholarships, in terms of ease of coming to their country, in terms of setting up the ecosystem. So I think on this mode 2, already in our champion services sector, which Dr. Vidya you were mentioning, we have also tried to basically incentivize the Study in India program by offering scholarships, by also investing in the infrastructure, the hostel infrastructure, by also working with Ministry of Home and Ministry of External Affairs in easing the visa processes, in easing the compliance requirement of the students when they are in India, and also seeing whether we can provide some working opportunities to students post their studies. So I think on mode 2, we need to strengthen our initiatives on these lines for attracting more and more students to India. And India is a traditional kind of destination for many of our neighboring countries. For countries like Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and many of our African friends. So number of these countries actually find Indian education to be high quality, to also be affordable. So I think that is another area, mode 2, on which we need to work in strengthening our education hubs, the entire ecosystem around it. So that is what I would like to say on the mode 2 part. As far as the mode 3 part is concerned, so this is basically setting campuses in other countries, which has also started to some extent, but I think it needs to be further strengthened so that it can realize its potential. And as was being mentioned, the twinning programs, the dual degree programs, and also allowing our educational institutions to set up campuses abroad. So this is something which is required. Maybe we need to have some kind of a ease of access to credit also for higher education institutions which want to set up their campus abroad. So I think this is another area in mode 3 on which supportive regulation as well as policy support is necessary to encourage our institutions to set up campuses abroad. And I think our new education policy has actually given the way forward on all these aspects. The aspect related to quality in terms of pointing out at the Higher Education Commission, which will enable standards in education, which will enable accreditation. So the focus on quality, also allowing the foreign institutions to come and establish campuses in the country. So that will definitely ensure that we get best of the institutions from abroad, learn from them, work with them, exchange knowledge with them, exchange faculty with such institutions. So that I think can really promote the learning in India and also making India as an attractive destination. And lastly, the mode 4, which is I think known to everyone, is basically our teachers, our education providers moving to other countries. We know there are large number of teachers from India who are working in Africa, who are working in other countries, providing teaching in education institutions there. So the major issue there is basically the recognition of qualifications. So whether the qualifications which are from institutions in India, are they recognized in those countries? Are those countries' qualifications recognized in India? So I think pursuing mutual recognition of qualifications with the countries is something which is of critical importance there. So I feel all these 4 aspects, the mode 1 in terms of e-learning with supportive regulation and policy support, the mode 2 in terms of being captured in ease of movement of students, incentives in form of scholarships and high quality infrastructure, mode 3 in terms of again supportive regulation for setting campuses abroad, and mode 4 in terms of pursuing the qualifications, mutual recognition of qualifications between the countries. I think these areas are focus areas which we have been working on in collaboration with Department of Higher Education, in consultation with all our industry friends, in consultation with all our educational institutions. So I think these steps can really enable us to become a leader in higher education in times to come. So I'll stop at that, Dr. Vidya. I hope I have covered the aspects which you were looking for. Of course, it was not as structured as Dr. Manju Singh, who was a very structured speaker. So thanks so much for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Darpan Jain. In fact, this was a beautiful, session where you also spoke about these 4 modes, and I think these are 4 modes. When we discuss internationalization, we do talk about these 4 modes, and you beautifully put it up. And I know that the Ministry of Commerce, under your dynamic leadership, has been spearheading a lot in this area, and we hope that the ministry pushes this role of internships, providing internships for foreign students, which is something that students are not really happy about, and if possible, even placements after they graduate, because that's what students come here for. Our next speaker, and I'm just giving a very brief introduction because 11:30 we have the Minister of Commerce and Minister of Railways, Mr. Piyush Goyal, addressing on the same link. So I will not spend more time in introducing people who are so well known. Dr. Pankaj Mittal, and I would like you to speak on this new network. AIU is itself a network of Indian universities. You have all these vice chancellors, and you deal with the policy advocacy and such areas. But the new network that you have envisioned, the Indian Network for International Education. So if you can let us know, about this new network. There are 3,000 plus delegates from 74 different countries logged in here, attending our session. So they would like to know about this. And the second is, of course, the role of AIU against the backdrop of NEP, and specifically in creating India as a global higher education destination.
Thank you, Dr. Vidya, and thanks to FICCI for inviting me to this summit and for this session on building a global higher education ecosystem. I will build upon the previous 2 speakers who have already spoken at length about how to build a global higher education ecosystems, and I was just taking some notes and some points, like what all they have spoken about how to build a global higher education system, and just making a summary of that. I think there are 6 points, 6 issues required for creating a global higher education ecosystem in India. First is international curriculum. We do need an international curriculum if you want a global higher education ecosystem. Second is international academic calendar, so that the entry and the exit or the admission dates or maybe the months are common all over the globe. Third is world-class quality. Fourth is international collaboration. Fifth, mobility of teachers, students, semester curriculum, as very extensively explained by Mr. Darpan Jain. And lastly, mutual recognition of qualification. So on all these 6 aspects, we can build a global higher education ecosystem. Now, I won't go to details because the previous 2 speakers have spoken about that. And then the national education policy also, and I must say that for the first time, this is the 3rd education policy of the country. For the first time, a lot of emphasis has been given on the internationalization of higher education in terms of inviting foreign universities in India, because this was pending for a long time. But then inviting foreign universities to India, allowing our universities to go out, allowing again joint degrees, twinning degrees, like what Dr. Manju was saying, and for which the regulation is already in the public domain, and also establishing international offices in Indian campuses to take care of the foreign students. So all this has been taken care of in the NEP. But as requested by Dr. Vidya, I will concentrate on what AIU is doing to promote internationalization. Now, AIU is a network of universities. We have around 822 universities as the members of AIU, including the 16 international universities. Now, one of the roles given to AIU is mutual recognition of qualifications in terms of granting equivalence of foreign degrees with the Indian degrees. So I will just touch the 3 aspects where AIU is working on promoting internationalization of higher education. One is creating an Indian network of international higher educators. What we feel is that most of the countries have a network of international educators, but in India, we do not have any such network. And the result is that there are many universities in India who want to do internationalization, but they don't know how to go about it, whom to talk to, whom to collaborate with, how to initiate internationalization. So, and on the other hand, there are universities like Symbiosis, which are very good in internationalization. but there is no information sharing, there is no resource sharing, there is no best practices sharing. So we want to create a network of universities which will consist of international educators, in which there is a lot of resource sharing, lot of information sharing, lot of knowledge sharing, so that the good ones can help the not so good ones to enter into internationalization. And we will be at AIU helping in the international collaborations with the universities. Otherwise also, we do collaborate with many international organizations like UKI we have collaborated with to facilitate collaboration between UK universities and Indian universities. We have collaborated with NUS, which is a AIU counterpart in Mexico, to allow collaboration between Mexican universities and Indian universities. So this network will be something, and then we will have the global. Aubriel is there, Nicholas is here. So these type of networks also, we will first learn from them a lot, and then we will request them to be a part of our network also, so that it becomes a larger network. So that is one thing. Second thing is, in India, we do have, say, NAC is there, which is giving the accreditation, which is also giving the ratings. We have NIRF, which is giving the National Institution Ranking Framework, which gives ranking for the universities. But if you really want to know in a particular subject which university is good, I mean, these two parameters are giving the overall ranking of the university or overall rating of the university. But if you want to know that in, say, quantum physics, which university is very good, and if a foreign university wants to collaborate with the university in quantum physics, there's no rule or no information available on how to do it. So what AIU is doing is, we are creating a AIU collaboration portal in which every university will be indicating that what are their best areas, best facilities, best researchers, best faculty, so that and then that will be uploaded on the AIU portal. It will be AIU collaboration portal. So every university will say 5 to 6 areas where they feel they are the best. But it won't be sufficient that they say that we are the best. They have to give the credentials also in terms of facilities, in terms of publications, in terms of patents, in terms of faculty, in terms of researches, in terms of PhDs produced. So they have to give the details of all this, and then indicate that these are my best departments, and I am ready to collaborate with foreign or even national universities in these areas, and we can do a lot of good things by collaborating. So this type of collaboration portal we are building. Thirdly, which also partly relates to mutual recognition of qualification, is that the Ministry of Education has given the mandate to give equivalence of foreign degrees with Indian degrees to AIU. So far, we were doing it on many parameters, and one of the parameters was duration of the degree. So if the duration of the degree in the foreign country was less than the duration of that particular degree in the Indian university, we used to deny equivalence. But now, slowly, we are realizing that in the contemporary world, duration is no longer important, and credits maybe, and then maybe from credits also we will also jump on to the approach of outcome related approach. But right now we are shifting to the credit approach, that if the credits are equal, then we can give the equivalence of degrees. And for that, again, it's not a very simple thing, because credit definition in every university is different, in every country is different. Everybody defines credit in a different manner. So right now we are on a credit mapping exercise to first have a standard definition of credit in India, and then to do a credit mapping with the credit definition in other countries. So we are on it, and once the credit mapping is done, I'm sure it will be much more easier to give equivalence of degrees, and this will really promote internationalization, because many of our students right now are not able to go abroad, because they know that when they come back, even if they earn a very good degree, it will not be equated just because of the duration approach or the credit approach. So we are trying to build up on this, in a sense that to promote internationalization, we are trying to ease out the system. We are trying to ease of working or ease of studying abroad, and ease of coming back to India. That is what we are trying to create. So these are the activities. I am brief, Dr. Vidyaji, because I am looking at the watch. So with this, I would just stop. And these are the activities which are we doing for promoting internationalization of higher education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pankaj. As usual, you are not just brief, but you're point. And I think specifically the area of credit mapping that you spoke about is going to be very essential when Manjuji spoke about the joint degrees and dual degrees that the UGC is now trying to roll out. Nina, our next speaker, we would like to know from you the role of the World Bank to support all the initiatives of the national education policy. So if you can also discuss about what you envision to do. I know we have just started our discussions on this, on what is the role of the World Bank when it comes to supporting the implementation of NEP.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Vidya, for bringing us all together, and to FICCI for organizing this excellent event. I will offer a little bit of a global perspective on what we are discussing today, and then I'm going to zoom in on the question which you just put to me. So preparing for today's session, I considered actually what kind of a session we would have had 2 years ago, if we would have a similar discussion, or if it would actually have been very different. And I would argue that we would have had a very different session, because we would have considered internationalization and globalization to some extent, and then we would have considered maybe digitalization as a totally different phenomenon. And now we come together, and through the COVID crisis, this has merged to some extent. And we look at internationalization, as some of the other speakers have already said, in a very different way. Of course, we still look at systems and institutions, but 2018, we would have discussed student mobility a lot, which is the most visible sign of internationalization, as we could argue. And of course, we have seen globally a huge increase in student and academic mobility. And we would also discuss internationalization at home, and of course, these topics also remain relevant. Now, why is internationalization such a key topic for all of us? It is indeed about the exchange of ideas, and it is about bringing new ideas to a different environment. And as such, it is closely connected to matters of quality and attractiveness of institutions and of systems.
audio और video
I'm sorry, I hear somebody who is, I think, not a speaker in this session.
Hello.
Someone from the minister's office is joining. Rajesh, can the host just mute, that speaker?
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, but we are already in a session. So if you can just put your mic on mute, because we are already in the earlier session.
Okay. Okay. My video is coming clear.
Thank you, Vidya.
Thank you.
So we stopped at the point, why is internationalization so important to us? And also, if we look at the literature on world-class university, it constitutes an important component. So there are 3 key ingredients. It is a matter of resources, it is a matter of international academic staff, and it is a matter of an international student body. There is an additional dimension, and this is, of course, internationalization is an important income source for systems and also for institutions. Higher education in itself, of course, is a collaborative undertaking. And it is very appropriate that you are the chair for this session, because I think there are not so many institutions like Symbiosis which really symbolize this joint undertaking. Now, discussing global higher education, we also look at foreign providers in other countries, a topic which is also taken up prominently in the NEP. And we started discussing MOOCs, blockchain technology, the whole set of instruments. And digitalization, let's say 2 or 3 years ago, however, was either like a phenomenon which was on the side, or there was a group of people who said that's a solution to everything. But I think through the COVID pandemic, we have all learned in a painful way that a crisis amplifies the unresolved issues which we all have. So if we don't make teaching and learning student-centered and practice-oriented, and we don't have good communication structures, just putting a PowerPoint on the cloud is not going to resolve these issues. So with COVID-19, of course, we have seen largely a collapse in international student mobility, and also countries which had internationalization as a key income source, like Australia, for example, they really suffered a severe shock through this crisis, also in the internationalization context. However, there was also a large effort to collaborate through the crisis, and higher education institutions and research institutions facilitated this. Talking about unresolved issues, it has, of course, a lot to do, and previous speakers said this, with institutional autonomy. If the autonomy is not there, it's much more difficult to deliver a rapid response. Funding systems which are overly dependent on one income source, they struggled. When there were communication issues in institutions, of course, this became a huge issue. This brings me to today. Where does all of this leave us actually in our discussion on internationalization? What I really anticipate is a strong revival of the topic, but we will think about it in a different way. So there will be some fresh thinking on globalization. Digitalization will stop being a side issue. It will become in a part actually of all of our operations, including internationalization. However, there is a link actually to equity issues, because, well, we have to consider if internationalization is just for some or potentially for all. And we also need to consider going forward, what is the role of the campus model? So is there a group of students which can be on campus, and then for others there is online tertiary education, and how does this link to equity questions? So this is my overall view on things, and a little timeline from 2 years ago to where we stand now. Now, of course, we were very impressed by the NEP and the strong role which internationalization plays in the document. Previous speakers have mentioned this, that there is a huge potential. And of course, at the moment, there is a bit of an imbalance. And I feel when I speak to stakeholders in India, everyone is very proud of these brilliant young people who go out and they go to the US and they have tremendous opportunities. But of course, we would like to see a more balanced model, because of course, we also need the young people for developing economy. So here maybe there can be a bit more of a balance in future. We are looking forward to looking at the regulation which UGC has proposed. We will be happy to provide comments from our perspective, from a global perspective, on this document on recognition. We think these are crucial steps also in terms of joint degrees. This often has a signaling function. When you say, yes, we prepare our legislation for this, we make it possible, that's often a key step. And we will also work with AIU. We look forward to this on topics like credit models, where other regions around the world, of course, have invested and accumulate experience. And these are often tricky technical issues. In terms of our own work, and I will close with this, the World Bank has some active projects in India in the tertiary education sector, and actually we are preparing for a new generation of projects. So for us, the NEP, with this important aspect of internationalization and topics like governance, quality assurance, digitalization, it comes exactly at the right moment of time as we renew our engagement, and we are in discussion with the ministry and with many of you, and we are looking forward to collaborating on these topics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nina, for wonderful, outlook that you gave from a perspective from an outside person who's looking at internally at what India has been doing and what it should do. Nicholas, I'm very sorry, but I'll have to cut short your time because the Minister's office has joined in. So quickly, if you can tell us about, the OBR Global India chapter and how that can help us build an ecosystem, a global ecosystem in India.
And Dr. Vidya, thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here sharing this short time with all of you. I will try to be very, very brief. My first reflection on the general comments that have been made by previous speaker about the nature of internationalization. I think internationalization is a perspective at the end of the day. And I am happy to see that that perspective is taken very, very well cared in India by all these initiatives. I say it's a perspective because it's a way of thinking and looking at higher education. And it's in that dimension that Obrial Global has been built. Obrial Global is an association, it's a membership association of university associations, universities and research institutes across the globe. We have members in Africa, in India, in the GCC, America and the Caribbean, and of course in Europe. We are based in Barcelona with offices and chapters in different parts of the world. One of these chapters, it's the India chapter, or the Global Observatory India chapter, composed by a series of members of Obrial Global, some ITs, Symbiosis, and some professional vocational training centers located in Bangalore, AIG, where we have our physical, let's say, office. What can we do, and what do we do? Well, we try to work in a very concrete way. We try to organize ourselves around the priorities of our members, and in this case, around the priorities of India. Dr. Vidya is chairing our Indian chapter. So what we have been doing so far in order to support or to tackle some of the priorities that are there in some of these are mentioned, but we have worked very concretely on concrete cooperation projects with European and Indian partners on digitalization. We had a very successful project together with NPTL, where we created joint modules between European universities and Indian universities that were offered or at the NPTL platform. We have a running project on quality assurance with NAC, where we are discussing quality assurance and benchmarking are coming together, and how this is important for internationalization. And we are running now a project on skill and upskill of curricula, and we are trying to build up in an international perspective when discussing the upskilling of existing academic curricula. So the intention of the Obrial Global India chapter, and the intention of the Obrial Global Association in itself, is simply to be a humble facilitator our members, to promote, to help our members to build bridges that we expect to be built from a south-south-north perspective. And I just want to finalize this short intervention with a comment that I think can bring value to all what it is being done now in India. When you see India from outside India, like I used to see it before I knew India, not only the food, but something that I do miss, as Vidya was saying. It is true that India is very well known in some parts of the world, but some other parts of the world still are missing the opportunity to understand the complexity and opportunities that India offered. And one of the missions that we have in Obrial Global is to try to help our partners in the South, in South Africa, in Eastern Africa, in North Africa, in South America, to know and to build bridges with India on all these perspectives. My colleague from the Indian University Association was mentioning a meeting between Anuyes, which is a member of Obrial Global, and the Indian University Association. We have been working strongly in trying to bring the ANDIFES, the Brazilian Federal University Association, the Argentinian University Association, the Colombian University Association, trying to understand the opportunities that are in India. So I am very, very happy to know that this network that you are putting together might help this, and I am very proud and honored to be part of this journey that you are taking, and thanking you once again the enormous opportunity for me personally and for Obrial Global to be part of this wonderful transformation on the perspective that it is happening in India, led by all of you. Thank you very much, Dr. Vidya.
Thank you, Nicholas. In such a short time, I think you mentioned everything that you would have otherwise elaborated. So we are happy, to be associated with your network, and I'm sure with the Indian Network of International Educators, Obrial Global will find its place as one of the members, and we will be able to do a lot of work. I'm also glad that Nina, you could spend time, but I would request all of you to also be, also join in for the next session. It's on the same link. And we have a very dynamic minister who's going to speak on the role of Ministry of Commerce, and of course the industry academia partnerships is what we have requested him to speak on. So it's 11:30. Rajesh, if I can hand it over to you. I formally want to thank all of you who've participated just now in this earlier discussions on creating India as a global higher education ecosystem. Rajesh, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you indeed. Very enriching session. And we will just start the ministerial session. He will join in anytime, Shri Goel. So request you all to kind of be there if time permits. And would also request all the participants who are watching on YouTube and the FICCI Bike platform to stay connected, because without a break, we just start off with the ministerial session, which should start anytime from now.
Rajesh, will you check with his office or you want me to do that?
I just spoke with him a while back. This thing, this is just dialing in. I just check again maybe. Yeah, I'm speaking again. Yeah, I'm speaking with him. He's just dialing in.
So maybe till the minister joins, we can do some discussions internally. I've just spoke to his private secretary and he will join anytime now. Nicholas, because you got less time, just a question that had come on the chat box, in Europe, you have the Erasmus Plus funding and, for support of internationalization. In fact, they also support Indian universities, not just European. In India, we don't have that luxury and privilege, so is there any way by which, to boost up, internationalization in India, is there any other source of funding other than Erasmus Plus, or can you just elaborate on this?
Yeah. First, let's say bad piece of news is that the Erasmus Plus program, it's over. It finished. It's a plan that stands for 5 years, and now they are rethinking the new one. That's probably be called Horizon Europe, and I still don't know what are going to be the rules there and the opportunities, but probably there are going to be opportunities for India and for to support, let's say, internationalization of Indian higher education. Funding around the world on internationalization is very scattered, and it's not so easy to get. So my point of view on this is try to use what it is available, and this is what we do in Obrea Global. We have been trying to do projects that benefit both Europe and our partners from the perspective of our partners. Let me put an example. We run the Mieles project with the Indian Institute of Technology in Chennai, with Symbiosis, with AAD in Bangalore, and with KTH in Sweden and TU Berlin. And the project was about e-learning and to build e-learning strategies. This was a priority in India, but also in India there were priorities about internationalization of curriculum. And what we have done was we transformed the project. We flip it in a way where we ended up building not only strategies for help universities to build the strategies using that funds, but also creating international curricula that have been plugged, in this case, at the NPTEL platform, and that's open for all students. We also try to look at the equity of what we were doing. So the question, Dr. Vidya, is how you can find windows where you can put the priorities of Indian universities in the framework of the programs that are available, at least in Europe, that more and more are looking at European priorities and not so much at global priorities. It's a little left hand in writing the proposals and looking at that, and looking at the opportunities.
Sure, thank you, Nicholas. Nina, would you like to say something on this?
Yes, thank you very much, Vidya. I second what our colleague Nicola just said. Just to add on a small note that around the world in World Bank projects, there is support for internationalization. So as we discuss with our government counterparts, what could be the shape of a new World Bank project in India, this could be potentially a topic which could be covered. So this is normally for twinning initiatives, it is for mobility program, it is also for internationalization at home initiatives. If you allow me to add a footnote to this, my own observation on the European developments, we often look at the status quo. It all looks very static, the Bologna process, the funding instruments, etc. But actually, we realize now that it was really a very long journey, and it started actually with things which we also discussed today. It started with a small designed Erasmus program, which was developed by a group of European enthusiasts, actually academics in 1988. And then you come very quickly into the whole technical issues. But if we do this, how do we go about recognition? Do we need a common academic credit system, etc.? So this tool set was developed out of this initial consideration. And of course, also Bologna started small with 4 countries before coming to the point where we are now with nearly 50 countries. So I feel as internationalization as a topic maybe takes off more in India. We can jointly consider a timeline for this and also look at the international experience where things did not always happen overnight, but you had a certain past dependency and development of instruments. Thank you.
If I may add
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, why not?
If I may add one line. That's why I was saying that for me, internationalization is a perspective. So you need to try to look at things from the perspective of internationalizing what you are doing. It's not only about mobility. It's not only about recognition of qualifications. It's about a strategy. It's a transversal strategy. Sometimes I have discussions with European university colleagues that are looking at the university structure, and they have the internationalization of their Office of International Relations. I'm all the time telling them, you need to understand that internationalization is transversal to all the aspects of what a university does. Nina is right that in Europe, this is a long journey, and I think the lesson learned, or the lesson that Europe can put there for others to look at, is not necessarily the funding mechanism, but the constant approach or the constant push to build up this perspective and to try to do things in a cooperative way, trying not to leave anybody behind. So when you see the distribution of funding, things like equity or access or local regional development are being looked with extreme care. So not only, let's say, the big players take it all, but also other, and this is also, I think, something very, very important when approaching internationalization. With whom, what's our mission, and what are our values as an institution?
I think the minister has joined us. Rajesh, can you take over?
Good morning, everyone. So we have the Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Minister of Commerce and Industry, and Railways, of course. And he'll deliver a keynote address. And I would request Dr. Vidya Yeravdekar, Chairman FICCI Higher Education Committee and Pro-Chancellor, to welcome Shri Piyush Goyal ji and take on the session. Over to you, Dr. Vidya.
Namaskar, sir. I'm Dr. Vidya Yeravdekar, the Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis International University and the Chair of FICCI Higher Education Committee. So first of all, let me thank you for accepting our invitation to speak at the 16th FICCI Higher Education Summit. In fact, even last year we were trying to get you, but you have been running an extremely busy schedule with so many responsibilities on your shoulder. Sir, we have over 3,000 delegates who have logged in from 74 different countries and obviously all states of India, both academia as well as industry. So FICCI is a conglomeration of both, and we have members from academia and industries on our bodies. The FICCI Higher Education Committee has been conducting such higher education summits for the last 16 years. And this year, the topic of the summit is Rise, Resilience, Innovation, Sustainability and Enterprise. Yesterday, we had the Minister of Education, Shri Ramesh Pokhriyal ji, inaugurate the conference. And at the pre-conference session, we had a very good discussion, which was a VC roundtable that was held. And this time again, it was to re-strategize industry-academia partnership, which is also the topic that we would like you to speak on. Sir, I'm not going to take time because we're a little delayed, and therefore I would request you to speak on this topic. And of course, the role of Ministry of Commerce that we see now, the interest in higher education and the support that Ministry of Commerce has been giving to our FICCI Higher Education Summits. Mr. Darpan Jain, the Joint Secretary in your office, did speak in the earlier session of how to create India as a global higher education hub. And he did discuss the role of the ministry when it comes to education being a champion service to be exported. So I would request you, sir, to speak now. Thank you.
Thank you, Pro-Chancellor of the Symbiosis International University, Dr. Vidya Yeravdekar, also Chair of FICCI's Higher Education Committee. Dr. Rupa Manjari Ghosh, co-chair of the FICCI Higher Education Committee and vice-chancellor of the Shiv Nadar University, all the distinguished academicians, other delegates from various countries who have joined this very important FICCI Higher Education Summit, physically, virtually, in different forms, ladies and gentlemen. Over the years, the FICCI Higher Education Summit has truly evolved into a thought leadership forum. And I'm delighted that you have brought together key stakeholders, both at the national and the international level, with I'm told, a registration of over 3,000 delegates to deliberate and discuss and engage on subjects which are very, very crucial and very important to India's future, to the future of our young boys and girls, and to the way we develop both the socio-economic and the physical well-being of our country. Well, once upon a time, India was called the Gurukul of the world, what with Nalanda University and Takshashila and all those great centers of learning. Though I am not one of those who believes that we should just live in that old age glory, but I certainly believe that a lot of lessons have to be learned from history and a lot of reflection has to go in on what went wrong, why did we reach a situation where in every ranking, whether it's the PISA rankings at the school level education or even at international fora, other than a few institutions like the IITs or IIMs and a few in the private sector, we are not recognized globally as a center of learning from where children from good and important and developed countries would also desire to come and gain quality education. While we do have a number of international students coming to India, I think the defining feature will be when a student from Europe or a student from the United States decides that he will get a better and more grounded education in India at a value which is really both affordable and worth every money that every rupee that he spends, every dollar that he spends, and would choose to come to an Indian university as against one of the so-called Ivy Leagues or among the universities who are currently ranked amongst the best universities in the world. In India, education has, of course, over the years developed significantly. We have a right to education policy. We have had several efforts to bring about new forms of education or a new thrust to the quality of education. But I think the latest national education policy is truly going to be the defining feature of the future of education in India. This is one policy that was long awaited. Several governments and ministers have tried to bring out a policy but could never find consensus. But Prime Minister Modi's direction to have a very inclusive consultation process, which would take all stakeholders on board, spread over several months and possibly more than a year or 2 years, with engagement with academicians, with universities, with stakeholders like even parents, state governments, at every level. And I am given to understand there were over 100,000 suggestions that came in during the consultation process. Almost every one of them was responded to. A large amount of engagement with chancellors and leaders of the education field was undertaken. And it's probably a matter of record and history both that we have an education policy that's been widely accepted throughout the country with very little murmur, very little dissent. I think that itself is a great starting point to see how this new education policy will help India grow and prosper. In fact, in one sense, education is a great equalizer. It can empower everyone for a better future. And therefore, the role of teachers, the role of our schools and colleges and universities can never be undermined. I still believe that at every point of life and at every decision-making situation, something that was probably taught to me at school or college, some personal experience that I may have gone through in my education days holds me in good stead when I have to take a decision. And it could be a simple thing like an admonishment by a teacher, or a simple thing like a pardon by a teacher, which helps us take decisions today. I mean, I can lose my head over somebody making a mistake and then just look back and remember what I had gone through in a similar situation in school or college. And it really helps you, it grounds your decision making and helps you take the right decision at the right time. Now, I remember with great deal of fondness a visit to my school 4 or 5 years ago, where I almost got emotional remembering all those experiences, all those trials and tribulations that we go through school, the discomforting moments that you have experienced, the friendships that you have created, the teachers you remember who have literally used the whip on us, not used anymore, unfortunately or unfortunately, I don't know. But remember the slap that one Father Gatti had given me. He was an Italian. My God, he must have been about 200 kilos, if not more. And one slap of his you could never forget in a lifetime. And so many such instances, the naughty elements of you, the pardon that you often receive for something you've done wrong, and which actually became a truly an experience of a lifetime that you will never forget. All of those things have a significant impact on each one of our lives. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, the role that you are playing in our lives, the contribution that you are doing to nation building, to preparing a nation to deal with the future, to engage with the world, preparing the nation to eliminate poverty, to eliminate and all the despair and deprivation that we see across the country is actually praiseworthy. And I bow my head and compliment each one of you engaged in the field of education for the wonderful work and contribution that you are doing for the country. As the Prime Minister once said, and in a way, it's like a teacher talking. And I quote, "I know it will be difficult, but it is doable. And I'm confident it will be done." That confidence that each one of you has, that you can build a better child out of the student you take under your care, that is that confidence that has held this country in good stead, which will prepare us for the future. And I have no doubt in my mind that the focus that the new education policy has given to research, to innovation, to entrepreneurship, to skill development, to knowledge, that urge, that desire to expand education to knowledge rather than just an academic report card. I think this new thrust, this new thinking that the new education policy has brought out will truly, and I do hope from the bottom of my heart, make India the knowledge capital of the world. We can move from the market-driven education to a learning-driven education if we implement this new education policy in letter and spirit. It's time that we moved out from our guides, from our question answers that we used to be learning in school, preparing ourselves to top a university or an exam. Looking at the earlier question papers, I remember solving question papers of the past used to be the best way to literally crack the exam. Of course, doesn't speak very highly about our system that we have to even repeat questions 4 or 5 years into every exam. And we can't think of innovative questions even in a subject like mathematics or physics. And therefore, I think this new policy will, I hope, transform the way we educate our children, will hopefully have all of us parents not need to send children abroad for high quality education, but in competition will feel proud that every child in the country is entitled to and is getting equal quality, high quality education. Every child in this country is being prepared for the future. He's being prepared to be a civilized citizen, contributing to a better tomorrow for this country. I do hope in higher education also, we bring out more focus, more thrust on vocational education. We focus on preparing our children to be truly experts in their chosen field, but the field that they choose, not what their parents choose or not what they flow into. And I think there can be no wake-up call for all of us than the beautiful movie Three Idiots, which to my mind is like a story which tells the story of millions of children in this country. I myself, after my 10th standard, in the natural course, when I completed my school, you get a certain mark, so you go into the science stream, start attending Agarwal classes at Dadar in Mumbai to prepare for the IIT entrance examination. You have Professor Karkhanes, if I remember correctly, teaching you mathematics. I hope he's there. He was a great teacher. You are learning to ensure that you get a place in Mumbai IIT or Delhi IIT. And then suddenly, when I was in 11th standard pursuing science at Jai Hind College, in the middle of the term, I realized that was not my calling in life. That is not what I wanted to do. I was always a numbers guy. I always wanted to be an entrepreneur. I always wanted to be in business. And I remember how difficult it was to change midstream in 11th standard from science to commerce, to get admission in a commerce college, to then start all over again to revisit your calling in life. But I do believe I'm grateful to God that I got that opportunity, that I could move out into 12th. Those days it was permitted. I don't know what the current situation is, but this new education policy actually allows people to be more creative in their chosen field of education. Just like you hear about it, about Harvard and MIT and all of these institutions or high quality centers of excellence, where a person is allowed to choose and decide what he wants to do. And from that, to develop his own abilities to be an expert in different fields. So I have a son who studied economics, but also did political science and dance classes and film studies and whatnot in the course of his undergraduate studies. I have a daughter who studied history as a major, but is currently consulting on finance. So that kind of liberal education, I do believe, is something that India should engage with in a much bigger way. And if we were to do that, I have no doubt in my mind, our educational institutes and universities focusing on personality development, teaching responsibility and moral sciences to our students, preparing them to become better citizens of the country, inculcating a spirit of nationalism and country first in our children, ensuring that our children get back to the habit of reading books and not be dependent totally on your laptops and computers and iPhones. I think it's truly an opportunity that we have all got before us to redefine the way we educate our children. I'm sure your summit will deliberate on some of these subjects. We hope to receive a report with greater insights and ideas at the end of your summit to help us truly make India an economic superpower house, but also the country which will lead sustainability in the world, a country that will show the world what social harmony is across the length and breadth of the country, a country that will prepare our children to think innovatively, to think out of the box, to be a part of this growth story, always keeping in mind an empathy, a concern for the less privileged sections of society, a concern that we do better for those sections of society who have been at the margins, who have not received the kind of privileges that I think most of the people on this call would have. Citizens, caring citizens, who believe that India and 1.35 billion Indians can only grow together. And every one of those 1.3 billion Indians taking one step forward will transform this country with 1 billion plus steps going forward every single moment of our life, of our existence. I think knowledge is an amazing treasure. If shared, it grows. If unused, it shrinks. And I believe every single moment of our life is about learning, is about increasing our knowledge, and along with that, sharing our knowledge with society, with our colleagues, with our family. Together, this country can do wonders. Let's all of us work in that spirit, and with that spirit go to the world. And when the whole world becomes one, we can transform the very human existence that is today under severe threat of several dimensions. Let us work together in that spirit of oneness. Let us all look to prepare a roadmap for a bright future for 7 billion citizens of this world. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir, thank you so much. Before I move on to requesting my co-chair Rupa to give the formal response, I must also mention that you've been really very modest to, speak about your schooling and everything. But let me tell people here, you're from Mumbai and I'm from Pune, and we do have common friends. You had a brilliant academic record both at school and college, so much so that you topped the chartered accountancy exam, which is very difficult to even pass, and you were the second ranker. And also, your law degree from Mumbai University that you have topped. So thank you so much. And I think the national education policy exactly echoes your feelings of providing a liberal education in India. So I will request my colleague and co-chair, Rupa Manjari Ghosh, to deliver the formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Vidya. Thank you, sir. Your joining us this morning shows the importance you give to this sector, and it really invigorated us. Like you just mentioned, we do believe that university's core is the realization of human potential. It has to be done in a contextual and sustainable way. As Industry 4.0 was unfolding and Industry 5.0 was knocking at the door, companies were seeking to harness new and emerging technologies to reach high levels of efficiency of production and consumption, expand into new markets, and compete on new products for a global consumer base composed increasingly of digital natives. Evidence also show that when advanced technologies like robots are cheaper than the existing manufacturing processes, firms become more amenable to relocating production closer to consumer markets. This creates more localized jobs like marketing and promotions, retail, and customer relations. In certain quarters, there are increasing concerns that rapid technological innovation and adoption may lead to job losses. We talk about this in our sector as the future of work. There is a real concern that if machines could do what humans are doing today, then what is the goal of the higher education? And it's not just the rote jobs with AI, now it's the thinking jobs that are at stake. There has been rise in productivity in certain job roles that require cognitive and creative thinking, independent or project-based work, and have low dependence on physical proximity. have also been maintained, or this may be even rising productivity levels as employees use their working hours more effectively, as we are doing through this mode. So export of education services earns forex for the country, and we are fully aware of that. And setting up Indian universities abroad contributes in creating international brand of Indian higher education. Although today India provides corporate leaders for top Fortune 500 companies, doctors in the best of hospitals and educators for the best of has not been able to break maybe the shackles of Macaulay's education system, the English Education Act 1835. So higher education institutions across the world, unfortunately, Indian higher education system, the majority, though some new ones have actually broken the ground, but we have not been able to break the shackles. And hence, this system has not established itself as one of the favorite destinations for higher education. In the last session, we talked about steps for credible internationalization, and the NEP 2020 has, of course, been the topic of discussion in almost every session. We are really grateful to you for sparing your valuable time to be with us this morning and sharing your thoughts. And from our side, we promise that collectively, we'll break the shackles that are holding the Indian higher education back as we embrace what we call Society 5.0, or the digitized society. So thank you very much for being with us. It's been really a pleasure, and hope to have your blessings with us as we move in this journey together. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam, and all the best for your conference.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So we'll split for now. So we have about 13, 14 minutes break, and then we reassemble for the next session. I mean, we'll have two parallel sessions from now, after the break. So there's one on new financing model, and the other one talks about, of course, the digital education that we've been talking about in all the sessions that we've had. So one of which will be held in Auditorium 1, and the other one would be in Auditorium 2. So would request all the participants to join into the respective auditorium based on your preferences for the sessions that you've highlighted in the registration form. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh, and thank you, Rupa, and thank you, my participants, for the earlier session. We've had a great beginning.
Thank you.
It is wonderful. Good.
Director at NIIT. Till 2012, he has been the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of Manipal Education, and he currently advises companies and entities in the education sector, and is also a fund advisor with TVS Capital. He's been very active in supporting the Government of India in policy formulations, and is the member of select committees and task forces of Niti Aayog, as well as the Ministry of Education. So with this, I now hand over to Mr. Anand Sudarshan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nidhi. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, fellow panelists. Pleasure and an honor to be here with all of you. We have a wonderful panel with us today. A very, very quick introduction. We have Shweta Rajpal Kohli with us. Shweta is the head of public policy for India and Southeast Asia at Sequoia Capital, one of the leading VCs, PEs, and in fact, I should say early stage VCs as well, with their new initiative in India, covers the wide spectrum. She has been previously advising companies on government affairs and public policy at Salesforce and earlier with Uber. And prior to that, for a number of years, she was in the world of media as a journalist and a TV news anchor. Shweta, thank you here. Thank you for being with us here today. We have Dr. Shekhar Vishwanathan. Dr. Shekhar Vishwanathan, Shekhar, I've known him for a long time now, been almost 3 decades in the education sector. is one of the key movers behind VIT, which is, of course, you all know is one of the dynamic young private universities in India. Shekhar has had a number of involvements that I'm aware of, some of which includes advancements in academia, processes of teaching, expansion into multiple campuses, and some CSR work, particularly in terms of support for students in rural side segment. These are some of the areas that Shekhar has been. So Shekhar, thank you. We have Sanjay Padode with us. Sanjay Padode is a BITS grad. He also comes from the world outside education, and therefore brings in a lot of input from that world, which he was pioneered. He was responsible for pioneering order routing and risk management at the internet. So he really comes from a, you could even call it as a pre-internet era. So he kind of ushered in stuff in the internet side. And I've known him for a number of years now. He is the president of IFIM, a well-known management school in Bangalore, and the chancellor of Vijay Bhumi University. Sanjay, thank you for being with us today. And we also have Ajay Bohra, co-founder of HDFC Credila Finance, pioneering person who started Credila, which has been acquired by HDFC later. Credila was one of the first companies, private companies in India, which was founded on the principle of extending loan finance to private individuals to study. It's very pioneering thing. Ajay, thank you very much for being here with us today. Ajay, of course, is another person I've known for a long, long time. And finally, I'm pleased to welcome Raghavendra Pandey. Raghav has more than 2 decades of extensive experience in the capital market side, in investment banking, in advisory, and worked on commercial debt capital, equity capital. I hear that he has raised over $5 billion for infrastructure companies over the last few years. So, Raghav, education is infrastructure too. So we are looking forward to your inputs, and especially because we are at a very interesting point, and I will come back to you on that very later. The session advisory says there's a clear demand to formulate strategies for innovative sources for funding to meet targeted GER and at the same time enhance quality. And I'm fine with enhancing quality. And for a moment, I would want all of us to just get out of the targeted GER part and start, focusing around the institution and the individual, which is the student. And if you'll make this entire conversation around 2020 has taught us something very profound. It's changed the rules of the game. It's demonstrated that it's possible for educational institutions to reinvent themselves literally from the seat of the pants. We are not out of the woods yet, but it's remarkable how resilient educational institutions have demonstrated them to be. It has also brought accelerated to the fore acceptance and adoption of technology in EdTech and technology broadly in education. And what it has done, it has changed many things. It's changed the primary thrust of growth of education, which was there before, into something very different potentially and very new looking forward. So that's what I'd like to do today. So the format that we are going to follow today is simple. I'm going to ask each participant in turn. I will ask one question, and we will use that as the fulcrum. They will respond for a few minutes. 3 to 4 minutes is what I have requested them to stick to. And then we'll use that as an anchor for continuing a conversation. So that's what we're going to do. And I'd request the audience to start noting down your questions, and then you can pipe them to FICCI. I'm sure there is a box that's available for you that you will be able to use. Please pipe the questions, and we will try and spend as much time as possible on addressing some of those questions by the panelists. So Sanjay, I'm going to start with you, right? So my first question to you is to ask you to look at a fundamental principle that I've been spending a lot of time on, which talks about conscious capital, right? And these isms have always bothered me. So capitalism has bothered me, all these single isms, and I find the lack of adjectives to be a bit of a problem because you've not given shape to it. So we won't get into capitalism right just as yet. We'll do it a little later. But if society is going to benefit out of education, conscious capital needs to flow into the society, right? We will talk about, if you can give your initial remarks on that, and we can build on that a bit later in the conversation. Sanjay?
Very good afternoon to everybody. Thank you, Anand, for such a great introduction. So, I mean, starting with conscious capitalism is probably the best way to start this kind of panel discussion. Just before we get into conscious capital, I would just like to, spend a few minutes on how the capitalism pendulum is swinging. So it's actually, in my view, it is swung to the extreme side where it's become extreme capitalism. Today, everything in capitalism is anchored upon just two metrics: scale and bottom line. Those are the two things on which the entire valuation game is being played, and most of the companies are running for that. In this whole process, what has been actually forgotten are the employees, the customers, and the society that need to be getting impact. But very tacitly, we can see that the shift is happening. So there was John Mackay of Whole Foods who created this concept of conscious capitalism along with Raj Sisodia and wrote a very famous book on that. Right. And if you look at the way valuations are going in the the startup ecosystem world, though companies are bleeding, there's yet a lot of value around them. Whether you look at ed tech, whether you look at food tech, whether you look at all the agri tech, all the techs that exist. I mean, a lot of them are bleeding, and the conventional mechanics of applying valuation is being challenged and being thrown out. But the reality is, what are these companies doing? The impact that they create on the society is very large. So if you look at some of the companies like Flipkart, they might be bleeding, not a problem, but the number of deliveries they're making, the kind of convenience they're creating for the customer is huge. And I think the value is being created by impact more than the bottom line. Essentially, conscious capitalism is a move away from bottom line to impact. And I think that's where education plays a very, very big role. Because if you want to transform society, changing the core of education. And it's more than infrastructure. I think it's a fundamental of building a more, educative and a more sort of fulfilling society to live in. So from that perspective, I think it's important that we create some form of a capital and asset class within the framework that we have of financing, wherein educationists are able to, reach out, raise money legitimately and not cross the line of profiteering. So I'm all for the fact that education should not be for only profit. I'm not saying for profit, I'm saying for only in quotes. Okay, definitely there has to be profit, but it cannot be driven only for profits. And there has to be a very fine balance between profiteering and profit. And that's what the conscious word in capitalism should really define the difference between profiteering and healthy profit. And that's where, so we could create many asset classes in a very well regulated market like the financial markets, which is already I've got all kinds of governance norms. I think a few more could be added for education, but that infra which is already available for governing, for regulating, is available in India, and it's pretty mature and can be used for providing a legitimate way to educators to raise money, raise capital to build educational institutions of good caliber and quality. So I will stop there and allow you to move on to other.
Yep, thanks, Sanjay. I appreciate it. Conscious capital, which defines impact on the society. Very early in my entrepreneurial journey, I learned that value is real and valuation is an opinion. And I think it's the real side of it that one needs to focus our attention on. Shweta, I'm going to just ask you to expand on this as a broad theme, looking at it particularly with the focus from an investor perspective. So you're an investor, you invest capital. The one-line definition for investors is use money to make more money, right? That's the job description. That's what you do. What is the role that you see from an investor perspective on what Sanjay just spoke about, which is the impact part of conscious capitalism?
Sure. Thank you, Anand. I would change that definition slightly. I think investors are creating huge impact by building legendary companies, by creating value, by building brands that are here to last. So I think definitely the role goes well beyond just the narrow definition around capital. So, but I do think it's interesting that we're talking about this, especially in the education space. And if we can step back slightly to see what's really going on when it comes to investments in the education space, and then go on to debate this rather hotly debated subject of not-for-profit education versus for-profit education. So I think first and foremost, I'd like to quote Lenin, who very famously said that there are decades when nothing happens, and then there are weeks when decades happen. So I think that clearly sums up what happened to education in 2020. I mean, in one single shot, billions and billions of students, around the world, whether it's school students, college students, had to, move online for education. I mean, look at what has happened to the education industry in just a matter of this last 1 year of 2020. But it's also led to a huge mindset shift. Like overnight, technology in education became acceptable. Overnight, we said it's okay. You know what? Children can learn online. Students can learn online. Higher education can go on online. And not only did it become mentally, mindset-wise acceptable, but obviously it also led to a lot of debate around whether the future of education here on is going to be hybrid. What are the kind of investments that will go in? What is technology doing to education? Is it an equalizer? Is it making education more democratic, to your point of conscious capitalism? Are we now seeing a better delivery outcomes in education, especially education going to, in India's case, say tier 2, tier 3 cities at a fraction of a cost that was being envisaged earlier? I mean, now you simply need an internet connection and a good device to access the best quality and the best form of education that was perhaps not available to everybody as a matter of choice earlier. So look at what higher education institutions around the world are doing. They're offering so many online programs that so many people can access today, which they would have not been able to afford earlier. So I think a dramatic shift, just to step back and say 2020 inflection point, a year that would have changed the education sector more than any other for decades to come. And I think it's interesting to see what technology is really doing as far as, I speak at least for the investment world, for the edtech world, and we've been rather amazed, to see that edtech emerged as one of the most attractive sectors that attracted perhaps the highest amount of funding in 2020. So there were huge tailwinds naturally. At Sequoia Capital, we were very fortunate to have identified edtech as a space many, many years ago. I wouldn't say many, but like at least a few years ago. And, we're very fortunate to have partnered early on as an institutional investor in companies like Byju's and Unacademy that today are not only India's largest edtech companies, but they're among the world's largest edtech companies today. So education in India is now being looked upon, edtech sector, as a sector where India can be a global leader as far as edtech is concerned. And I think that to me is an interesting trend. I can definitely talk to, later in the panel discussion. But I think where edtech as a category, as a space is headed, why has it become so attractive? What are investors looking for in edtech, and what's going on? I think those are some of the very, very exciting pieces we can continue discussing as we think of financing models for higher education. But very quickly to respond to your question around for-profit versus not-for-profit, I mean, we have to, I think, get over the ideological barriers around education just simply being a not-for-profit. And while there is complete understanding and appreciation of the fact that there are certain sectors like education and healthcare where you do require, the public sector to step in, where you require the government to step in and do their role and fulfill their role, because these are social sectors. At the same time, when we do not accept that there is room for private players to exist, to make money, to be there for profit, we're doing disservice in our overall idea of being able to leverage these sectors, because these are the most important sectors. When you think of education and healthcare, there is room for private sector and public sector to coexist. And I think we have to get over the fact that if there is a private sector institution, or if there is a private sector company, an edtech company that is making money, it's looked down upon just because it belongs in the education sector. I'll pause there, but happy to take
Thanks, Shweta. Thank you. So, and we'll come back to that point on for-profit. I want to touch upon that a little more in detail a little later. But here is what we have heard. Number one, Sanjay talks about conscious capitalism, talks about the impact education institutions and education per se makes. And he also spoke about reaching it out to a wider audience. And Shweta, you spoke about the fact that 2020 has been a seminal year. And I also took an important takeaway from you, what you talked about, the fact that investors have not just been using capital for making money, but they have really created incredible amount of impact. And why is it that the education sector not there? Why can't education sector also get the benefit of that impact over and above beyond the edtech part of it? Understood. I'm going to come to you, Shekhar, next. My question to you is, so this is what we have heard so far. Now, I would like you to wear the hat of an institution, right? From an institution perspective, where do you see institutions sourcing their capital from over and above fees? Fees is one part, and look what's happened. The money that you needed earlier was predominantly for capital that went into infrastructure. You built buildings, you opened new universities in Amravati, in other places, in Bangalore, in other places. And you built newer buildings, you built hostels, right? So the physical stuff into which your money went. Now with technology coming in and technology getting blended into what you do, the nature of deployment of capital is quite different than what it used to be. So from an institution perspective, in the US, for example, fees constitute not more than maybe 20 to 20% in the case of best universities to maybe 50 or 60% in the case of mid-level regional universities. A lot of money comes from other sources. Research, for example, is funded in an entirely different way in the US. So keep all of these things in mind very quickly. If you can wear an institution hat and talk about interesting models of financing that you would like to see happen in India.
Thanks, Anand. So as you correctly pointed out, if you look at the grown, well-established institutions in US, for example, bulk of their revenue comes from endowments. Endowments which have built over a period of decades and decades. For example, you know about Harvard's endowments in billions. So if you look at the culture of Western countries like US, there's a lot of giving back by the alum. But that culture has not started in India. We are working on it, but that culture is very, very little in India. And that too, it goes only to IITs kind of institutions where the alum have gone to US and started companies and giving back. So that is a big piece which we are missing in India, which we need to work on, raising funds from alumni. So, and the second part is about tech transfer, right? You look at Stanford. They have, the Google came out of it, the Sun Microsystems came out of it, all the Yahoos came out of it. So the university holds a lot of shares of those companies, those intellectual property rights. That gives plenty of income. University of Rochester, for example. There are many good universities which are earning tons of money because of the shares they hold in the companies which grew out of the university. So that model has also not yet come there in India, because we don't have such great companies yet in India, like Google or Yahoo, which came out earlier. So, in Indian institutions, most of the institutions like ours, they're primarily dependent on student fees, which is not correct. It needs to change. So we are working on this, but fortunately for us, the expenditure is shifting from physical infrastructure to digital infrastructure. Hopefully this trend will continue, because physical infrastructure like land and building costs us a lot of money. If you want to build hostels or academic buildings or research centers, they cost a lot of money. And hopefully we'll start reducing the expenditure when the things shift to digital infrastructure. But then there are bottlenecks. For example, I cannot offer an MTech program in engineering online. There is prohibition by the government. Even if it's MTech computer science, UGC and AICTE says no, it's illegal. So there are a lot of policy changes which we want to happen so that institutions which are primarily engineering like us can reduce the expenditure and save on the capital expenditure. Of course, we are right now relying heavily on debt funding. We go to the banks, the traditional debt funding, it is cheaper. But for us to attract equity funding, we cannot do it in the current structure, which is the non-profit model, a trust or a society and a non-profit company. So ideally, to attract foreign direct investment or to get money from the market, the equity investment, we need to change the structure, which is not allowed as per law. So I think we'll come back to the debate. I think there is space for non-profit and for-profit sector to coexist in the country. I'll stop here, but we'll come back.
Thank you, Shekhar. So two things that you said, I leave aside the for-profit. We are going to come back to that for sure. Two things that you said. Number one, we cannot live on fees alone. That's what we have been doing so far in India. We have to learn from models that are there, where money is generated by the universities over and above the fees. And the second thing that you talked about is the fact that today digital infrastructure is now inherently has the capability of making universities far more. You also, of course, talked about what I call as the regulatory adipose. There is a whole amount of regulatory fat that's sitting in there. This is one of them. And like I said, I don't want to get into regulatory bashing early in any of the discussions. We'll do that in the end. It's a part and parcel of whatever we do in education anyway. But we'll keep that for the end. But let me go to Raghav now. Raghav, based on all of what you talked about, there are two things that I would request you to touch upon, right? One, taking on from what Shekhar said, and based on your own experience, I find that institutions in India, private institutions, public institutions, but let me stick to private institutions here, have an enormous amount of wealth, money, that's locked up in real estate, construction on top of real estate, land and buildings. Is there a room for that capital to be unlocked in some way, which in turn can be utilized by institutions to grow further, particularly through investments in digital infrastructure? And number two, spinning the conversation from institution to the individual, one of the things I've always held is governments should stop funding institutions and start funding individuals so that there is a level playing field. Leave aside the philosophy for a moment. Look at the entire financing model from the perspective of the student. Now you take US, for example, you have Title IV. The entire US education system, in one sense, the fee part of it is balanced out on the student loans and the Title IV entire infrastructure that gets created. Is the time ready in India to create something like this? And how would commercial banks and institutions view something like this as an opportunity? If you can touch upon these two things, it will be great.
Thank you, Anand. Well, I heard all the speakers till now. With very simple, there are different class of investors who would be funding different class funds. So the biggest amount of conscious capital comes from the taxpayers of this country. When they fund institutions, when they fund K-12 schools and that schools, it is conscious capital because there's a return. There's no return expectation. The way modernization technology has come in, and as a result, funds like Sequoia and the likes are the ones who champion that field. And the third one is which is a hardcore infrastructure related business, which would be university, even K-12 schools, which have been funded primarily by pension funds, where the return expectation is lower. So different class of investors would be looking at different set of assets. That's the most important thing to look at. Now, coming back to the first question, primarily talking about, and Dr. Shekhar talking about infrastructure being the most important thing. So as an advisor, it's very simple. We say that you should be the business of what you are rather than investing in business what you don't need to be. So traditionally, how education has grown up primarily because trusts are set up. But in the last few years, we also have institutions, primarily universities, career schools, also been set up in a trust format. So these are the two different kinds of models that exist in the hardcore infrastructure side. Now, how do we look at it? For a trust one, very simple, I guess you have taken an approval for an academic campus. Rest everything is just ancillary to it. Very simple, your student housing is ancillary to it. Anything else we have built apart from that academic building is ancillary to it. Simple, the sale and back. That's a good model. I don't see too many universities looking at it, but that's a simple model to look at. Coming to the debt part of it, you know, which can be done also to trust, organize a trust in educational institutes. I don't know if you all are aware of something called the Infrastructure Investment Trust or IITs. So it's primarily designed to free capital in infrastructure, whether it is roads, whether it is telecom, power, and why not healthcare and education also. So the most important thing, I guess, what we see today, you start looking, if you to advisor like me, I'd say building is real estate, campus is real estate, student housing is real estate. Core is basically the academic. So all this needs to be lying with investors. You should be focusing on your business. So what should you do? In that case, can these assets be transferred into a trust and issue units to investors, or which are basically of sovereign pension or public in nature, not the hard private equity funds. So if that is done, free up capital. Decide whether you want to hold 30, 40%, 50%, 49%, 76%. I would say, why do you want to hold? You should dive as much as possible. Okay. So, I'm saying this is not a thought process, which is because of this FICCI conference. We started this something 2-3 years back when we could champion the NVID REITs in this country. And well, we did it with some 6 roads into the asset, into a trust, issued units to investors. We took geo assets and the TAR, which is not core to their business, put it into a trust, issued it to investors. We are doing it with power grid, some assets, picking it up from there, and then putting it in a trust, issuing it to investors. And 2 to 9 months, we'll be able to
Not able to hear you, Raghav.
So, in the next 6 to 9 months, we will be able to do it to education institutions also, which we have been trying to put together in a format which can be moved into a trust and leave the roughly around $200 to $300 million in the next 6 to 9 months in this format.
That's fantastic to hear, Raghav. So you're saying it's important for institutions to focus on their core business, which is to teach. And you can at least think of 2 innovative models. One is a sale and leaseback structure, other is an InvIT or an equivalent structure of whatever kind, which can unlock by taking that out and bringing in a new class of investor to invest in these. And you may want to mute your microphone, Raghav. I think there's an echo that's coming. So there are 2 models that are there. The only thing that I can only think of is I remember looking at REITs quite a bit. And there were some regulatory challenges, particularly from an educational, higher educational perspective. There were some serious regulatory challenges, but assume that it's a workable proposition. I think regulatory challenges can be worked on. I'm going to come to you, Ajay, now. My question to you is the other part of what I just asked Raghav about, which is the institutional side. So I would like you to address, and you're a pioneer in this, the student loan side of it. So the question that I asked, is it time for India to start looking at a structured student loan setup, much like what the US has with its Title IV, but something that is crafted for India and it's in line with the requirements, impact requirements of a country as a whole, starting with people at the most challenged economic conditions upwards to people. Ajay.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you, Anand. Well, the short answer to that is yes. Just to give the context, while we explore various other means of revenue and we explore monetizing the assets, on one hand, the ground realities, though, as they exist now, that the fees which the students pay to the educational institute constitutes the major portion of the budget or the revenues that the institute gets. Now, considering that education loans becomes the biggest enabler for this financial model to sustain and for the educational institutes to be able to deliver on their mission to excel and deliver quality education. Now, if we really see the context in which it stands now, government has been rolling out a lot of initiatives over the past few decades to promote education loans. However, all lenders put together currently, all the loans outstanding, the total student loan portfolio outstanding is about $10 billion equivalent, about 70 to 80,000 crores. Now, that is with 1.3 population in India, with over 30 million students in higher education as a tertiary education, and over 250 million in K-12. Now, given this, the scenario of India, what has happened in the matured markets? If we look at the matured market like the US, even though their population is only $300 million, their total student loans outstanding is $1.5 trillion. I repeat, $1.5 trillion, which is the second largest asset class after mortgages. Now, given the fact that education is the priority for most of the families, and in many cases the purpose of life, why is it that despite we being the nation with the youngest population, our education loan sector hasn't grown? And if that doesn't grow, the source, the fundamental source of revenue for the institutes won't grow. So based on our understanding, and having started HDFC Credila and then being the largest private student loan lender of India, we have learned a lot of things. The first one, just 1 or 2 minute summary of the learnings we have had. I think eventually, see, any banking or NBFC model works, it is an intermediary. It borrows from the market or from the savers or the depositors and lends to the students. And that margin is anywhere between 2 to 3%. Now, if we look at the non-performing assets in this asset class, it is one of the largest, not just in India, but globally. That means that from a banker standpoint, at the outset itself, they will be losing money on every loan that they give. If we want one fundamental course correction, it has to be, can we create an infrastructure where there are deterrents to default in order for the sector as such to bring down the non-performing loans? And there could be various ways in which we can solve that problem. If we get more time, we can come to that. But the educational institutes can play a bigger role. There could be technology enablers where tracking of the students becomes easier. If they default on the loan, there has to be consequences. Now, considering that it's a social sector, no doubt, but at the end of the day, if the lenders are unable to collect the money they have lent, the model doesn't become sustainable. Over to you, Anand.
Yeah, okay. Bajay, so you're saying absolutely we need a student loan, a structured student loan structure, but we must ensure that there is a reasonable strength, reasonable comfort, confidence in the lender that the money will come back. Now, the thing about the US Title IV system are two things. One, the interest rates are very low, right? And there are multiple programs. If you take the federal funding for higher education, or you take the parental loans for undergraduate studies, and so on and so plus loans and so on and so forth, the interest rates are actually very low, number one. And the other side of it, there is almost a guarantee kind of a scheme, because of with the structure in which the whole thing has been created, there is almost a guarantee. But on the other side, the negative side of it, while you're right, the size of total student loan outstandings is 1.5 trillion. That is a lot of money. And if a person is going to go through raising student loans, and then paying back for it 20, 30, 15, 20, 30 years even, in some instances, that's a load on consumers that's extraordinarily large. And the other data point that I will place, and we won't discuss it too much, I want to place it in front of you, is this. While inflation over a 10 to 20-year period, if you take, inflation in the US may have been on a CAGR of about 1.5%, 2%. The CAGR on student fees, the semester fees that has grown is between 8 and 10%, which means that the fact that there are loans easily available, therefore, brings into account the need for a higher amount of accountability that's needed for institutions as well. And I don't know whether that infrastructure is there in India just yet. I will park it there for a moment. We'll come back to student loans. But for a moment, let me jump to another topic that came up. And I'm going to ask Sanjay and Shekhar in that order to respond to this one question. We talked about, and this is a burning question, and both of you in your mails to me had also highlighted this. This is the whole thing about for-profit, the importance of for-profit. And Sanjay, You had even mentioned that there is a level of hypocrisy in this for-profit side of it. So here are the clarifications that I want to make, right? Now, every institution that I'm aware of, a private institution that I'm aware of, is for-profit. If I define profit as equal to money that is collected, which is the fee receipts, minus expenses. In not-for-profit world, we call it surplus, right? So it's profit, surplus profit. So point number one is we are all for-profit anyway, right? It's not called for-profit, but we are all for-profit anyway in private education. However, point number two, what we are not, and this is a key point, and my proposal to you or suggestion to you to consider that even if you make it for-profit, right? Two things I think come out as critical for us to make sure that we address and understand the impact of it. One, even if it is for-profit, and even if we change it to a for-profit structure, I'm positing that we cannot allow distributable profit. The profit has to remain in the institution and invest. Is that possible? Second point, and it's another critical point that we will have to keep in the mind anyway, which is fungibility of ownership. The moment you move to a for-profit shareholder-based structure, ownership becomes fungible. Ownership fungibility in a societally conscious, tricky sector like education is a dangerous thing to do. So I'm going to ask you and Shekhar to respond to it and give an institutional perspective. And Shweta, I'm going to come after that. I'll summarize and I'll come to you to look at it from an investor's perspective, the points that I've raised. Sanjay.
Well, this is the most probably controversial topic that we're going to talk about. But let me call the bluff on why it's not for profit. So I'll just put some data points. 70% of higher education and plus is run by private educators. So, I mean, the writing is on the wall that nobody is going to be investing if there's no return on it, right? It's very clear. However, if you look at it, how is it financed? Now, let us look at all the stakeholders. It is financed through debt funding, like Shekhar rightly said. Who's making the profit? They're the banks. They are not going to reduce debt just because they're giving it to us. Okay, and they want us to ensure that the asset is collateralized, everything around that. Let's look at the case of REIT and INVITs as well. Again, there is going to be an element of profit there as well, where the asset will be monetized and then there'll be a kind of a confirmed rent or some kind of a confirmed flow that will need to be provided to the REIT INVIT structure. So everywhere that portion is also profit. Third, when I go to construction, so what the government does is, in government's definition of not-for-profit, it's a simple clause with the tax authority saying that you don't have to pay tax, provided you are not going to distribute your surplus to yourself. But it comes with another rider, which says that you can only retain 5% of the surplus, remaining you must invest back into construction. So that's one of the reasons why all the large universities go into expansion mode, creating campuses after campuses after campuses, which is not the case in the West, where the surplus money is invested into research, create endowment funds for themselves, and a lot of fun. Here we end up creating one university leads to another university, leads to multiple campus kind of arrangement. If you look at the West, you have Stanford in Bay Area, you have MIT in Boston, and you look at them, they're concentrating and building university townships that creates an ecosystem around it. It doesn't become the onus of the university to build it. The university becomes a honeypot which attracts all the people to come in. So we have created some kind of a vicious circle, which is basically resulting into this so-called not-for-profit structure, but creating profit to everybody else, including education loan providers. So I will even talk about them. Education loan providers are taking as a guarantee the CIBIL score of the parent. They are not providing loan on the basis of the outcome that the education is going to deliver. Ideally, you should be funding the future of the student, and you should be confident that the student is able to pay back the ability to earn money after getting the qualification. But you are rather depending upon the father's ability to pay the loan in case the student fails, or the collaterals that they have. So the whole system is engineered for profit. The only restriction is on the promoter of education who could not take money out of the system. Every other person is empowered to make profit from education, including the government that applies GST for construction, applies GST for services. So everybody is making money except the educator who cannot make profit in this entire system. All that I'm saying is, let there be some reprieve for the educator as well to take some money out legitimately. I'm sure there are many ways that people are taking money out by self. If you legitimize it, then probably there'll be more people wanting to get into the system.
And legitimizing it will also increase the transparency. And I think you're right bringing up GST, and this is something that I have in my small way tried to fight, which is why can't we bring zero rating for educational institutions when everything else is possible? And it's ridiculous that it's not there. And all inputs are GST'd, and you can't get input tax credit just because you're selling to a education. It's bizarre to me. I mean, it's beyond bizarre, but that's the way it is. Shekhar, just to continue the conversation with Sanjay, and I have picked up another cue from what Sanjay said, which I will come to after you finish. Unmute.
Shekhar, you're on mute.
Shekhar, you're on mute, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Very interesting conversation. You know, just VAT pays more than 100 crores a year as GST. So a lot of money goes in GST. So anyhow, coming back to the main point, why can't we about distributable profit versus I was talking about raising. That's why I was talking about being in a fixed structure, not possible to raise funds through So, I am not in favor of totally corporatizing the education, but sectors can coexist. VIT's stand could be different from somebody else. See, in US, you have the MITs and Stanfords, which are not they are not for profit, but there are many institutions like DeVry's and others which are for profit. So both sectors can coexist. So coming back to the main point, yes, there are problems if you want to attract investment, foreign direct investment or equities, if you are having the structure model. But as Raghav pointed out, and many of the leading schools are doing it, and some of the higher education institutions are doing it, where they have separated out the trust and the company. And they have put many of the assets in the company and kept the core business in the trust. And that company attracts investment and then makes profit. That model is in nascent stages in higher education, but it's more common in school education. So that model could be considered, as Raghav was also pointing out. But still, if you look at regulations, there are many regulations that says you need to have 100 acres of land, you need to have this many square foot of building, etc. So there are some regulatory issues also. And coming back to the fungibility of ownership, now I see a problem where if the core business, if it becomes, there is a lot of shareholder pressure to make money, then the objective might change. I see the point where Anand is making. So I'm not talking about that form of profitable businesses. I'm just talking about changing the structure or allowing the trust to attract equity investment. So I'm limiting the sector there.
I think, Shekhar, the issue is cadence. Capital which seeks profits and seeks returns from profits, either through dividends or through fungibility, works at a certain cadence. It works if it's a public company, works on quarterly results. If it's not so public, it's driven by investors, works perhaps on an annual cadence. Educational institutions don't work on that cadence. They work on a much longer cadence. It's like Garba in Gujarati Goan, right? And if you have to move into that circle and join the dance, you must understand the cadence with which the dance circle is moving. And I think that is the issue that today, I don't think there is answers. I don't think we'll be able to get answers in this group today. But that's the point that I wanted to get. And Shweta, I'm going to come to you now. Now, based on whatever you heard from Sanjay and Shekhar, does it make sense at all? Would investors be interested in long tail, long lead time return kind of, when your funds are all, 12-year funds and so on and so forth, that you pick up typically limited return? This is a long, only evergreen and a few other types of funds can really invest in stuff like this. You think there will be attractiveness in case the government actually opens it up for profit?
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with, I think, everything that all the panelists have said, and I want to make a stronger case for it. I do think that, most people, the impression really is that, you're looking at quick exit and quick returns. As you yourself said, most funds have a life of over 10 to 12 years, and that's a long enough period for a business to mature, to build, and to build for the long term. And I think the whole philosophy and the mindset in India, which is age old, and it's absolutely understandable why it is there, that education is based on a fundamental belief that the purpose of education or an educational institute is to educate and not to make profit. So we understand where that philosophy comes from. But as times change and as models change, I think we need to adapt, and we need to understand that there is the surplus which is generated could be used, of course, for expansion of the institute concerned. But if you also allow institutions to make for profit and stop viewing it with the kind of suspicion that is viewed, I think what I find very hard to understand is that when we know for a fact that education as a sector is a sector that requires quality outcomes, when we know for a fact that allowing for-profit education can be that big game changer, when we know for a fact that there is room for both to coexist, a social sector to coexist as well, the public sector to coexist, the not-for-profit to coexist along with for-profit. But I think we still view private capital in education with suspicion, and we're absolutely okay with this. As you mentioned, I call it a pseudo not-for-profit model. What is happening right now is absolutely, we cannot say it's not for profit. It's actually pseudo not-for-profit, because we know for a fact that most schools or chains will operate through a trust or a society. We know that there are several related party transactions that happen. So I think I don't understand who are we fooling here. We do understand that, why are we ashamed of the fact that a promoter of a school would want to earmark profits? He's spending his life, blood, sweat in building an institution, and let market forces operate. We're talking about a time when it is important that best quality outcomes and quality is delivered once you allow market forces to operate. I also think that we need to attract more FDI in the education sector, and the more we open up, we're going to see more of that happen. I'll also quickly quote certain data about especially for-profit institutions gaining traction around the world. So it's not a problem only in India. I think we've seen the US, we've seen China, we've seen Brazil, we've seen number of institutions, a number of countries where there is a clear move. UK has allowed for-profit education, for instance. So there's a clear move towards, acceptability of that model around the world. I think in India we're still not comfortable, and I think we need to, as investors, provide the comfort that there is room to declare education a for-profit sector and remove the resistance and that deep ideological barrier that we're seeing in that issue. So I'll pause there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I agree with Sanjay's word that he used when he sent a briefing notes to me, hypocrisy. And there is a massive amount of hypocrisy there. The original, in my view, the original principle with which education was made into a socially conscious sector, and I think conscious capital and the structure that he talked about will also actually come into play here. Maybe over a period of time that has lost its meaning. As things transform, and as things are going to transform now even more as we go forward, I think providing agility to institutions, in addition to capital, agility to institution, it's a lot more important, because that's going to translate itself into greater benefits for individual students. I think that's critically important. What we have not answered so far today, and I don't think we'll be able to touch upon it much, is I still don't have an answer on institutional accountability. And I think without institutional accountability, I think I think we have to find, and FICCI perhaps can take a role in understanding and formulating an accountability structure. I think opening up, I think the way we have to look at it is that without accountability, you can't open up, cannot be a reason. I think we need to do both together. We need to create accountability and create a structure which will open and, within a defined time frame, make it politically acceptable. It's politically far easier to gain more votes by being populist in talking about controlling school fees and all that stuff that goes around. And I think it's silly, actually. A larger statesman-like view would actually see India benefit far more, hit the 50% and 70% GRs and much more than that. GR is not the be-all and end-all. We haven't had a chance to talk about research much in this conversation. Running out of time, I don't think we'll be able to. But I think the research is another area which requires a huge amount of funds. Some of it, of course, is coming from central CSIR and other sources. ICMR and others, but many others has to come not just from private sector and public sector companies in the form of grants, but also through productive uses where IP monetization, many other things will have to come into play. And that's an alternative model that would need to get looked at. Raghav, I'm going to come to you now very quickly, 1 minute. From an institutional perspective, ICN Securities is what you're a part of. If the institution comes to you, if an institution comes to you, Shekhar comes to you tomorrow saying for BIT, could you please help create a structure with which we'll be able to either release or raise so much of capital? Is that something that will be exciting for an institution to do?
Thank you. I guess, as I said, that we our talk to walk and talk to practice. The last created which are buying these 8-12 particular wherever people primarily buying the infrastructure out of it. So these are obviously not which are put in as a trust, operating company and the property. So the most important thing is that we put in this practice. The first thing people like clear recommendation, student housing, hostels. It's got nothing to do with your and anything. Can not only via one can accumulate a set of assets which is student housing across the country. I've done the same thing with 12 schools as I was talking about, which will do an issuance maybe in the 6 to 9 months. 35 institutions from various groups which has been brought under one umbrella, under an investment body, say we call it an AIF. From there, we move to a trust and actually do it. Regulatorily challenges almost can get say it's not for profit on all the discussion which we can push government, and I've been trying to push a lot of things to government, and I know it takes its own pace and understanding political compulsions and all that. Important thing to understand in what is available. Can I do a student housing platform and get an investor for 30 years? Yes. Can I actually do a student housing platform and get rid of it entirely? Yes. What you need to do is you have rental for it. Similarly, the operating building. Can I move it out? Yes, you can move it out, but pay rent to it. We have to ensure that there is some kind of accountability in terms of rental payment by the fees getting into an escrow account. And as a result, is that can be cut off 5%, 30% based on the size. So the solution is very simple. Large institutions are public institutions are available. We are trying to put together some can be a role model for the entire country, financing education, and this will be something which will be there for perpetuity, I mean.
Thanks, Raghav. I agree. So you're saying it is possible. It is possible to create alternate structures. Institutions will be more than open. And while the for-profit, not-for-profit question is discussed, debated, and all that, there are other things that can be done in terms of unlocking concessions and utilities, for example, student housing and so on and so forth. And some people have actually done it already, I know. So that's something that can be done. Ajay, I'm going to come to you. I'm going to request you to keep it very short, maybe a minute or so, because there are some questions that have come in. I want to give some time for questions, Ajay.
Yeah, sure. Well, if I just think that while planning all of these, the financing part, the most important thing is to explore what does the next normal, the COVID-induced next normal mean to us. That means that it has triggered the gig economy. People are working from home and whatever other disruptions have happened. That means the return on investment from a student standpoint can only make sense if the cost of education goes down. And the fact that the unlearning and relearning has to happen for life, each student will need to continue to come back to the institutes and keep learning. So there could be a subscription model. But more importantly, to add to what every panelist has said, where would the money come from for education sector? If we see 12 to 17 trillion dollars globally has been yielding negative returns. That means 12 to 17 trillion dollars of money, the bond money has been put in the bank, and the saver, the investor, is paying money to that entity holding that cash. Now, can we not look at ultra long-term funded foreign currency bonds and at least get some part of that money coming in? The endowment funds also, they have a lot of money coming in, but the legal and the regulatory framework has to be in sync with that so that the foreign money can come in But more importantly, the prerequisite for that will be reorienting the educational sector model of education delivery. It will probably convert into nano degrees and a subscription model where instead of charging a fee for a given year, the student would come in for the 5 years. That student can subscribe to that educational institutes and choose the modular courses as and when they require it to be ready to really be relevant in the gig economy.
Ajay, sorry, I'm going to interrupt you, and I want you to spend 30 seconds on another idea. I wanted to talk about it. We don't have time, but I'll ask you to spend 30 seconds on your view in creating an innovative model, which is not based on a student loan, but based on the ability and the willingness and the commitment of the student to pay the institution back over a period of time, let's say the first 5 years after he or she graduates, based on their earnings, while the institution gets covered through support from a finance funding institution, for that, and with some insurance, etc., built in on top. Is that something that's doable, you think?
Yeah, that's income sharing plan. There are some models which have worked in that. In my opinion, the endowment fund could be created backed by the alumni. So there is a peer pressure and that corpus of money. There are a lot of, in the US, some institutes are lending, they are direct lenders. So that pool of money can go to those students as and when they require it, with a caveat, very important caveat, that there is an integrated self-sustaining ecosystem for the money to come back. So there has to be some peer pressure, alumni group, that these are the people or the students who have taken the money, they are not paying. So if there are some deterrents to default, and if we have that ecosystem in place which is sustainable, it can definitely work. And then the skin in the game of the institute would also be there. So if the students are unable to find the jobs, they will get to know, their moment of truth will be how much money can come back.
Moment of truth. And I think I like that phrase, the moment of truth for the institution is the ability. And if it's a variable that you set up, so which means the student earns more, the institution actually gets more. It's a very fascinating model, needs to be discussed and decided. Let's move very quickly, if it's okay with the panelists, to questions now. There's several questions that have come up. Let me try and take as many of them as I can. The first question that is come up is from Dr. Grewal, which talks about, and Shekhar, I'll request you to take this one. It says, is it possible that we can adopt a social business model? When you talk about the for-profit, is it a social business model possible?
Yeah, I mean, social business is nothing but, you making it self-sustaining. So it should not be subsidized by somebody. So if you look at it, it's already a social business. So yes is the answer. Quick answer.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think all business, education is social by nature, and therefore I think it's a question of transparency and ability to be responsible more than anything else. And I think it's a very fair answer. Very quickly, there is a question that's come from Ma'am Akshita Bindal, which talks to, she's asked this question of Shweta. She's saying EdTech is not new in India, and we have really seen EdTech from India, from international entities come in. She asks you, what are your views on the framework that has to be adopted so that India can become a global leader?
I think interesting question. And yes, while EdTech has been talked about and a sunrise sector for a while, I think the kind of traction that we've seen over the last 3 to 5 years has been absolutely amazing. So I would say that the last 4 to 5 years have been very, very critical to see the kind of growth, and kudos to companies like Byju's and Unacademy that have really helped get India on the global map as far as EdTech is concerned. I also think there are very other interesting models that are coming up around EdTech. We have companies like Doubtnut, companies like ClassPlus, Eruditus. We've got Scalar Academy. They're doing some fantastic work in terms of bringing in innovation and use of technology in education. I think there was a second part to the question, Anand. One was, of course, about how long tech has been. So, yes, but having said that, 2020 brought in the kind of tailwinds one could have not expected. You would have maybe waited for 3-4 years to get that kind of, numbers, the kind of valuations, the kind of user base, the kind of activity that, and as I said, mindset change, which 2020 brought about in just, literally overnight. Anand, what was the second part to the question? One was the time frame, and
yeah, second was in the framework to be adopted, having the knowledge. This is the only one. I think there was another question where she talked about. Let me just see if I can locate it. She rightly talked about India becoming a global leader. Quality parameters of institutions have been invested for time, money. More importantly, it's a very long question. You should learn to ask very small, short questions. It's much easier. Probability of losing all the three while opening profit. Yeah, if you can you read it?
Yeah,
you can answer it. Yeah.
I do think that India is today. So if you look at the top edtech companies in the world, if you look at their data and the most valued edtech companies in the world, Byju's and Unacademy fit in the number in the top 10. So I think we're already set ourselves up for success when it comes to taking global leadership in edtech. I think the framework that needs to be followed is exactly what some of these companies are doing. You know, the fact that today you have a market like India where there's growing penetration of internet, growing penetration of devices, a fantastic user base, a market that allows you to innovate and also serve different cross sections of society. So you've got, you know, different models that you can adopt. So I think as long as the framework, there is no framework as such, but as long as you continue to grow, build your product, continue to invest in a good product market, in a good product that has a great market fit that they have done, continue to have global ambitions. I mean, we do think that many of these companies would be global leaders, you know, not just having a market in India. Now, I want to quickly mention, for instance, you know, a company like White Hat Junior, which was acquired by Byju's at an exit, which became the talk of the startup industry. You know, $300 million exit. In a matter of 18 months, the largest is among the largest and definitely the fastest exits in edtech. I mean, a company like White Hat Junior is today going global, and it is expanding well beyond India. So we're seeing those kind of models emerge where India will be the hotbed for edtech and will take, you know, edtech to the world. So I think we do have that entrepreneurial energy as well as those business models that exist.
Thanks, Shweta. I think one of the problems is really that, you know, is as exciting as a white hat is and the amount of money that's been raised by tech companies is transactions like white, that actually worries the larger educational establishment, because that's tsunami. Things don't change so quickly, because when you're teaching kids over 4 years and stuff like that, and you know, that's something. And even more, it worries, or I would say it gives reason to regulators to hold back.
To change. Trust me, it's a mindset issue where any change is resistance. So it's all about, oh, we've done this in a traditional way all these years. How can this young, 20-something come and disrupt it overnight? And you want to resist that change, and that's the only resistance. I agree with you. The technology will bring about changes that we need to embrace sooner rather than later. Otherwise, you know, we're going to see they will grow any which way, you know, because
sooner rather than later. And I completely agree with you. And the disruption that's what disruption is. And things get disrupted and they move. Ajay, you wanted to add a couple of points to this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, see, if we take that discussion forward to the logical evolution, potentially, given the fact that now the role of the educational institute as content delivery is getting questioned, because once it's in a mixed mode, blended mode, content could be from any country, it could be from the best of the institutes. Now, given that scenario, would it evolve? This is just a question or the thought for us to think through. Is that would it evolve in a way where the students can choose how they want to learn the given subject matter, by video, by audio, by online classes, reading books, whatever be the mode, and the educational institutes become in a fully evolved model like the certification agencies. They can acquire skills, knowledge, competencies by their preferred mode of learning, and then come back to the institutes and get certified, because this is a massive disruption which has really come in, and COVID had made it probably good or bad, but it has taken it to the extreme.
Sanjay, just a follow on to that, I'm going to ask you this, and this is a sequence, right? Educational institution, the brand is equal to trust, and that at the foundation, educational institutions are about trust, right? So keep that at the back of the mind in the question that I'm asking. If competence leads to credibility, and credibility leads to trust and decision making, what kind of competences you think institutions need to build in themselves in this evolving world by just taking two parameters? Respond only to two parameters. There are lots. And one is this technology change, which Shweta spoke about, acceleration and all of that. And the second point Ajay just now spoke about, which is in terms of actually demonstrating that they can make a change. You're on mute.
Yeah, so talking about technology, which has actually happened, I think whatever has happened is just an inflection point thanks to COVID-19. This technology already existed for the last 10, 15 years. It was just that the education world didn't adopt it. Coursera, the MOOCs have been there all the way from 2005, 2006 onwards, but they've not been able to deliver the den. I think the reality is education is about investment into outcome. It is not about investment into technology. Technology is just one medium of delivery. How effective that medium is going to be is the jury is out on that, and we will know sooner or later, okay? I think the fundamental of education, right from school to college, okay, requires, like today, people don't have time for parenting. So who's going to parent the child? It's going to be the educational institution. So there'll have to be a place where they'll have to learn through peers. There'll have to be a way they have to learn their values. They have to learn their core. After that, you can top it up with people like eruditus and etc., you know, and put it on. Now, looking at the whole valuation, if I look at the edtech world and the valuation, are they valuing technology? I'm sorry, they're not. They're actually valuing IITs and the NITs for whom the unacademies of the world and etc. are preparing the student to. The other thing that they're valuing is the potential of the job that the student will get by giving them, you know, telling them that White Hat Junior will make you guy a coder, not realizing that coding is akin to typing in the yesterday world. And in the future, coding will not be anywhere. So I think the whole thing is about, again, we're forgetting that investment in education will only work if it is outcome based. I think we need to create models where people are saying, I'm investing to create great institutions, to create great new generation that will contribute to the society moving forward. Just like a person into art and got no return of investment, only return on capital employed. I think we need to create certain asset classes where people will invest into education only for the sake of output. Now imagine I own a Stanford share. I'm not going to look at dividends. Just the pride of owning Stanford would be great for me. And I think that itself will have a trophy value which will get traded on the markets and get me the capital employed. So I think we got to look at it differently. I think education is about outcome. And it's the source of creating an economy that will generate returns for everybody in the future.
I think that's a fair point. It's interesting to think about it. Why do you fund art? Because what the person is going to generate after that is going to be societally important and individually relevant. And there is no value that you can actually attach to it. Very difficult. EV, EBITDA multiples cannot be found easily for that, I suppose. Shekhar, I'm going to ask you to take one last question because we are running out of time, which is a question. I don't know if you can see it on your screen. Look at the chat from Malika. You'll be able to see. I'll read the question. It's from Ms. Karma Yongdon. It's right on top. It says to one of the panelists, education cannot be just for profit. I wish this was embedded in some way in colleges in India. What could be one such measure to have a checks and balance, I suppose that's what she means, on the education system in 2020 during online and offline classes? So this is the traditional view that is getting expressed from the heart by somebody. How do you respond to it?
Sorry, I didn't understand the 2020 part. I understand about profit.
Yeah, just respond to that. I think the 2020 is more from an offline-online balance. Respond to the first one.
Yeah. See, I am not saying that, education should become like a fierce, cutthroat, profit-making sector. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying that is that, there is space for both non-profit and for-profit to coexist. And people can choose. People can right now choose between public and private sector. So later in private sector, they can choose between non-profit and for-profit. And somebody who's for-profit, fly-by-the-night operator, how long can they sustain? In a market, they'll be given out immediately. So it's that people should have the choice. And as education institutions, they can make a decision on whether to stay in for-profit or non-profit sector. In the non-profit sector can still work. I'm not saying everybody should change. So coming back, you have hospitals. So hospital is more important to a society than an education institution. Do hospitals make profit? Yes, there are corporate hospitals that make profit. So, we still live with it. And you still have government hospitals, you have trust-based hospitals. So there are all models existing that there's room for everyone is what I'm saying.
Yeah, fair enough. I see somebody said, let 1,000 flowers bloom. One last question that's come up, and that's for Sanjay. And then we'll have to, unfortunately, close with that. Sanjay, I don't know if you can see. This is from Mr. Nishit Jain from New Delhi, who says, so Sanjay and me. Okay, Sanjay, you please answer. Can foreign institutions benefit financially by coming to India? Sanjay, you're on mute.
Sanjay, you'll have to unmute.
Okay, let me answer the question in the interest of time. I think now we can hear. Go ahead.
So can you just repeat the question, Anand? Because
can foreign institutions coming to India monetarily benefit?
Why not? I think when private education in India are benefiting, what is called as hypocrisy, I'm sure there's room for even foreign universities to actually invest and benefit. I know there's a regulation which says funds cannot be repatriated, but the benefits to foreign universities will be many. They can use India as a source for generating their, undergrads, which can go to their master's programs, create PhDs, write patent, and create further stuff for the universities abroad. They can also repatriate some amount of capital that has been deployed in the system. But what we really need is an asset class by way of which this is legitimately and permitted into the system. So for that, I think we have to bring the finance guys to apply their heads and create an asset class that is available for the educators.
Fair point, Sanjay. I'll just add to what you said. This is another slight hypocrisy there because FDI, 100% FDI is automatically allowed into the education sector. So which means all the people that you pointed out are making profits. FDI, which are for-profit company, FDI can 100% come there and repatriate it. But if foreign institution comes to India and sets up institute, you can't repatriate. This is honestly, I think this is an area which requires a lot more conversation. I know we have run out of time. We are 1 minute over schedule. I apologize to FICCI, but I thank all the panelists. I hope audiences were able to take away 3-4 very interesting alternate models that came up. What is clear is there is a lot of conversation that's required. FICCI, I request you to take note of this and take it up as a part of the higher education committee. And there is some more substantive work if it can be done. I think it will benefit the entire sector. Shweta, Ajay, Shekhar, Sanjay, and Raghav, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And Anand, thank you for the brilliant moderation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anand. Always a pleasure. Bye-bye.
See you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Sudarshan, for this wonderful moderation. We will now take a break and come back again at 2:10 for a keynote address in Audi 1. So, yeah.
ecosystem in university. And we have a keynote address by Dr. Subra Suresh, the president of National Technological University, Singapore. The session would be moderated. I would leave it to Dr. Rupamanjari Ghosh to introduce Dr. Subra Suresh, who has a formidable career in the area of research and university leadership. So I would quickly ask and request Dr. Rupamanjari Ghosh to introduce him briefly and get on with the session. Dr. Rupamanjari Ghosh is the co-chair of FICCI Higher Education Committee and also the Vice Chancellor of Shiv Nadar University. And she's one another researcher that our country is blessed with, university leadership, and at various positions she's been there. So she would be the right fit to moderate this session, and that's how we had her, with you, Dr. Suresh. Over to you, Dr. Ghosh.
Thank you so much, Rajesh. I welcome everybody after lunch. I know we are not giving you much time for, not much break, but this is one session we all have been waiting for. It's the journey of NTU in the last few years we have been following very closely. And I know personally how much leadership matters. So it's it's an honor and privilege for me to welcome Dr. Subra Suresh, who is the president of NTU, to this session where his address is titled Developing Research Ecosystem, Role of Universities. Now, this is something Indian universities, I think, have been trying to follow. And in his very distinguished career, he took over as NTU president, I think, in July 2017. And then tenure started in January 2018. And is a scientist, engineer, entrepreneur with decades of distinguished and impactful leadership in academia, industry, and government. He is the 9th president of CMU from, I think, just before this, so 2013 to 2017. Before that, he was the director of US NSF for 2010 to 2013, Obama's time, and MIT dean, etc., etc. So actually, nobody is more, I think, more fit to talk about not just individual research, but developing a research ecosystem. Gone are the days where we talk about individual institutions as centers of excellence, but essentially they are the driver of the ecosystem. And we have a lot to hear from you, Dr. Suresh, and maybe follow some examples in Singapore. So rather than wasting any more time, let me get started and welcome you to this session. So over to you, Dr. Suresh.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the kind introduction. And I want to thank FICCI and all our colleagues here for inviting me to join you today. Our time is limited, and I think we have a very diverse audience from across India. So I will try to focus on a few themes so that we can go into some depth. Let me start following the introduction. Let me just start with NTU, the university that I'm now fortunate to lead. NTU was founded in its current version in just in 1991, 30 years ago. So this is the 30th anniversary. At the time of its inception, the university was primarily an engineering educational institution. Then a decision was made in the late 1990s to transform the university into a global research university. And I was at that time a professor and at MIT in Cambridge, Massachusetts. So I've been participant as an outsider in the process that some of the discussions that took place with external entities. In fact, I visited NTU in the capacity of an external advisor in the late 1990s, and I watched the transformation of the university. So what are some of the ingredients that transform universities into leading entities in education, research, and innovation? It's of course very case specific. It depends on the local conditions. It depends on local government conditions, political conditions, and also the community, local community that's involved in this. In the case of NTU and Singapore, there were a few ingredients that were quite remarkable. I was part of an external team that produced a report for the Prime Minister's office in Singapore in the late 1990s about how to elevate both the top universities in Singapore to globally competitive entities. And the remarkable thing about that report was that many of the recommendations in the report were followed in the succeeding 20 years or so, which in itself is quite extraordinary, because usually when you produce reports to governments change, people change, and as a result, processes change. In Singapore, it was followed through, even through different governments. So that was one thing. Secondly, most of the recommendations were followed through, even though with appropriate modifications. And that was quite remarkable, setting up of funding agencies, introducing international peer review systems, etc. The third item was that consistent long-term vision over a 15 to 20-year period, including funding to support that vision. And these were ingredients, at least in the NTU context, to raising NTU from its original global stature in the early 90s to its current stature as one of the leading educational and research institutions in the world by pretty much everybody's metric, and by some metrics as one of the top few institutions in select areas of research or pursuits. So rather than looking back if we could go to the first slide, if we could share the first slide, rather than looking back at what happened, I want this to be a forward-looking discussion as well, because what works for one university in one country may not work for all the universities in all the countries. And secondly, even within India, what may work in New Delhi or Maharashtra may not work in Tamil Nadu or Kerala, and vice versa. So no one recipe fits all, but I thought I would look into what are some of the current challenges facing all the universities. With an introduction that I just gave, what are some of the things that universities can aspire to, and what are some of the issues that all of us face? And that could be a framing point for discussion, not just for today, but moving into the future. So with that, let me start with the first slide, which shows one of the global megatrends that we are facing today. Let me highlight that with this chart. This is taken from a picture that was in an article in Wall Street Journal a couple of years ago. If you look at the following issue, how long does it take for any technology to be adopted by 50 million users, the first 50 million users around the world? In the case of telephone, it took 50 years or so, in the 75 years. In the case of an automobile, it took many, many decades to do this. It took 46 years for electricity to be adopted by first 50 million customers. Credit card, 28 years. Television, 22 years. ATM machines in a bank, 18 years. Even computers took 14 years. Mobile phones, 12 years. Internet, 7 years. Facebook, 4 years. WeChat, 1 year. And Pokemon Go, it took 19 days for the first 50 million users around the world to use Pokemon Go. We know from last year during COVID, Zoom probably had 50 million users in one day, new users in one day, because of the need that COVID-19 produced. So the lesson from this one slide is the pace of adoption of technology, not only the pace of development, but the pace of adoption of technology is extremely rapid. And universities are at the epicenters of not only creating knowledge, but contributing to the development of technology, and also imparting that knowledge to future leaders, future workforce. So universities have a huge role to play in this highly accelerated process of technology development and global adoption of technology. So as we go through pandemic now, and we don't know when we will completely get out of pandemic, but assuming we come out of it in the not too distant future, what are some of the mega trends and issues that we are likely to face? First, as I just showed in the previous slide, The accelerated pace of development and adoption of technology is going to stay with us. If anything, it'll continue to accelerate in the post-pandemic world. The second is the pandemic itself has highlighted social stresses of many different kinds all over the world, both in developing countries and in developed countries. The most prominent among those social stresses are inequality. Inequality of opportunity between the haves and the have-nots, inequality of income, inequality with respect to gender and race and class, inequality with respect to access to digital tools and technology. So when children are forced to stay at home and take classes remotely, some children have the tools and the internet connection, and other children don't. So there is that in itself is a significant impediment. The same applies to universities. So how do we make sure that we don't create new classes of inequality in the digital world among those who have access to digital tools and those who do not have access? Then we have challenges. On the one hand, we have increasing globalization and tools like remote access, whether it's WebEx, whether it's Zoom, or whether it's Microsoft Teams, etc. We have increasing and instant access to connect globally. At the same time, geopolitical factors and the pandemic itself has forced us to get in a direction of less open borders around the world. So there is a tension between increasing globalization through technology and travel and decreasing globalization through politics and through the pandemic. And on top of it, we have grand challenges affecting the globe, which are borderless, and universities are at the epicenter, are trying to understand and study the grand challenges, create tools that mitigate grand challenges, create policies that address them, and at the same time, they are also affected by the grand challenges. So the universities have a major role to play in understanding, addressing, and hopefully mitigating these grand challenges as we move forward. The fourth is there are new opportunities created by the post-pandemic world, not just because of technology, but because of the perspectives that we have developed and the accelerating pace of technology and Industry 4.0. New opportunities in economics, and I'll come to some aspects of this, learning, social opportunities that exist, for example, healthy living and aging, lifelong learning, and having a productive life, and reskilling and upskilling, not just through universities, but also through industry, government, and nonprofits. New opportunities in lifestyle alterations, and new opportunities for healthcare, including remote healthcare. So these are examples, these are at least 4 major areas where in the post-pandemic world, not only we have opportunities to address societal issues on a global scale and on a local scale, but universities are at the epicenter of addressing these challenges. That brings me to Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 is already in full swing, and this is even before 5G hits us in the next year or two in a major way, and that's going to transform many aspects. For example, universities are at the cutting edge along with industry in creating new science, new engineering, new medicine, and new technology, and new policies. Technology connecting with humanity on a global scale. Areas such as robotics, artificial intelligence, data science, blockchain, Internet of Things, personalized medicine, smart healthcare, precision medicine, individual healthcare, autonomous systems, both ground vehicles and aerial vehicles. In the middle of all of this are things like regulations, ethics, policy, insurance, etc. So the Industry 4.0 in a nutshell is the unique and unprecedented convergence of the physical world, the digital world, and the biological world. On the one hand, entities such as the World Economic Forum have addressed this in a major way. On the other hand, books and scholars have addressed this. For example, the book by 21 Lessons for the 21st Century by Yuval Noah Harari highlights many challenges associated with the fourth industrial revolution and digital technologies, healthcare technologies, biotechnologies, and information technologies. In addition to technology itself, one of the unique things about Industry 4.0 is the unprecedented way in which the intersection of technology will happen with humanity and how human characteristics and human intelligence will intersect with machine intelligence and artificial intelligence. And at the core of all of this, at the Venn diagram of this intersection, are intrinsically human qualities and characteristics, such as compassion, dignity, empathy, ethics, kindness, trust, and respect, and values that are individual for different human beings based on their upbringing, based on their DNA, based on their life experiences, based on their family and their local communities in different parts of the world. But at the same time, when massive data gathering takes place on a global scale and is aggregated, what kind of implications will it have in machine intelligence, machine learning, and decisions made by machines, which increasingly will influence our day-to-day lives? So that brings me to 6 issues for the post-pandemic world, and the universities have a major role in addressing each one of the 6 issues. So let me go through them one by one. Job creation versus job destruction. The 3 previous industrial revolutions have shown that millions, tens of millions of jobs will be destroyed by every industrial revolution. But the previous industrial revolutions have also shown us that ultimately many more jobs are created than destroyed, but very different kinds of jobs, sometimes several decades later. But the pace of change is such that at this point in time, nobody has the patience to wait several decades for job creation to follow job destruction. So we have to be very careful about whether the inequalities that I talked about earlier will be worsened, at least in the short term, because of the disruptions created by technology and Industry 4.0. And the universities have a very big role to play in preparing students so that they have the necessary skills to adapt to rapidly changing technologies, rapidly changing job situation and job market and the workforce, so that in a career they can move very, very quickly. And this is a role of universities that universities need to play. The second one is the very definition of what constitutes an educated person. If somebody who receives a university degree at the age of 22 will have a productive career until the age of 75 for more than 5 decades, when they not only change jobs, but they change careers, how do they adapt? If so, what is the minimum body of knowledge that they are supposed to possess when they receive a university degree? And what is the role of universities in imparting that knowledge? For example, at NTU, 2 years ago, we made it compulsory for all of our 23,000 undergraduate students to have a minimum set of course credits in what we call digital literacy. That includes not only elements of coding. It doesn't matter whether you're an arts major, humanities major, or a computer science major. Things like digital literacy, digital hygiene, etc. How do you respect other person's private space, privacy, confidentiality, intellectual property, digital space of all the citizens, etc. So what does it mean to be an educated person? So if you're a computer science major, we expect you to know something about humanities, to read Shakespeare or Bhagavad Gita or whatever it may be. Conversely, if you're an arts major or a humanities major, do you know anything about coding? If not, why not? So these are some of the questions we want to ask. Then the question of being human. As machines make more and more decisions, do we run the risk of someday losing our innate humanity, if not completely, at least partially? Do we lose the ability to make decisions that uniquely characterize me as a human being and you as you? And if so, what steps do we take in programming machines, in making day-to-day decisions, and in policy? And this is an important issue that we want to sensitize our students to. Then some people talk about the so-called point of singularity. Will we reach a point where machine decisions will be almost as good as human decisions? Will we reach a point where in some areas, machine decisions may not be reversible by humans, or if they are reversible, not in time to prevent serious consequences from taking place? Will machine decisions worsen intrinsic conscious or unconscious human bias? Will they exacerbate them? Or will they make it better? Will they lessen human bias? Of course, it depends on what goes into it, what kind of data we produce. So these are interesting questions, but at the university level, when we teach students, at the research level, at the policy level, at the discussion level, this is something we want to pay attention to today as universities play an important role in society. Then for every intended benefit of technology, we have unintended consequences due to either intended or unintended use, abuse, or misuse of technology. If so, what are they, and can we stop them? Can we maximize intended benefits and minimize unintended consequences of technology? And the last point I want to make is technology is pushing us to be more and more perfect and more precise, from atomic clocks to instant messaging, to instant responses that we send by email or social media. At the same time, imprecision and imperfection lead to often truth and beauty of humanity, and they lead to creativity, failing and learning from failure. Will technology push us in a direction where we lose the luxury of reflection, relaxation, and consideration before response? So this is something that universities have a role to play in making sure that students don't lose that capability. While technology has many good things to offer, we don't want technologies to push us in a direction that is not in the best interest of humanity. So with that, I want to highlight a few issues for universities to address, especially in the post-pandemic world, as they rise to not only become leading research institutions, educational institutions, but also contribute to society, whether it's local society or global society. One of the issues we want to focus on is the role of social sciences as we talk about technology all the time. What is the role of social sciences, ethics, government regulations, because technology is always ahead of regulations. So in a university like NTU, where we have primarily a technological university, the largest program we have is engineering, but the second largest college that we have on our campus is the College of Humanities, Arts, and Social Sciences. So this year, we will introduce a curriculum for all our undergraduate students. It doesn't matter what area you specialize in, you take classes with everybody else for up to a year. And this forces students to commingle, to collaborate, to work in projects with somebody from a completely different field that prepares them differently. We also want to create interdisciplinary faculty positions that foster between, whether it's medical humanities, whether it's digital humanities with computer science, humanities and ethics, humanity and industry 4.0, or economics and data science and so forth. This is what we want to foster, a borderless exchange between technology, science, natural sciences, and medicine on the one hand, to social sciences, humanities, and arts, business on the other hand. The next thing is digital literacy, digital hygiene, social responsibility, and commitment to sustainability. We want to embed that part and parcel of a curriculum moving forward, both in education and in research. Then with distrust in science or mistrust in science, when fake news, sometimes overwhelming real news, and vetted and peer-reviewed information and authenticated information. We want to train our students to be prepared to identify fake news from real news, to manage information wisely based on evidence and based on substantiation and verification, and to identify misinformation. And this is going to be very important, especially with respect to data science. Responsible innovation addressing grand global challenges, whether it's climate change, securing cyberspace, preventing nuclear terror, etc. Then lifelong learning or forever learning from cradle to grave with public-private partnerships. Then critical assessment of core skills for an educated person of the 21st century, so universities can work on that. So these are some areas where we are focusing at NTU for education, for research, for faculty, student, and postdoc recruitment, so that we create opportunities without silos within a university, even as a young university. So for our next 5-year strategic plan, which we call NTU 2025, which we just completed a month ago, we have identified 4 challenges, global challenges that we will address as a university. We cannot address all of them. And the first is mitigating our impact on environment. So we have 4 research centers at the university that will look at energy, water, environment, and connecting them to policies, human behavior, etc., so that we can move the needle with respect to grand challenges and sustainability. So that's the first grand challenge that we will focus on. The second challenge is harnessing the power of technology, but also harnessing the science, the art, and the technology of learning to maximize learning outcomes for all learners of all ages. So we'll bring in the science of learning to improve learning outcomes through technology. And this is going to impact every field that we cover in our university, from medicine to engineering to natural sciences to social sciences to business, etc. The third is addressing technology's impact on humanity. Technology has many positive contributions to humanity. It also can potentially have negative consequences. How do we make sure that we maximize this is going to be one of the areas we will focus on. We established a center called the NTU Institute of Science and Technology for Humanity, and this will focus on this particular aspect and work with governments and nonprofits. And last but not least, responding to the needs and challenges of healthy living and aging. As globally we have an aging population, and as people live longer, how do we make sure that people have a healthy lifestyle close to the very end of life, and how to maximize learning potential throughout life? So these will be 4 things we will look at. Now, as a university, we create new knowledge, we do new research, we publish new papers, but at the same time, we also want to walk the walk and not just talk the talk when it comes to sustainability. We are fortunate to have a very large campus. On our campus, we have 235 buildings. It's a modern campus, and as you can see in this picture, on rooftops, we have solar panels, so that by next year or the year after that, we will have about 10% of all the electricity for the entire campus will come from solar energy. Plus, we set for ourselves a very ambitious stretch goal. By the year 2025, at the end of our strategic plan, we would like to reduce for our very large campus involving about 40,000 people and 235 buildings and a lot of open space and greenery. We want to reduce the net energy consumption, the net water use, and the net waste generation for the entire campus by 50% by end of 2025, compared to the base levels of what we had in 2011. We are already well on our way, and this is a very ambitious goal. If we reach that goal, our next goal would be net zero. And this is for the entire campus. And this will make us one of our we are one of the most environmentally friendly, eco-friendly university campuses in the world. And this will put us close to the top if we achieve these goals. So with this, I want to conclude by noting that the challenges that we face today as a university, we can address them through a number of mechanisms. And one of the things that helped NTU rise very quickly in a few short decades to one of the leading global universities is through sustained long-term vision and a commitment and support for education, research, and innovation. And by the hard work of faculty, staff, and students, now we have 250,000 living alumni in more than 150 countries around the world. And we have given each one of our alumni $1,600 in credits so that they can engage with the university and connect with us to take credits. That's on top of the course credits given to all Singaporean citizens by the Singapore government. Through mechanisms like this, we can support lifelong learning, first with our alumni, but also through a global population. Thank you very much for your attention.
Wow, thank you very much, President Suresh. It's a very, very comprehensive presentation. And definitely, we appreciate the vision, the wisdom coming from your own journey. On what you focus today is on the university's role. We are actually running out of time. Do you have time for a quick question? Maybe one? Vidya, please go ahead.
Yes, so I have a question for you, Dr. Subra. I visited NTU and I've seen your beautiful campus and all that you are doing. My question to you is that in India, some of us from the private sector certainly want to do a lot of things that you have done. Bertil Anderson is a good friend of mine who was your former president, and from him also I know what you'll have done. The point is, where do you get this funding from? If you can share, I know NTU is a public funded university, but when private universities are willing to do and willing to do a lot of things that you have said, I think the only critical aspect is funding. Even if you have to get the best of professors from across the world, sometimes you can't afford them. So how do you bring in this?
It's a great question. So let me give a specific example on some of the things we have done with public-private partnership as well. Well, that's a very key component of this. We have established on our campus, we have about 250 companies that work with us on our campus. And about roughly 10 companies or so have established what we call corporate labs. Some of the largest corporate labs in the world for some of the global industries are located on our campus. For example, HP, Hewlett Packard, their largest corporate lab is at NTU in Singapore. We have Delta Electronics from Taiwan has a corporate lab here. The Singtel, Singapore's telecommunications company, has a corp lab on our campus. The Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore has established air traffic control management corp lab. This is a government entity, the corp lab. We have an autonomous bus sustainability program with Volvo buses from Sweden on our campus. Now, to your question with India, there are a number of major Indian companies which are also global players. And there are a number of global companies that have a presence in India. And I think there are many opportunities for public-private partnership or private-private partnership between academia and industry. And we have many successful models on our campus. For example, we have 50 staff members from a company working on our campus with about 50 professors and PhD students in the area of artificial intelligence and machine learning, working with senior citizens who live in housing flats not too far from our campus, to see how artificial intelligence can be deployed with privacy and with dignity in the homes of senior citizens living not too far from campus. So there are many such projects that we can create in partnership with industry. So it's a very good question.
Dr. Suresh, I have one question. Many things you said, your points will resonate with us. Education not in silos, lifelong learning, etc., etc. I want to get into your mind as the leader of such a leading university, whose role you highlighted. So for a university, as we keep saying, the first focus is faculty, the second focus is faculty, the third focus is faculty. Related question for some of us, we're trying to build institutions of eminence in India. Mine is a one, and we have very strong industry connect. Our founder, Shiv Nadar, is the HCL founder, and my money comes from there. It's philanthropy. So the question I have actually is, as leaders, do you look at your vision as top down or bottom up? For example, you talked about your 2025 goals. I'm doing a similar thing, 2030. Is it a top down exercise coming from your vision, or is it a bottom up one for long term stability? In India, democracy has a problem, and I think often we face that. So what's your take?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's also a great question. So let me tell you what exactly we did leading up to NTU 2025, our 5-year strategic plan. This took about a year and a half of on-campus discussion. So we started sometime around the middle of 2019 to launch in January of 2021. We just launched it last month. It'll go through end of 2025. That's our 5-year horizon. So we had many, many town halls across campus. We engaged all the deans, the school chairs, and board of trustees, alumni, and we had external advisors who gave us input, visiting committees, typically what universities do. So to your point, I think, if it is not, if it doesn't involve the ground, if it doesn't have a bottom-up component, it's not going to be successful. At the same time, if 1,000 ideas come, somehow it has to converge into a few priorities at the end. So we want to give everybody an opportunity, and then we have discussions at various levels on what we can potentially do, how much money do we have over the next 5 years to support all the requests that came in. At some point, we have to decide and prioritize. And we wanted to prioritize in a way that nobody is left behind. Not every idea is going to be supported, but everybody's idea is included into consideration. And we hope that whatever we decide to do, everybody will have a role to play and everybody will benefit in one form or another. For example, if we put an emphasis on artificial intelligence, we want to make sure that people in our humanities and social sciences also benefit, not just people in our computer science or medicine. So I think to your point, it has to be some convergence of bottom up and top down. And we also want to make sure that our priorities as a publicly funded university are aligned with all our stakeholders, which includes government's priorities and also aligned with our industry partners' priorities. Of course, so we do what is right for the students and alumni. So that's essentially what we try to do over the last 18 months.
Excellent. I wish we could continue this discussion, but it must come to an end.
I just want to make one point. You said our priorities are faculty, faculty, or faculty. I agree, but I would add our priorities are also students, students, students.
Absolutely. And I actually wanted to prompt you to do that because we talked a lot about student-centric education in our conference today. So I completely agree with the last point you made. It deals well with us, digital literacy, because I believe data is the new English for social sciences. So I think we need to sort of take people along and get the positives of each. So my only dream and wish is effective engagement of NTU with Indian higher education institutions. And I think we look forward to that now that we have made this connection through FICCI, which is the largest, industrial, it's a club. And we are academicians in here. Vidya chairs the committee. I co-chair. Shekhar is somewhere. He's also there. So I think we'll like to get you engaged with us to see that how we can learn. Each one is context specific, but they're broad pointers that you talked about today. Sort of is ringing in my ears, and they're almost all that I've been thinking about and we discussed in our conference. Anyway, thank you so much for sparing the time to be with us, and these slides are just great. Maybe we'll take a second look at all of them to absorb the full impact of what you said today. So this is not to say bye, but to say that let the journey begin together and help us out with your wisdom and with your support in the Indian higher education system. So thank you so much.
Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks from all of us, really. Thank you. Back to you, Rajesh.
Rajesh is not part of the session, but on behalf of FICCI, I'd like to thank Dr. Suresh and Dr. Ghosh for moderating the session. We will now move into our next session in OD 1 for developing research ecosystem role of universities. So we form.
And in this research, it really opened my mind. And these 2 points that we are not there, we have R&D ecosystem, and we need to strengthen it, really stands out. So I really think it's very, very important. Okay, so now my 2 minutes up. I would now request Professor Anil Saraswate to give his opening comments. He, as all of you, I'm sure everybody knows, he is the chairman of AICT. He's been the chairman for years. Before that, he's been a vice chancellor, professor, and a very, very distinguished member of the academic community. Anything else he may want to tell about his background, I request him. So, over to you, Anil.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Pankaj Jilote, from FICCI, Rajesh, Pankaj also, and all the panelists who have joined with us, Professor K.N. Ganesh, Professor Robin Masson, Professor Sanjay Jhodpe, and Moss, Souvik Bhattacharya, and all others who have joined this particular FICCI panel on building research ecosystem in India and the role of universities. It's a very important topic at a time when the new national education policy has been rolled out on July the 29th. And we are in the midst of implementation of that policy. And that is where this particular topic becomes absolutely topical. At the same time, we have with us moderator, Professor Pankaj Jilote, who himself has written an excellent treatise on the system of how to build the research universities. And he himself practiced that in terms of as a founding director of the IIIT Delhi. And that's why this panel is going to be the real powerhouse for creating the research ecosystem. Having said that, if you look at the universities, by definition itself, they are the ones where it is a crucible for variety of knowledge which has to come in, and you have to melt it and then digest it. And that's why it is not just the science and technology, but it is whether it is humanities and social sciences, the law, the medicine, the management, all the fields of education, they are supposed to be there part of the universities. Unfortunately, in India, the initial universities, they were certainly of the similar nature, started in Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras. But subsequently, gradually, post-independence, we have started, developing unitary type of institutions, whether it is in management. There are excellent institutions in India, but they are all focusing in one domain. And that's why when we are talking about building research universities, we must look back on some of the best research universities that exist in terms of the nomenclature that is used worldwide. Whether it is Stanford, Harvard, MIT, Cambridge, Oxford, Berkeley, Princeton, all of them are, in a way multidisciplinary, and that is what this policy of India, which talks about today as all the universities have to be multidisciplinary. This is a very fundamental change which is happening, and gradually some of the institutions like IIT Kharagpur started with first a management school, then subsequently a law school, and now even a medicine school. That means gradually we are moving in the direction of becoming anyway multidisciplinary. So there is very essence of a research ecosystem to be developed. But we always look at those universities from different countries as the research universities, and we always lament that we are not somewhere anywhere there in terms of whether it is world-class universities, in terms of Times Higher Education ranking, US ranking, and so on and so forth, whether it is in terms of accreditation system. But we must be aware that some of the best world-class universities, or whatever you call research universities, existed in this country itself. The Takshila and Nalanda, from 6th century BC to 12th century AD, the entire education system was governed by the universities that existed here. People from all over the world, coming together, studying different types of subjects. That was part of the Nalanda system. A library which is 8-story, tall. At that point in time, remember we are talking about 1200 AD when it was burnt completely. So that means there is an intrinsic DNA of education, research that is existing, but somewhere down the line we have missed the bus, so we need to catch up. So this new national education policy is trying to empower us through a variety of ways. One of them is, quite often it is said that universities can choose themselves to be broadly classified as either research universities or teaching intensive universities or degree awarding institutions. So I think this is one part which is important. And unfortunately, as pointed out by Pankaj Jalote in the beginning, that the research ecosystem has not developed in our general universities. Somewhere it was there in pockets here and there, but otherwise, except the Indian Institute of Science and some of the IITs, it is not visible in all the universities. And this is what we need to completely transform. One of the reasons is we have continued with a system of affiliation. You know, a university has about 500, 600 colleges which are affiliated. And the role of university there has become bogged down to that of a certain level of certification program of a bachelor's degree, master's degree. That means you create a curriculum once in a while, once in 5-10 years, revise it, and then continuously conduct the examination. Except the examination and results, universities by and large are not doing anything. So how do we really create an atmosphere of ambience of research in those universities? I think this is a million-dollar question which we need to address when we are talking about implementation of the new national education policy. So when we say research intensive, the research ambience starts from various things, actually not necessarily at the university level itself, but from the school onwards. You know, our nature of examination papers that we set, the type of questioning that the student should ask every time, you know, when there is something being told to him, whether it is right or wrong, whether he should be able to debate, discuss. I think this is generally discouraged, unfortunately, from the school system till the higher education. And that's why in most of the classes, it is almost becoming one-way traffic of lecturing by faculty members for about an hour or so. No questions asked. Very rarely a student asks a question, and sometimes he's snubbed for asking certain questions as well. I think if you need to change it, one is have a lot of interaction between students and the teachers, which is very significant and important on one side. And then the type of examination questions we ask them. It is not rote learning based questions, but where your analytical ability, critical thinking, your ability to innovate, your ability to create some new system which is possible even at the lowest level of school, create a toy, create a game, all of that should create an innovation culture leading to research culture. Then secondly, the problem of infrastructure, the problem of funding, there are other issues as well. So naturally, a university cannot have everything to be done on their own. Certain kind of infrastructure has to be there, minimum, whereby there are lots of labs where equipment are required to be available. So funding from the government or from any other source, maybe through the alumni, through the industry. And that is where industry institute connect is also important. It's not just some kind of an interaction in a seminar like this in FICCI and academic institutions come together, but there must be a strong collaboration and partnership between industry and the institution. And those institutions who have done that, certainly there are certain labs also set up by the industry in such organizations. It is a win-win situation. Some of the research that is conducted in the institutions naturally is benefit to the industry, that goes back to the industry. And that's why unless we have a strong connect between industry and institution, that will not happen. The second part is that of the alumni, both as a source of funding as well as wherever they go, some of the knowledge that they are continuing to gain, if they come back and share it with the institutions, that is their alma maters, I think a lot of things will start happening. On the part of the government, of course, there are two types of universities in India, totally government institutions and totally self-financed institutions. And few models of PPP do exist where public-private partnerships do exist. So I think in either of these cases, how you can fund, maybe for funding your routine salary of the faculty, for funding of the research equipment, the government may not be able to support private enterprises or private institutions. But certainly for large-scale research projects which a private university wants to undertake, there must be no distinction between the government institution and the private institution. Because the fee charged, so routine expenditure in terms of what we call it as our teacher salary, support staff, and all that can be taken care of through the fees. But government should certainly support in terms of research large-scale research project may be requiring a couple of crores of rupees, and that kind of a thing is required. Secondly, encouragement to faculty, whether in private or government, in terms of making them to do research. What kind of support system is there? What kind of awards, incentives are there? And if you don't do all of this and also engage in terms of freedom or autonomy to select the right kind of students, right kind of faculty, and even the pay packages, which are not fixed but variable in terms of one who gives what kind of output, you must be in a position to tweak with that. If all of this freedom is not given like what is there in some of those best universities in the world, we will not be able to create that research ecosystem. And therefore, my take on entire system of changing to the research ecosystem is that government has a limited role, but certainly it has to have a supportive role, and everyone has to strive hard to get more and more funding from all possible resources and create an ecosystem where everyone will thrive in terms of doing research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. I must say, your time is 9 minutes and 50 seconds. I will, without looking at the clock, you have really gone into precision over there. Thank you very much for the chairman's comments, and these are all very well pointed out, right from NEP to school education to multidisciplinary universities to industry connect. Okay, so now we'll move on to the panel discussion. And each one of us will speak. I request each of the panelists to keep a track of their own time and 5 to 6 minutes. And I will so let me start. So I will also start my start 1 o'clock. So I'll take the first 5 minutes. I thought I'll just discuss first the need for the importance of universities in the research ecosystem. I'll mention 2 points. The research ecosystem in a country is really the research ecosystem in the private sector, the companies, which in developed countries is the biggest. In our country, it's about 40% now in terms of investment. Then the government labs, the government supported labs, and academia. And then there are a few NGOs, there's that. But these are the 3 major components of the research ecosystem anyway. If you look at it, research people power, which is really the main power, comes from research industry. If you have the nucleus weak, your research ecosystem cannot be strong. It's as simple as that for the research ecosystem. That's number 1 point. Just as simple as that. The second point I want to mention is about the higher education ecosystem. It's different from the research ecosystem. Higher education ecosystem, as NEP has already said, you can view it as a 3-tier. At the top, you have the research universities, maybe 10% of your overall universities. Then you have teaching-focused universities, which are doing teaching and also some research. Then you have colleges, which are largely doing teaching. If you look at, again, developed higher education ecosystem, faculty for the second layer, first layer. Faculty for the college layer will come from the second layer as well as the first layer. The first layer is the only exception. So the research universities produce their own faculty. They are supposed to provide faculty. So the research ecosystem drives down the innovation and research costs and new knowledge. So that is why the criticality, even though it may be quite higher education, it is critical for the. So these are 2 points I wanted to make why universities must be. Okay, yes, now I want to just raise a few points about sort of shortcomings in that. First is, if we look at our funding, overall funding, and we sort of followed, I think, the UK and Russian model of having a 2-tier system. But today, if we look at even UK, as well as most developed countries, of the government funding that is spent on R&D, if you just look at the ratio, how much of it goes to this R&D in universities versus the rest, in UK and Australia, it is of the order of 3 times to 1. 3 times money goes to the universities and money goes to other R&D. So 2 to 1. One of them is 3, 1. US, I think, about 1. but still universities are the dominant. In our case, it is 0.1. 90% goes here, 0.1 goes to the university. So if we want universities to be at the core and the strongest thing, this pattern, which may have adopted, but certain countries like UK have a different so that's one point at a very macro level. At the university level, and also slightly at the macro level, the thing we have to focus on, which I think is getting ignored of, is the quality of the PhDs. If we don't have good frameworks for quality of PhDs, and I just want to, and you really can't just put frameworks, another UGC report, another this thing. One of the ways is essentially to direct the PhD graduation more and more towards the top research universities. The US, the top, because I'm just quoting US because the data is more easily. 50% of the PhDs are produced by top 50 universities. This is when they have a large research university ecosystem involved. I did a similar study for our top 50. The thing is that from 2015, when we had about 42%. So earlier we know most of the PhDs were getting produced in institutions. That's not happening. From about 42% in 2015 to just 2017, it is down to 50%. PhDs are proliferating in the non-top institutions. We really have to put some kind of mechanism in place, and there are ways to do it. Whereby we, of course, all universities should have a decent PhD system, but research top universities must have it. So I must end soon. And the last point I want to mention is that we must add certain amount of competition for research between universities and between research. Our system is just too much complacency at the individual teacher level, at the university level. Universities are getting all the students they want, they're getting the money from wherever they want, the top ones. They're not the people. And I would just like to leave there as a research excellence REF or something in UK, which is a very nice model. I think Australia does something every 5 years, they do it. Something which makes the research universities compete to show who's better. So we need to sort of do that. Since my 5 minutes are up, I'm going to stop here. So these are the 3 points I wanted to highlight about what we can do from the universities. Okay, thank you very much for the time. I will now request Professor Krishna and Ganesh to speak, and I request you to kindly introduce yourself as well. And please, if you can find yourself, that would be great.
Thank you, Professor Jalote. And I'm Krishna Ganesh. I'm the director of IISCR at Tirupati. I used to be the director of FICCI Pune for about 2 terms. Now I have been asked to be the director of FICCI Tirupati for the past 3 years, essentially establishing new research universities. Now, I think much of it has been, very eloquently covered by both Professor Sahasrabuddhe and Professor Jalote. What I would like to do is take up 1 or 2 aspects of how to get into the improving the university system. Now, if you look at the top 10 world ranking education institutions, you find that 7 of them, and it might be true even if you take 100, 70 to 80% of them are universities. And very few institutes are there, like for example, MIT, Caltech, ETH, etc. So it is the universities that breed research essentially at a global level. But unfortunately, that has not happened in our system. The reasons are very many. I would like to take one aspect, which is perhaps not a very common thing which is recognized in the system, that is about undergraduate teaching. Now, if you look at all the universities from abroad, one thing to find is that all of them, almost all of them do undergraduate teaching. And this is lacking in our system. We only have postgraduate teaching and research. We do not have undergraduate teaching. Does it really matter? Yes, of course. Now, undergraduate teaching and research is very, very important. Most of these courses, which in undergraduate teaching, usually they involve 1 year of research And I think my colleagues here are familiar with the ISA system, where 1 year of undergraduate students, they do research. And this is very, very important because it is these students who do research. They develop research methodology, they get to know a lot of things much earlier in their life. And also these undergraduates, they are in the age group where they are most creative and they are becoming what they will be in future. So we need to capture these undergraduate students for development of future research force. Unfortunately, most universities do not have undergraduate education. In our center universities, they have some integrated research programs, but IITs, ISAs, they do have that. And so it's very important that we concentrate on undergraduate research. One is not because that they would produce great research work, but they get a very good training of research methodologies. They learn lab techniques, they know how scientists work, and they develop skills in analysis, analytics, etc. By the time they leave the institution, they have got a whole round, a complete knowledge of how research is done, which will be very, very useful. In fact, they would also provide good quality PhD students for our PhD program. In fact, most of the students we are getting in the PhD, it's a vicious circle. Many of us feel that the postgraduate education does not give, so that we need to train the students in the research methodology, etc. So it's better that we have an integrated system in which the undergraduates, when they leave, they're well-rounded in research methodologies and they become better students for our research intake. That is very, very important. The second aspect is about, in fact, if you really see, many of the great discoveries have been done through undergraduate education. Once, I think Professor Shekhar Vishwanathan knows, we have started in the last decade how many new ISAs, IITs, NITs, central universities. We must have added more than 3,000 faculty, new faculty, young faculty who are coming, raring to do research in India. Unfortunately, our research funding has not gone proportionately. We include 3,000 faculty. You can imagine how much of, even at a modest amount of 50 to 60 lakhs research grant, if you want to provide, it has not happened. New institutions have some funding, they're able to sustain, but these faculty who have joined very well-established older institutions, they have not been able to get the same kind of funding. So infrastructure is already been mentioned. Now, the important thing, apart from the students' quality, is the faculty. Now, unless we change, we are doing a lot of things on the downstream processing of improving research. But what about the upstream? The most important stakeholder is the faculty. Unless you recruit good faculty who can guide students, who do research, who do even get do administration, things cannot change. You can change any system, but if you're not trying to get merited faculty, I don't think we can improve very much. All the downstream processing goes vain if you do not have good faculty. It's very, very important, the quality of faculty. Now, the last point which I would like to do is about 2 points. One is of the networking. Now, most of our institutions, all of us cannot be good in everything. So the thing which many central and state universities can do is to network with one of the higher research institutions. Could be a national laboratory, it could be an IIT, or it could be an ISER, so that you could bring the best of research practices in areas into those universities. So central universities are still better, but the state universities are really in a bad shape. They do not have faculty, they have only temporary faculty, contract faculty who cannot do research. They won't be able to get research funding. So unless you improve the faculty situation, it becomes very, very difficult. And last point, which is sort of not very well recognized in India, is that not that all the research which is happening in academics, institutions is trash. It is not like that. In fact, I have studied systems in UK, systems in US. It is very common that the universities in UK and USA and other places, they hire people who can convert basic research into applied research. Not every piece of basic research is useless or cannot be translated. It's not like that. These experts, they actually go around, look at all the basic research and try to manufacture some translational aspect to that. Many of them may not be existing, even the basic researcher may not know, but these are the industry consultants who would come out with a product based on the basic research, It is very, very common. Unfortunately, in many of our academic systems, we do not have that kind of consultants who can actually convert even 10% or 15% of our basic research into applied products. So that has led to some kind of a feeling that all the academic research is only we publish papers and it is useless. It is not so. It is very common abroad people to hire people who just go around, scout for ideas, and then come out with some useful applications thing. Unfortunately, India lacks such kind of expertises. So in order to improve the research system in universities, you have to start with some undergraduate education, which will bring vibrancy into the research ecosystem, improve the quality of PhD students. Most important is the faculty. Unless you have good faculty who are raring to go, a good distribution of in the faculty, assistant, associate, and senior professors, we should have enough numbers. Many of the institutions do not have even the critical mass of the faculty which are required. And networking with other institutions, that is very, very important. For all the institutions, even for the national laboratories, it is good, important, because there's a feeling that those who teach do not do research, those who do research do not teach. When I say teach, I'm mentioning about undergraduate teaching, which is really a challenge. Postgraduate teaching is easy. So those who are doing research have no access to bright young students of undergraduates and vice versa. So this we need to change. We need to network the institutions so that we get a good balance of this. So this is where I will stop. Thank you. You're muted, Professor Jalote.
Yes, all right, yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Krishna. The next would be Professor Robin Mason. Professor, I would like you to take 30 seconds to introduce yourself before you make your points. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good morning if you're in the UK as I am. My name's Robin Mason. I'm Pro-Vice Chancellor and Vice President International at the University of Birmingham in the UK. I'm a Professor of Economics as my academic background. The University of Birmingham, for those who don't know it, was established in 1900, so it's a little over 120 years old now, and we're one of the Russell Group universities, of research-intensive universities in the UK, and we're in the world's top 100. So very much a research-intensive university, but a comprehensive university. So we also teach all subjects except for veterinary medicine and architecture. So a comprehensive, broad university, but a research-intensive one. What I thought I might do in the 5 or 6 minutes that I have is describe a little bit the research ecosystem in the UK. We've already, previous speakers have already said a few things about it, but I'll give a bit more detail. I'll give you some of my personal thoughts on the role and importance of universities in that research ecosystem in the UK. Some of the critical factors that make universities successful in playing that role, but then also some of the gaps that we encounter in the UK. So the research ecosystem in the UK, it's actually really quite complex and diverse. The majority of R&D spend, about 2/3 of it, comes from businesses in the UK. Of the remaining third, though, universities account for the majority. So about 1/4 of overall R&D comes from universities to supplement the 2/3 from businesses. And then the remaining 10% or so is split between a panoply of public and non-profit research organizations, research institutes, public sector research establishments, non-profit organizations such as charities. So it's really quite a complex ecosystem. And while I'm going to emphasize universities, I do want to say that the non-university organizations perform a really vital role. They carry out early stage applied research. They support policy development, they develop standards, testing, regulation, and so on. And so without them, I think the more fundamental research that takes place in the universities and the application into policy and commercial products. But let me go to universities, and the UK is unusual in having such a high proportion of R&D spend occurring in universities. Actually, only Italy and Canada have higher proportions in developed countries. And I think that high spend really plays through in some of the strengths of the UK university system for research. The UK has 1% of the world's population. We only have 3% of R&D, world R&D expenditure, but we produce 4% of researchers, 10% of downloaded articles, and we have 16% of the world's most highly cited publications. So that, I think, gives some indication of the strengths of the UK system. Now, that leads not just to academic benefit, it also leads to real significant economic benefit. So my own university, for example, we regularly do studies to look at the economic impact of the university. And my own university, through its own research, generates something like 9,000 crore rupees a year, so £885 million, of economic benefit solely through our research. And our estimate is that the multiplier is 12. So for every crore invested in our research, the return is 12 crore to the economy. So it clearly more than pays for itself. So what's going on there? Well, universities in the UK play a crucial role in research in a number of different ways. Of course, we carry out the research. We create clusters around which others come to innovate. And so in Birmingham's case, we are developing a life sciences park where we'll have a mix of academic and commercial research all together in the same place, but clustered around the university strengths. And importantly, we train researchers. So the UK is the fourth largest producer of PhD graduates in the world after the US, China, and Germany. Over half of our PhD students are from outside of the UK, so we actually contribute to research capacity not just in the UK, but internationally as well. Let me very briefly say some of the enablers of that success. Professor Ghilotte has already said the UK has got very stable core funding of universities from government, and that funding is allocated on the basis of research quality. I would say that interdisciplinarity is a real strength of UK university research. The research-intensive universities tend to be comprehensive, not entirely, but they tend to be comprehensive. And so they can bring all of the disciplines to bear. And we've needed that in COVID times, where it isn't just the genome sequencing of the virus that gets you there. It's also all of the behavioral aspects of how people behave when there's a pandemic in place. And finally, I'd say we're incredibly open. So over half of all our research is with international collaborators. And here's the benefit of that. When Birmingham works on its own, its average citation rate is a little over twice the world average. But when we work with one of our 250 Indian institutional collaborators, that joint work is cited over 11 times the world average. So working internationally really increases the quality of research. But still there are gaps. The UK is far behind, for example, US institutions in terms of intellectual property generated from research and the number of successful spin-off companies. And there are a few frictions in the system which we need to address, including making sure that our faculty have got career paths that allow them to engage in commercialization of research and not just producing the fundamental knowledge. I can say some more about that in Q&A, but I can see time is against me. So let me just conclude by saying, in the UK, strong universities are absolutely vital for research and the highest quality research, but also the training of researchers and bringing economic. But we have to coexist with other research organizations in part because there's still a gap between the fundamental research that goes on in universities and the application of that research to commercial products. While the UK is taking steps to close that gap, we've still got some work to do. Professor Charlotte, let me hand back to you. I think you're still muted.
Yes. So thank you very much. It was very nicely focused with very clear points. I'm sure many of us would have benefited. Okay, I would now like to request Dr. Sanjay Zobde to please take first couple of seconds to introduce yourself and then your points. Please, I request you to yourself times and about 6 minutes or so. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir. You are mute. Oh, I can't hear you, Dr. Sanjay. No, sorry, Dr. Sanjay, we can't still hear you. Dr. Sanjay, why don't you log out and log in again? Okay. Meanwhile, let me please go on to the next one. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you after this one, right? You please log out, log in again, so we can check your audio. Okay. So I now request Souvik, Professor Souvik. I call him Souvik because that's what I used to a little bit. So Souvik, know him for quite some time. So Souvik, over to you. Please take a little few seconds to introduce, though I'm sure most people know it, but please go.
Thank you, Pankaj. Let me begin with what you said, and also quite a bit of it is captured in your book, which I have gone through. You talked about the three-tier university system with the top tier research universities, the middle tier research and teaching, and then the bottom tier pure teaching. Now, I think what's happening in general in this country is everybody is trying to do everything kind of situation. And even the bottom of this, the third tier, so to speak, they are also, quite often trying to even use government funds to do research, etc. And then quite often the competence is missing, and it's kind of a pretension. I'm using a pretty strong word there, but you know what I mean, a bit of pretension going on. So I think we need to stop that process. We are not using our resources effectively. And so we need to be selective on who does what kind of thing, which Pankaj has mentioned today as well as in the book. So, sure.
The process, they don't even do good teaching.
That's right. That's the unfortunate part. But yeah, but then the other spectrum, on the other end of the spectrum, I think Robin and Ian, they are very familiar possibly. I'm talking about the Indian scenario. Back in the US during graduate school, I remember that the top faculty colleagues, faculty researchers, they were not necessarily paying a whole lot of attention to teaching. Very, very in a designed way. It's not mercilessly, ruthlessly they're stealing time away from that, which we don't do in India. We try to kill ourselves for the best performance in the class, and I love that as an individual for my entire teaching career. So that is also another aspect, whether we should continue to do that. The research universities, the first year could deviate from that policy that we have been following. Anyway, I let me focus on something I wanted to speak on a little bit, kind of give a big picture on the funding scenario, not the micro, it's the macro scenario. It's very often talked about India's total investment government spending is a very tiny percentage of the GDP, 0.7%. You hear that in every seminar. Just for completeness, I'm mentioning it also. Whereas, take another example, something like South Korea is about 4.5%. That sort of gap is there. So India needs to do, somewhat more. I don't know. I have read some of the leading, thought leaders, the leading thinkers in this country. They have indicated that India should do 4% right away. But you see the budget for the last several years and decades. it's not happening. It doesn't really happen. It's very difficult. I know the government has to organize the funds from somewhere. It's not easy for me to say. So let me mention one alternate route where some tweaking of the legislation can bring in substantial support, if not all of it. It is fairly well known. It's nothing absolutely novel, but I'm just trying to reinforce the idea with this panel. So in the last budget, the Science Ministry allocation was around 15,000 crore. I heard Robin saying rupees crore, so I'm not going to convert. You guys are very familiar, looks like. So, the entire thing was about 15,000 crore Science Ministry allocation. And now the newly formed National Research Foundation, that will be about 10,000 crore per year, on an average, because 50,000 has been, 10,000 crore is about $1.54 billion or so, roughly. So it's interesting to note that now the annual average corporate social responsibility budget, the CSR, which is a thing that's happening since 2013 in this country, that in 2020 is roughly about 15,000 crore. Now that's a hefty amount. And interesting, out of this 15,000, the top 300 companies contribute nearly 10,000 crore. So that 10,000 crore is just about equal to the average annual NRF funding that the government has promised. As a matter of fact, has officially announced. So is that fund in substantial fraction coming over to research for the? I would like to divert it to the selected top group of Pankaj's 70-odd universities. He has beautifully delineated how to select them. I love that formula in a very quantified manner, etc., which can be done. So we are going to suggest this, that can we tweak the legislation that a substantial chunk of this 15,000 crore per year can it be diverted to research? And then there is a percolating additional benefit. If one industrial outfit is spending its CSR on selected or more than one selected research universities, they participate intellectually as well as an industry outfit with their own problem, their own focused, whatever benefit they want to get. And the benefit on the academia side is we can make it even 50-50. For all such association, the national funding agency will give 50% of the fund like it does today, 100%, and the other 50% should come from CSR as a compulsion. And then the PhD student and the faculty members, they can work on the industrial problem and so on and so forth. Professor Ganesh very correctly mentioned that, I'll come back to that fundamental research has to be funded by all means. This is an absolutely big mistake, blunder if we get rid of it, because 20 years later, 50 years later, we'll be absolutely bankrupt if we don't do fundamental research today. So some of the translational research that's happening today is because of fantastic fundamental research that happened decades back. So we need to remember that. So the CSR diversion, and this is something also aligned with NEP 2020 in terms of research university and all that stuff. The other issue that keeps coming up is what kind of research, I'm coming back to Professor Ganesh's topic, what kind of research should we be doing in the universities? Popularly, most of us inclined toward applied and translational work. So the political leadership everywhere, they prefer visible impact within their term in power. So short term, immediately visible, research projects and so on. But you can't do all that. So a debate is how to reconcile both the exogenous, the curiosity-driven invention, and also the endogenous, the market-driven innovation. You've got to have a balance on this. You've got to have the national priorities in sight and all that. So that's something we need to, I think the triple helix, people often talk about the industry, government, academia, Trinity. I'm sure that we can have a nice policy on that, where this exogenous, endogenous mix can be defined for certain group of institutes in certain manner. And so we need to support fundamental or basic research, not just applied research in my mind. And we have to set aside a certain percentage of GDP for funding long-term fundamental research problems, because otherwise you are going to dry up the supply line, the supply chain of talent into the universities and other good institutes in this country, or for that matter in any country. So that without a good foundation provided by fundamental research, you can't just do applied research in a sustainable manner. So I had some points to make. I am out of time, I understand. So undergraduate research, etc. So I'll stop here and come back if there is time. Thank you.
Thank you, Souvik. Thank you for keeping the time and very nice, good focus points. I would now come back to Dr. Sanjay. Dr. Sanjay, can you first just say hello so we can test your... Oh, please, I can't still hear you. Sorry, we can't hear you. You're mute, Sanjay. Can't hear you. Nope. I'm sorry, can't hear you. Please yes, take help from your IT team and see what you can do. We can't do anything from here. Unfortunately, all of us are able to speak and hear. So maybe meanwhile, you'll have another 5 minutes. I'll get on to the next one. See if you can maybe go on to a different laptop. I can't hear you, sir. Sir, can't hear you. So I'm just suggesting, please see a different laptop or some other machine. Take help from your IT team. I'll move on to the next one in the interest of time. Mr. Ian Moss, I will request you to now please introduce yourself and say whatever you would like to share with us. Thank you very much. About 6 minutes.
Thank you, and thanks to all the panelists. This is an absolutely fascinating discussion, and I suppose, as I'll explain, I'm one step removed from it. I'm chief executive of STM, which is the leading global trade association for academic and professional publishers. So, in a sense, we are recipients of the output of research from universities and other institutions. We've got about 140 members in over 20 countries, and our members collectively publish more than 2/3 of all the journal articles and tens of thousands of monographs and reference works. And we have a very varied membership from small businesses and not-for-profit organisations, societies, up to professionals and large global publishers. And our mission really is to advance research worldwide. And I come to this debate with an interest that, we really do feel a kind of outreach role in helping to build capacity in research and support researchers through all stages of their career. And we try to help in many ways. We develop standards and technology to ensure research is of high quality and trustworthy and easy to access. And we promote the contribution that publishers make to innovation, openness, and sharing of knowledge. And I'm very struck by this debate, and I share a panel with some very eminent researchers in their field, which is always a pleasure and a privilege. But one of the things I've done in my career is I worked in the Treasury in the UK 20 years ago.
So Jan, every now and then your sound becomes very low. So keep speaking loudly if you
okay.
Thank you.
And one of the things that the Treasury observed was the importance of both of R&D in science and the expenditure on science, but also of the importance of universities in the kind of spillover benefits for the area in which they served, the spillover to the private sector investment, to research and development, to business and those cooperations and partnerships. So I think you are absolutely focusing on a critical issue, which is the role of universities in R&D, but the role of universities as kind of powerhouses of kind of growth and innovation, and those step changes that societies can make. And I think this is, for an observer to this debate, I think this is absolutely critical, and the passion that you've shown is undoubtedly part of that. I mean, India has the second highest number of science, technology, engineering, medicine graduates in the world. It's a third-ranking producer of science and engineering articles after China and the USA. It's an incredible center for knowledge and innovation and learning and in the cutting-edge disciplines. It's the fourth most prolific producer of articles globally. I have the figure of around 175,000 citable documents. I mean, both the quality and the volume of research that's coming out of India is remarkable, absolutely remarkable. I mean, Professor Mason talked about co-authorship, and I think this is an important point because it is one of the collaboration and co-authorship is an interesting metric of how kind of global and how connected, and India's got one of the lowest rates of international cooperation. I think that's, you know, as an observation, that is something that is worth looking at, and you should encourage and support researchers for international engagement. But as well as, so in today's research ecosystem, you know, it is international, and universities are a really important role in supporting researchers' participation and cooperation. From our aspect, as well as safeguarding quality, our members, our publishers, are an integral part of fostering growth within the ecosystem. We ensure that your research is discoverable. You know, from everything from supplying the metadata for global search engines and registering articles and citations and so on. You know, it's about communication, about bringing that knowledge to a global audience, both the expert and actually the layperson. And the other thing I think we sort of put into the system is that we verify, we ensure quality and trust and verified information is paramount to advance of research, and access to that information is essential. So we work very hard on pseudoscience, manipulation of findings, and those sorts of things. So I'll let you continue discussions, because I think that, you know, I can only observe the central point. But I would say that you know, you're absolutely looking at the right challenges. But you start from a basis of an incredible output. I think you're talking about structures, and you're talking about the development of universities with a background of knowing that you have an undergraduate, postgraduate society, community that is some of the highest quality research in the world. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ian. Okay, Sanjay, let's try again. And let's hope that this will work out. Sanjay, you should please unmute yourself. And then let us see if you can. Sanjay, I'm very sorry, I can't read. None of us can hear you. I think I see other heads also rolling.
I think Sanjay has to choose the microphone.
Sanjay, maybe your microphone or something is not there. I don't know what is the problem. We can't hear you.
Maybe if you click on audio options by the mute.
See the audio in the WebEx at top, you have audio and video options, and see if it shows up something.
Sanjay, if you click on the three vertical dots at the bottom of the screen, if you click on it, there is a switch audio. If you just do that, I don't know, something like that.
Try that. Let's try for a minute various things. Sir, your speaking is not going to help us because we can't hear you. It's a one-way communication. Okay, so Souvik said try the three dots and do that. I think somebody, Ian, mentioned try on the top, you have audio and video. See if any settings come from there which you can change.
It says switch audio. Either at the bottom or the top.
At the top, it says switch audio, and see if that helps.
Okay, he has given up.
Okay, so I guess, so please nod. I guess you're saying we should go ahead. I think that's what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, sorry about that. We would have really loved to hear you, but unfortunately, it's not working out. Okay, so I guess FICCI guys, you guys please tell us when to stop. I'm now not going to keep track of your time. So you tell us when to stop. Let me just take 2 minutes to try to summarize. Otherwise, people will start saying their own thing. But I've made notes for everyone. I think one key theme is coming in everyone is that of funding. Krishna mentioned it, that funding is this thing, and I should mention, I've done this analysis, while the funding in India, for extramural funding, which is what comes to the universities, has been increasing, but so has our higher education ecosystem. If you look at extramural funding per institution, it actually is pretty much plateaued. And our amount, even in the top universities, is just 20 crores per university. I mean, that's pittance if we consider globally, right? So there's some analysis there. But Robin also mentioned that that this was one of the key R&D spending. Sovic mentioned funding, and he also mentioned CSR. Okay. The second point that essentially everyone seems to have mentioned is collaboration / networking / this kind of thing. So Krishna mentioned networking, collaboration with labs, etc. Robin, I really like that point. He said universities, they do research, train researchers, which all of us know. But he said the third thing they do is create clusters. That's essentially networking and engaging in collaboration. And Ian also mentioned that his studies seem to indicate that India is very low on collaboration. These two themes seem to be, and I think Saraswati also mentioned, and the other theme that is industry connect, etc. So that's again collaboration. So that theme is very clear across everyone. And the other point, the third point that is coming out from a lot is multidisciplinarity. Okay, that's what Saraswati mentioned. Robin also mentioned, and I think the global data also suggests that. So let me just summarize that these 3 points seem to be coming out from all the panelists. That funding is undoubtedly a challenge in this thing, and that really needs to be spruced up to get universities at the core of this thing. We need to get into multidisciplinarity. We need to get into more openness, more connect, more engagement. Okay, I'll open the floor to anyone who wants to say anything. We should have at least 10 minutes, but more courtesy people.
Pankaj, one important point is giving full autonomy to institutions is equally important. I think you're missing out on that. And coming from a regulator, that's music to the ears probably from all it's important.
Okay, but given this should be motherhood statement. We should. Okay, yes, please go ahead, Robin.
Thanks. Really very good summary. You've integrated our various comments very well there. Let me return actually to funding and autonomy. And here I think it's really important that funding is allocated on the basis of quality, and that there is earned autonomy. So I agree, autonomy for research universities is really important, but you have to earn the right to be autonomous by producing high quality research. And so the challenge in the UK system 30 years ago, probably, before we instituted national research assessment exercises, now called the Research Excellence Framework, was that funding was distributed irrespective of quality. So if you didn't do very good work or any work at all, you still were funded. There's a lot of bureaucracy and no doubt inefficiency in the system of research assessment, but it does do the job of allocating to support quality. And then once you get that core funding that you've earned, you have the autonomy that you need to do good research. But you can't have autonomy without quality, and you can't have quality without regular assessment.
Okay, great. So I think the funding point is qualified, and I saw a lot of nodding heads that funding has to be increased, but you have to earn it. And autonomy also graded, you have to earn the higher. So yes, absolutely. I call it competition. You must compete to get the money. He's calling it has to be earned. Souvik, you want to? And also from the public, please, I don't know how to get it. After Souvik speaks, you please unmute yourself and say something. Yes, Souvik.
Yeah, thanks. So we talked about you have to earn it. Decisions are made based on merit. That's all good. So in India, there is this, I'll say it's a very discriminatory policy, if I may use that word. I do say it with, humbly, that, for all infrastructure projects, certain agencies are doing it, certain other agencies are not doing it. For infrastructure projects, research infra projects, they select an institute or they select institutes based on merit, based on the proposal, uniform process, irrespective of the ownership of the institute, private, government, this, that, anything. But suppose you are given X crore rupees, your proposal, and then the institute will only get 0.5x because it is not owned by the government. I think the national education policy has today. Professor Shastra mentioned it. Thank you, sir, for mentioning it. The NEP mentions it very explicitly, at least in 4 clauses. And then we are violating the announced policy of the government. I'm talking about live right now. So for my institute, this is happening to every other institute. We got selected in the highest category of PARS, one of the schemes, a very good scheme of Department of Science and Technology. I think in the highest category, only 2 institutes got it. So we are being private. I'll get 50% of the sanctioned amount, and the other 50% I have to spend, even if I don't have it. So I think we should step back from it, particularly for certain institutes which are non-government institutes, but otherwise acceptable with some yardstick, whatever that yardstick is. I think we need to act and change it. You should have done it yesterday, but let's do it today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, for top-level universities, whether they're private or so on, they ought to be measured by the same terms. That we can learn from US, which has had very successful. Anybody in the audience wants to say something? I would imagine in a few minutes, FICCI might call on us. If somebody wants to say, otherwise I'll give the panelists more time because I think we need them.
Professor Jalote, my colleague Upasana would have shared a question with you from the audience.
Okay, so
please check your chat.
From the audience in the chat or in where?
It should be in your chat box. Upasana,
Okay.
my colleague, would have shared.
Okay, Upasana, to the last speaker and other panelists in this session, the current outstanding speaker, how to deliver excellent quality training in education for the effective in the age of digitization and 5th industrial revolution. How to secure educational institution funding to prevent its collapse. I think we've already sort of discussed that. Quality portion we did. The last question is there, if there is an opportunity I could use under 2 minutes? Oh, that was sorry. You already talked about it. Which question are you talking about? Maybe you can read out the question. FICCI?
I think that was probably the only one. So
okay.
Yes.
I think that we sort of covered that quality. There's been talk about the quality-based funding and all that. So if that happens, some of it will come about. Yeah, Robin, please.
If it's all right, I was going to pick up on the second of the common themes that you mentioned, which was networking, collaboration, and
yes, please do that, because I can tell you Indian institutions are, I think, very weak in that. We don't even collaborate across the road. The only little collaboration we try to do is overseas. We still have this little thing to collaborate with US, this, that, but we don't want to collaborate with each other. So please tell us a little bit more. Yeah.
So I think there's a really interesting piece of work by somebody called Jonathan Adams, published in Nature in 2013, called The Fourth Age of Research. And his thesis is that research progresses through different phases. There was a phase where it was just an individual researcher doing their own thing. And then you get research within a university, and then you get research at a national level. And then the fourth age is international collaboration. And he provides really compelling evidence, and we've spoken about it today, about how that drives up the quality, the visibility, the connection of research. And I think, a key to that actually is academic mobility, starting from early career PhD students, And certainly my own institution is making big efforts because we want to do more and more collaboration with Indian partners to have schemes that allow Birmingham academics to spend time in India working with university partners and also to bring Indian academics over to work in Birmingham. So I think schemes to support academic mobility are the starting point to get collaboration, and it's international collaboration that drives up the quality of research. So faculty mobility, I think, is really, really important.
Great. I think Sesbuddheji wants to say.
No, in fact, there was a proposal of MHRD which has been working for quite some time now. Last 2.5 years is GAN, Global Initiative of Academic Networking. 1 week, 2 week, people from abroad coming and staying in India and then delivering a course. And GAN Plus is Indian faculty going abroad and doing it. So this faculty exchange is there. Then there is a Spark. Under Spark, people can get funding only if there is a accommodation of some foreign university in the project. Otherwise, you won't get funding, and student mobility is also there in that. I think this is there. But what Pankaj Jalote said, I liked it, that we jump, we have quantum jump from individual research to directly international collaboration research. We don't do research with our own colleagues in our own institutions, nor from other institutions in our own country. I think that middle one is also equally important, and which has a lot of value and much easier to do. But we are not doing that. Probably we must start doing that. And lastly, in the new education policy, a new regulatory framework is come in place, which is HECI, Higher Education Commission of India, with 4 verticals: one for regulation, the other for funding, the third one for accreditation, and fourth one for standard setting. And standard setting is not only for curriculum, but also for research and other areas. I think once everything falls in place in terms of an act passed by the parliament, the problems which Souvik Bhattacharya is facing today may dissolve. Actually, that's the hope that I would be just telling you. That's all. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks. Anybody else wants to say something? Otherwise, 3:57, we are 2-3 minutes past the allocated time.
Yep.
Souvik?
Yeah, and just to add to the undergraduate research bit, I think Professor Ganesh mentioned, there are good institutes in this country. Let me mention, I think Rupa Manjari Ghosh is still connected. Her institute, Shiv Nadar University, Noida, they actually have a very decent structure. We talk about industry immersive curriculum design, internship and so on and so forth, which Pilani, my institute, does a great job in terms of the industry immersion. But now we are talking about research immersive curriculum design as well, and people can choose the industry immersion or the research immersion, or maybe a blend of both, etc. So Shiv Nadar, and there are many others. I might not have studied the other models. And they are doing a very decent job by attracting, and the percolating benefits are very obvious. I mean, many of you have mentioned. This gives an exposure to what the world, the flavor of the world of research. And then the grad school, the supply chain is really ensured with good quality, with prior, bit of orientation done and all that. So I think in India, my experience, my entire career back in the IIT system, it works very informally. We have had a lot of undergraduate students publishing papers with undergraduate students in the best of journals, but there is no framework. There is no existing structure. It is left to the faculty member, and I have worked with even second year students just 1 year after they entered college, and they're amazing, bright students, as you know, we get this benefit, but then there is no framework. So it is up to the individual. It is more, in a way, it's good because motivated kids will come and work with you. You are also motivated. But I think a bit of structure is needed. I don't want the regulators to tell us what to do, but the institute leaders should decide and have a structure within the institute. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I think just on this, Souvik, you may have a point, but at the same time, I think your institution, so many undergraduate research, independent research, so many structures exist within universities. I mean, we have BTech project, which could be research, engineering, or entrepreneurship, for example. So there's lots of universities have devised it. But I think the point that Krishna mentioned, and in a more general sense, undergraduate education, I believe, is not just because we can have it. I think it is just a way to invigorate, because these are the brightest people. Teaching them and ensuring that your teaching is up to the current level of body of knowledge is going to help us do it. So even if the undergraduate students don't do research, but we do a good job of teaching them, our research will benefit. I mean, I'm reading Krishna's point a little bit more widely, but it's very, very important, and IITs and other places and BITS and other places have shown that. Okay, I think maybe we should take time to 4 o'clock. Perhaps we can just take time to now say thank you to everyone. Thank you, everyone. I think everyone made very nice focus points. Thank you for keeping time. While we can say some time, nobody can keep time in a panel like this. I can't possibly interject anyone. So thank you very much for keeping the time. Thank you to all the participants. I hope you gained some insights from the various points made by that, and I hope you will reflect upon it and help your own institution in whichever way. Thank you, and have a good day. Have a good meeting.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lote. Thank you, Professor Vishwanathan. Thank you all panelists. Wonderful session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll move to the next session now.
Thank you, panelists.
Session of day 2 of the conference. I mean, I say it's exciting because the national education policy, kind of has highlighted it as a fulcrum of Indian higher education system. Quality benchmarking is something that is very, very important, as are the other elements that is highlighted in policy. We have with us an esteemed panel from diverse set of institutions, of course moderated by none other than Dr. Sandeep Sancheti, and of course Professor V.S. Chauhan is going to deliver a keynote address. In fact, at FICCI, we've been doing a certain amount of work in this area. In fact, the recent one being an online accreditation task force that we're trying to, and of course, Amy will understand, we have framework, and so would Dr. Sancheti, trying to kind of create a framework on quality benchmarking for online education, which was supposed to be released in this conference. But we've kind of somewhere in between, so maybe 1 month down the line, we'll be able to have a comprehensive piece which we would want to submit to the ministry. Yeah, so the idea basically is to kind of look at accreditation and quality benchmarking in a big way, rating versus ranking, the binary accreditation that NEPS talks about, and how does it go forward, the functional, 4 functional element, which supposedly is to be independent of itself, within HECI, how does it, in the modality of it work out and all that. So all of that is going to be discussed in this panel and moderated by Dr. Sancheti. So before I, invite or introduce the other panelists, I would request Dr. Sancheti to kind of briefly introduce the session, and then maybe start, the session with Professor V.S. Chauhan delivering the special address. Over to you, Dr. Sancheti. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajeshji. Thank you, FICCI, for this wonderful opportunity and last 2 days of interaction where we have been learning and discussing a lot about the higher education system in India and outside, and also, of course, talking about various key components of challenges and way forward for us, especially in the light of what NEP 2020 has brought to us. Indian education system is very diverse, is very, very large, and the expectations have become even larger with the NEP coming in. And therefore, we need to discuss all these things continuously, and we thank FICCI for this opportunity. I'm sure the framework which you are trying to bring out this time would be soon in our hands, because that has to become our guideline for implementation. In past also, FICCI has done wonderful work in bringing out various facets of higher education and driving them very, very effectively. In last 2 days, once again, we have discussed many topics of skills or online education, financing the higher education. Just now we are discussing about research ecosystem. The diversity of topics was very, very large, and including the topic of diversity and inclusion. And of course, we talked about the future of universities, which are important. But what we are going to do in this 7th session, I think is going to encompass everything, because it kind of touches almost every aspect of the discussion which we have had in last 2 days. And it is about the quality and benchmarking. It is Is it going to be the fulcrum of higher education reforms in India? It is indeed already a fulcrum, I would say. There is a lot of excitement in Indian setup, which we see that they are now targeting ratings and rankings, whether it is the NBAs or NACs, or whether it is the NIRFs, or whether it is some local things which are there, and then many international ones which are there, both from QS, A, CSB, and various others which are there. The institutions have created task force to understand what are those benchmarks and how to achieve them. The real challenge is some of us don't necessarily understand them fully. The real challenge is that some of the goalposts keep moving. What are those things which we need to achieve? Sometimes on lighter side, we say that once we try to achieve that, those parameters do change over a period of time for whatever reasons, and therefore, once again, we are left high and dry in terms of this, and that is possibly one of the reasons some of the local benchmarks have also come into picture. An example of that would be the diversity which is brought in terms of internationalization. India, by all standards, going by the population, possibly can claim that if we have students from Northeast or North J&K or wherever which portion, we possibly can say that we have a huge diversity. So Indian standards have also come up very well, and they are competing. The world standards are driving us, and there are lots of challenges which are there. Challenges are there because we have 1,000+ universities now. We have 40,000+ colleges, and then our expectations are that all of them will raise the bar of their performance in terms of quality and benchmarking. And how to go about it is going to be a big challenge, and that is what we are going to discuss. It is going to be a long and continuous journey where we are going to define and redefine and redefine some of these benchmarks from time to time. And obviously, the complexity becomes much more in Indian context because we have a complex and tired system of universities. Various types of universities are there, but NEP is indicating that there will be some amalgamation, some standardization, some nomenclatures will vanish, and some will be established fully. And there are many standalone institutions, and amongst the standalone, many of them are unitary universities or institutions, and where there is a challenge that they cannot get or fetch good marks under what we call the aspects of diversity. So there are plenty of challenges which are there, but what right now we need to do under the overall requirement of quality where we are doing the benchmarking, in addition to that, we need to make sure that we develop what we call the culture of innovation and research, which have been discussed recently. Self-regulation and control, how much or how many times a police or someone called an agency can come and regulate you, control you, or correct you, or improve you. You have to do the self-regulation. I think that's going to be a challenge. Responsiveness to changes is going to be another big aspect, in my opinion. And we have seen it during COVID times, that how we responded as institutions, not only India, but rest of the world also responded. But how prepared we are for such responses as and when the need arises, I think that's going to decide once again what we are able to deliver and in terms of quality. And the overall thing is the student expectations and student satisfaction. So my dear experts, all of you, the real challenge is how to drive it, whether one size fits all is good or whether it's not good, whether ranking is good or rating is good. Is rating doing some aggregation, or ranking is if I have just a small 1 mark higher than you, and am I very good or better than you or best than anyone else? I think those are the questions which keep our minds. And I'm sure during this particular address and this particular session, all these things will be directly and indirectly answered. I also take this opportunity to welcome all the audiences. You are welcome to write questions to us on the chat, and those will be taken up by the experts. If you want, you can indicate the expert you want to answer your question. Otherwise, anyone will take a call. And if you don't have enough questions, we will also have questions amongst ourselves, amongst the panel. So before I hand over and invite Professor V.S. Chauhan sir for his keynote address, I'd like to quickly introduce all the 6 experts who are on the panel. First, of course, is Professor V.S. Chauhan, who is currently the Executive Chairman of the National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC, as most of you would know, an autonomous institution of UGC. Professor Chauhan is an Indian scientist and a Rhodes Scholar working in the fields of genetic engineering and biotechnology, and known for his contributions to the development of recombinant vaccine for malaria. He was honored by the Government of India in 2012, and with the 4th highest civilian award, that is the Padma Shri, was awarded to him in 2012. Professor Chauhan Saab is also associated with many international bodies such as the World Health Organization, and is also an expert and member of many expert advisory panels which are there at national and international level. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Professor Chauhan.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce a very distinguished good friend of mine, Professor N.N. Varghese, who is the Vice Chancellor of National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, NIPA, as we call that. Professor Varghese is currently the acting Vice Chancellor of the same institution in New Delhi. He was the head of the governance and management in education at the International Institute of Educational Planning, which is basically a UNESCO body in Paris till 2013, October of 2013. And he was also the head of training and education programs for 5-6 years between 2001 to 6 there. He was responsible for designing and introducing the IIEP Master's Program in Educational Planning and Management. And of course, he has a degree in economics with a specialization in educational planning. Welcome, Professor Varghese. Welcome to you. The third expert I'd like to introduce to you is Dr. Mercedes Siles Molina. Mercedes Siles Molina was born in Jenin in 1966 and grew up in Madrid. I studied in the University of Malaga, graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics with first-class honors. She obtained her doctorate in mathematics from the same University of Malaga in 1992. Her areas of interest include non-associative algebraic structures, associative modules and rings, and functional analysis. And she's a member of associations, many associations, societies, and scientific centers like CIMPA and many other such bodies like Society Sigma Xi. Welcome to you, Dr. Mercedes. Very nice to see you here. I now would like to introduce once again a very good friend of mine, Dr. I'll call him Professor also, nothing wrong with that. Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, CEO of QS IGOJ. And Dr. Ashwin has been working with this group, the QS group, since 2012. And his current role as a regional director, he works closely with universities in Middle East, North Africa, and South Asia to better understand the local context and to support universities and educational institutions in the quest for their excellence in capacity building. So both quantity and quality will be taken care by Dr. Ashwin and his team at QS, and they made changes to the Indian setup in terms of how to go about it. Dr. Ashwin is an ambassador of the quality movement in these regions and had advocated need for independent evaluation mechanisms. And he's a part of the founding leadership of QS IGOJ, which is India's first nationwide higher education system for rating of colleges and yeah. So welcome, Professor Ashwin, Dr. Ashwin. Good to see you here. Thank you for your time. I come to the next speaker, Professor Furqan Qamar, a very good friend of mine. We were colleagues for a long time. And Professor Furqan Qamar, as many of you already know, is a professor of management at Jamia Millia Islamia University in Delhi. And he has served as the Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, AIU, the largest and one of the oldest network of universities in the world. In his illustrious career, Dr. Qamar has held the position of Vice Chancellors a couple of times, and more importantly in the University of Rajasthan, as well as in the Central University of Himachal Pradesh in Northern India. He has also served as the Advisor Education in the Planning Commission in India, And Professor Kamar has chaired and has been member of large number of committees and working groups at the national and international levels in higher education space and many other related spaces also. Welcome, Professor Kamar. Good to see you here. Thank you. And finally, I come to the last speaker, Ms. Dr. Emmy Memham. She's the manager of Accreditation Services Asia Pacific at AACSB International. Emmy is a manager of accreditation services, I have told you, and she is working with AACSB member schools and has served as the association's special advisor in India for last 6 years. Prior to her relocation to Mumbai, Emmy was a manager of research at AACSB's US headquarters. Emmy has also represented AACSB at the UN Global Compact to co-convene the principles of responsible management education. And she, of course, began and is continuing there. So we are very privileged this time that we have distinguished experts from across the world with different and varied experiences. I welcome them all and welcome to you also, Ms. Emmy Memham. So with this brief introduction of all the experts, may I now request our distinguished expert and chair, Professor V.S. Chauhan for his keynote address. Sir.
Thank you, Sajid. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer, FICCI, here for having us open and collecting such a galaxy of extremely good quality. Again, I use the word quality quite advisedly. Good quality panel to discuss issues of quality. I was thinking what to say, and the time given 10 minutes, and I want to be a trusted soldier, not take more than 10 to 12 minutes. I think my performance, if you saw the quality of my talk to you, will be very moderate or poor, simply because it's such a wide subject. To say anything about quality in higher education, it's a sea of things that can bring it. So what I'll do, I'll spend 2 minutes or 3 minutes on some scattered, isolated thoughts. And many have come because I've recently have changed my hats from being the UGC chairman, then transformation of NAC from what it used to be to what it is now. And also now chairing a committee for the implementation or roadmap of some of the most contentious issues in the NEP. So you have to just pardon me because these thoughts may not be connected with each other. And you have very rightly laid down already the complications that in the quality of higher education would be. So what is quality in higher education? So higher education has many stakeholders, and it'll depend from whose lens or whose glasses would you look at the quality. So broadly, and this is my first scattered comment, so quality for who? So if the stakeholders are the faculty, institution, which make the institution, the most important to me is the students or the recipient of education that we are trying to provide. And no less important, the parents or the people who are going to fund. And education being what it is today, that cannot be ignored. Then maybe the employer. Employer also looks at quality by a different glasses. So each one may have a different view of quality. Some of those parameters might overlap with each other, but they're necessarily not the same. And I really won't dwell on what a student looks at. What would a parent look at if parent is going to send a son or a daughter in an institution far away from home? Would he first look at the safety security of the ward, or would he or she look at the quality of education? Employer is looking at what sort of product is he getting out. They're not necessarily, I don't want to use any harsh word, whether what sort of citizen you produce, moral, ethical values. I was quite stunned. I've been stunned for a very long time. When the IIT's grading, many years back, 30 years now, I taught at IIT myself, would appear in the newspaper, the IITs were graded by the kind of money, the package the students were able to get. And this will make frontline news in most Indian newspapers. Fortunately, it doesn't anymore. And therefore, was that reflection of quality of IIT Kanpur or IIT Mumbai? So this has been around for a long time. So first of all, depends who's looking at the quality. I've been also chairman of the 7th Pay Commission, who looked at the whole wide spectrum of the institutions, and we traveled everywhere. And I'm just mentioning this in a conference that 43% of colleges in India right now, and NEP walks in here, that NEP is asking the implementation roadmap makers that all institutions in India not only should be multidisciplinary, but should be independent degree granting institutions. So benchmarking of who will be one and who will not be one becomes extremely important. So whose benchmark will it be if colleges, 43% have less than 500 students, 18% of colleges, standalone colleges in India, have less than 100 students. These are not my data, these are data publicly available. So the job in front of a benchmarker of quality for doing anything within new education policy, and NAC or other 4 verticals will have to take care of this. So it's going to be extremely complicated. It's not an impossible job, but it has to be done. And NEP says that as a regulator, whatever you bring should be light but tight. And I think there's a huge message in light but tight. It seems that the quality benchmark has been tight and tight. And Furqan would agree with me, both of us have labored. If you look at some of the earlier regulations from the University Grants Commission, you probably break your head what it means, what it doesn't mean. I'll give you another isolated comment. We have, and my, please don't think whatever I'm saying is simply the criticism. These are just the observations. If there's any tone of criticism in my voice, just avoid that, because that's not the intention. So when we were looking at quality of these institutions, NEP also saying that you have 1 level, then 2nd level, and the 3rd level. So how many benchmarks would you make? When we were looking at benchmarking in the NAC, the modified, the transformed version of NAC or NIRF, and I was involved with both of them in the beginning. So where do you bring even the matrices? So bringing the matrices itself was a major job. So you end up bringing normal matrices. What is your research output? What is your student-teacher ratio? Is there an ideal student ratio? What is your infrastructure, etc., etc. The research output became so contentious, and I'm speaking of NAC, currently NAC, and this is, I'm arguing with NAC and myself on daily basis and changing. Yesterday we had a meeting and we suggested some changes. For example, you could score a 0 in the NAC or for that matter other ranking system if you do not have more than a certain number of books in a library. Of course, you could be in a situation you have no library, and that's not unknown in India. But you have a library, but you have less than a certain number, then you could score a 0 on that matrix. If you then have a little bit more than that, I'm taking an extreme example, then you could score something else. If you have many more, so you can imagine if you're a recipient, if you're a higher institution yourself, how would you be confronting with this? What is the footfall in your library? Or how do you measure the footfall in your library? Should you measure the footfall in your library? Is it important for kids to go to library anymore in 2021? I think these are some of the hugely contentious matrices that we'll look at. I also looked at and argued with some of my esteemed colleagues, some of them on this panel also. Academics brought in a benchmark called API. So this is to do with the faculty in the institution. Then API, we were trying to give a quantity to the quality. So if you scored this or you scored that, then you will have an API above this. If you have an API above this, then you become this. If you're lower than this, you can't become this. If you're above this, you can become principal. If you're below this, you can't become principal. So quantifying of quality itself, I have a serious personal issues that I have never understood. Can quality be quantified? And I think this is a almost education, a philosophical issue. Can you quantify? But if you, whenever I sit in a committee, selection committee, of course, one of the parameter you end up using is the quantity. All of us do lip services saying quantity is not important, quality is important, but we find it so difficult to, within our fingers, what is the quality of an individual young person coming? Can you judge it? So I think these benchmarking is going to be quite an issue. NEP also says, and you stop me whenever you have to stop me because I can go on forever. NEP also says that you can be a research come teaching institution, you can be only teaching institution, and you could be research and only research institution. Well, absolutely fine. But should the regulator or would the regulator would have to benchmark? Or will it be left completely at the will and whims of the institution to declare itself this or that? And having declared this or that, then the benchmarking for this and that will have to be done separately. Because if I declare I'm only research and teaching, then I would have different benchmarking for my evaluation. If I'm only teaching, then my matrices necessarily ought to change. So as we go forward in higher education, even if you looked at only from the eyes of the regulator or from the eyes of, in this case, people who will look at higher education in a homogeneous way from the top, this itself is going to be extremely difficult. I always say it is doable, but it's going to be very difficult. The faculty, especially faculty, owning up the responsibility of what is quality, to my mind, has been the fundamental issue. I run an institute, I still have a research position. I think we define our own quality. And if we can't define our own quality, that's a shame on us. If we can't measure quality. But then you would say as a regulator, I would say as a regulator, thank you very much, but we don't need amorphous description of quality. You need to at least semi-quantify. Another comment is about the research output, which is fundamentally important. And as somebody says, research and innovation for future is the most important thing for everything, for economy, for the ranking, rating. How do you measure research? And how do you measure the quality of research? So one will say the number of papers, citation, H-index, etc., etc. All of them, and Ashwin may or may not agree with me, all of them are with a big question mark. Not that they can't be used, but they can be used only with a lot of salt. So how would you measure innovation and research tomorrow? Is the number of patents? But then I ask how many patents have been used. And then we'll struggle at the problem. What problem I'm facing, and I talk to a lot of people, is the publishing has become such a business right now. And to some extent ranking and other things, but publishing per se, that if I were to publish, I get a grant, I do the research, I get the students, I write a paper, and I send it to let's say top 50 journals. Almost 99% of them will cost me about $3,000 to $4,000 today. The whole world is struggling in the garb of this open access. The money you have to spend to go to Nature Communication or Science paper or Cell or Lancet or whatever, that kind of money you need. So then we immediately come to as a people going to look at higher education, that money will need to be provided from somewhere. Currently, we struggle even to get money to do our research. But if I publish 3 papers in a year, I need at least $15,000, especially only for publishing my data. I see matrices even today if you publish in national journals or international journals, something that never made sense to me. But these are some of the issues that we'll have to, when we talk about quality of research output. Quality of students we are producing, how would you measure? So also, before the quality of research or what you've achieved, I keep hearing we must also teach moral and ethical values in our syllabus, in our system. We should produce good citizens, which I think doesn't cut very well when you say one of my metrics would be how many of my kids have been employed at a very high salary rate. These are a little bit, they just rub each other. Not that they cannot coexist, but I think those could be problems. You want me to go on?
We'll back to you with some questions and answers.
So just the last comment would be in the NAC, we are continuously changing our benchmarks, especially because, as Sanjay said initially, the heterogeneity of Indian higher education is probably, there's no other country which would have heterogeneity like us. We are a large education system. And those of us who might get involved, are involved in benchmarking, mustn't forget the middle and the lower middle order. The top order can look after itself. But any benchmarking should have empathy, should have care, should have locational issues, and must be extremely watchful of what is our bulk mass of higher education is. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Very pertinently you have said about the lens which is going to be used for benchmarking. I think it's very critical. Same way the types of benchmarks, because they can change the whole game plan here and there. And of course, all other facets also you have touched upon. I'm sure other experts will continue with the same kind of interest in some of the points and give the answers wherever they have some best practices or unique practices. And so in this context, now I invite Professor N.V. Varghese to kindly share his thoughts.
Thank you, Professor Sanchetti. And I thank the FICCI for inviting me to share some of the thoughts on this issue. And Professor Chauhan has very rightly and ably elaborated on many of the issues. That makes my task much easier. Friends, I want to deviate from what I prepared because some of the points are already covered by Professor Chauhan, more ably than I could have done. I think the basic change that you find in this century is that from a low growth and slow growth and low GER higher education system, we have gone to a high GER and a massification system, which means that the enrollment in the first 50 years of planned development in India in higher education increased only to 8.3 million. But in the last 17 or 18 years, it has increased to 37.5, which means more than 4.5 times. And if you consider GR also, it has increased by more than 3 times, from 8.4 to 26.2 or 3. So this is a massification that has massive expansion that has taken place, and we are in a stage of massification. And if you consider 2020 as a benchmark period for higher education development, because for the new education policy, what we are talking about is the 50% GER by 2035. It means that we are going to be a matured higher education system, universalized higher education system in line with what you find in the developed world. So therefore, this massification takes place. But one dimension of this massification and the massive expansion going towards universalization is that it is not the state or the public money that is playing an important role. This will have serious implication for regulatory mechanisms to be influencing the quality dimensions, which I'll come to it within a moment. So it means that basically this is a phenomenon that we find. This acceleration in the growth rate, both for massification and for the next 15 years that we are expecting, is not through the public institutions, but through the private institutions. Even in the public institutions, you will find that privatization of public institutions is becoming an important dimension. And as a result of that, these changes will be reflected through payment of fees. Or in other words, the financial burden of pursuing higher education is systematically, gradually and systematically shifted from the public exchequer to the household pockets, household pockets of the students and their household, This has a lot of implications so far as the choices are concerned. Why the households, when they are spending the money, they would like to choose institutions which are of quality, institutions which provides a good quality education. And as a result of that, one trend that we find is that in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, we believed that quantity decides quality. If you have larger number of students, the quality will come down. But the recent experience in India shows that it is quality that will decide the quantity, because many institutions are closing down because the quality is very poor. So this argument of quantity, quality has been totally changed and totally interchanged in the context. And I am a person who feels, and that too strongly, that ranking is very good to make comparisons of elite institutions. But ranking is not a solution for overall quality improvement of higher education institutions. Therefore, I feel that with all its limitations, accreditation is a better arrangement for overall quality improvement in the system than ranking. And not against ranking, I was also a member of the NIRF committee that was set up by the UGC to work out the details. So it is not against that. But when I compare that, the total number of institutions that are participating in a ranking framework and the total number of institutions that are taking part in the accreditation, it is very important to notice. So the first question is that how do we manage quality in a highly massifying higher education system? And if I put this one more dimension to this, how do we manage quality in a highly massifying system mediated through the market? I think that is the issue for me for quality of higher education in India. Now, the regulations and standards. If our experience shows that although NAC was established, which is chaired by our honorable guest, Professor Chauhan, you find that in the last 25 years or 26 years, the number of institutions covered under the ambit of accreditation is very limited and very less. So the question is that why institutions are not coming? I put it differently. What is the incentive for higher education institutions to get accredited in India if they can survive without that? I remember that UGC in 2013 or 14 came out with a conclusion that unless you are accredited, you will not be given grants. But unfortunately, what is less recognized in India is that out of the 40,000 or 42,000 higher education institutions in India, only 10 or 12,000 institutions are getting UGC funds. So this regulation has no meaning. And this regulation will not be encompassing or covering at least 30 to 32,000 of the institutions. So it has very less one. I'll take 1 minute more and I'll wind up. So therefore, the issues related to this. So some people say that quality should be measured in terms of increase in the graduation rates and employment of the graduates. One, we are talking what is happening inside the system. The other, we are talking about what is happening outside the system. This is externally. Because this has a lot of implication, because when you talk about external quality assurance, what has happened is that the internal quality measures that were exercised by the professoriate or the academic community has deteriorated, eroded. So this is a new change, a new regime, a regulatory regime that you are seeing, quality through regulations, that's a new regulatory measures that you see. Let me end by saying that these are some of the public interventions and policy dimensions, but the market also tries to control and regulate quality. And how it is controlling quality, in the sense that if you take, say, for example, Tamil Nadu, most of the engineering colleges are getting closed. Many of the engineering, not most, many of the engineering colleges are getting closed down. In Andhra Pradesh, Chandigarh and Andhra Pradesh, they started a fee reimbursement scheme to protect the private higher education engineering institutions because they were not getting adequate students. In all these cases, what happens is that when private or households are spending for the education, they look for quality. And if quality products are not provided, they like to withdraw their children or send their children to another place. And as I mentioned earlier, so the market decides quality, and whereby quality determines the quantity or the number of students getting admitted to the institution. So there is a market, there is a public policy, and that is the place where quality dimensions in higher education operate in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Varghese. Thank you for bringing out important aspects of growth. I would say post NEP 2020, its implementation, it will be a super acceleration. We are trying to achieve what we have achieved in 73 years is to be achieved now in 15 years. So it's a super acceleration. You also touched upon public versus private and gave your very clear opinion on what we call rating versus ranking. And of course, some of the parameters which are controlled by insiders or outsiders. So all these will have to keep pondering over, and I'm sure we'll get now an international view of what the rankings and ratings are in Spain. And therefore, I'll invite Dr. Mercedes Molina for her inputs and her ideas on this topic.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. I appreciate very much the collaboration between Spain and India. I have to say that I have traveled several times to India, to the Ramanujan Institute in Chennai, to Pune, and now virtually to speak about quality of higher education. I'm going to start by introducing our Spanish agency, the National Quality Assurance and Accreditation Agency for Higher Education, ANECA, we call it ANECA. And it was born in 2001. Then in 2002, it started operating with the Spanish universities. 1 year later, we became member of INCUAGE. 1 year later, we became member of the European Network ENQUA, the Association of European Agencies. And in 2008, ANECA was one of the 3 first European agencies listed in the European Quality Register for Higher Education. And 5 years ago, ANECA turns into a public independent body, and we are connected to we are of course independent because we are a quality agency, but we are closely related to the Spanish Ministry of Universities. ANECA is a tool for the internationalization of Spanish higher education, and also is a tool for cooperation at an international level. Was born in the middle of the implementation of the European higher education area, and in our DNA, internationalization and recognition is, and of course, related to the accreditation of higher education. We are in the European area, and we follow the European standards for quality assurance for higher education, and we translate this to the Spanish framework, to the Spanish legal framework, and we also apply to all the programs we have. So very briefly, I'm going to speak about which are the different programs we have in ANECA, in our agency. We have procedures for accreditation, for academic staff, and also for recognition of qualification. Related to accreditation, our objectives are we have different levels at a program level and at an institutional level. And also we have international and professional labels as for engineering, chemistry, computer science. We have a new one about medicine, and we have started with a new one. I will speak about it later, about teaching and at hybrid teaching. Hybrid means not only presential, but presential and virtual. Related academic staff, this is one of our main issues, and this is very important for us because we center our attention into teaching and learning activities of our professors. We also concentrated about individual research outcomes, and also about transfer of knowledge and community of reach. So we evaluate the research outcomes, the academic achievement, the knowledge transfer, And we are working in order to evaluate also the quality of teaching. This means that once we have these 3 dimensions, we will have a global view of the activity, of the whole activity of a professor and of our research. And related to the assessment of research, we are now studying, we are revising our procedure and the use of indices, the use of open science. We prefer to speak about open knowledge, and we address our assessment about the transfer of knowledge. About which are quality assurance responses for higher education, quality benchmarking tools versus rankings. The Spanish quality assurance and accreditation framework does not focus on ranking purposes. Rankings are a particular interest of higher education institutions, not of our agency, although we have thought about if it could be of interest that our agency build a ranking related universities, because we are able to measure research, transfer of knowledge and teaching, and now now we are thinking about that. About national accreditation procedure, they do not directly allow ranking universities by their own, but they promote benchmarking exercises. The interest of universities in being top ranked and underscore good quality can be combined with international accreditation labels offered by both national and international bodies. And these accreditation labels can work as international benchmarks of high quality and can be applied by programs more dependent on international demands. This means, for example, engineering, business, chemistry, medicine, etc. About accreditation and institutional strengthening, ANECA's international label for online and hybrid programs. This is our label MFI. Yes? Okay. So ANECA offers the universities the accreditation label on online and hybrid programs level to face and support their digital and online strategy. All this in the same way that ANECA has transformed its processes by incorporating virtual visits in its evaluation and monitoring procedures. And in our webpage, you can see the ANECA 10-point document on online accreditation visits. This label is intended to respond to the challenges resulting not only from extraordinary situations such as the pandemic, but also the constant technological revolution that institutions, teachers, and students have to deal with, and also the proliferation of informal and very flexible studies of short duration in terms of delivery, assessment methods, types of qualifications, and validity of the associated credentials. So we have started with 6 universities, 3 in Spain, 3 in Latin America that will participate in our pilot project by this year. And flexibility, related accreditation and benchmarking, how do they match? Flexibility versus rigid learning paths. What does the student need? And we have to think, what does society require? For online and hybrid learning models, one of the key mechanisms to safeguard quality lies in the international quality assurance systems. And the evaluation of the internal quality assurance system at the higher educational level allows agencies to assess their robustness in assuring the quality of the various learning options and technological modalities used by the institution and providers. Let me speak only one minute and I'll finish. about the implementation of internal quality assurance systems at the higher educational level goes far beyond the compliance with national or sectorial regulations. And it opens a new dimensional to institutional strengthening and new governance. This is a proposal to develop a procedure to promote an institutional approach to quality assurance in order to meet national requirements and the internationalization strategy of the quality. And finally, let me say that the unit of measurement should be the institution itself within the framework of its strategic planning and vision. So I have prepared a presentation that I can send you if you are interested on it. And so thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Nice views on what you do at with ENISA and also with the European agencies, because you are a very big unit putting the whole Europe together with a lot of diversity. A lot of aspects of internationalization automatically creep into your system, and you have raised the facets of what we call quality of teaching. You also talked about the benchmarking issues in terms of whether at course level or some other level, various aspects of implementation. So thank you so much. And with that, we move to our fourth speaker, very distinguished Dr. Ashwin Fernandez. And I did introduce him, but they have also launched, in addition to what we call QSI Gauge, some elite certifications for readiness and what we call IT delivery, IT-based delivery, and so on and so forth. So Ashwinji, we'll like you to share your thoughts on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjeti. And first and foremost, I would like to thank FICCI for inviting me. It's a pleasure to participate in every year in FICCI's events and meet all your esteemed panelists and everybody else who I've made friends over the last many years. So I want to focus on 3 topics today, and I'll try to cover them in the few minutes I have very briefly. The first is quality assurance generally. Second, national versus international rankings and ratings. And the third is what is the fundamental difference between rankings and ratings and a way forward for India. So when we look at quality assurance, I think Professor V.S. Chauhan rightly spoke about stakeholders. And I think that is exactly at the heart of what we do at QS, is to be able to empower students to make life-changing decisions through our rankings. And I think that's what quality assurance is all about, is to be able to provide stakeholders with that information on the quality and how good the institution is. It is basically a mechanism which motivates institution to aspire to provide better quality services. Either it could be academic, non-academic, and definitely promotes transparency and accountability in a system. Now, when we look at quality assurance, I believe there are different ways to measure quality assurance. They could be things you could be doing internally in the institution through internal quality assurance mechanisms, having your KPIs, looking at various mechanisms internally, how you're going to have data reported, how you're going to measure performance and so on. It could be through an accreditation system. Interestingly, India has got a government-run accreditation system. When we look at countries like the US, where the accreditation system is completely independently run, we can see how that has transformed. But definitely for a country the size of India, we definitely need an accreditation system which is regulated. And I think the NAC is doing a great job in that. But when it comes to benchmarking internationally, I think that we should be looking at international accreditations. And I think international accreditations, like for business schools, you have ASCSB and engineering and various other subjects internationally which you could benchmark. Whereas at the same time, I believe while accreditations provide a minimum benchmark, we are looking at rankings as allowing institutions to aspire to reach the skies without keeping a limit on the minimum threshold. So that's a fundamental difference. And I think both rankings and I would say ratings and accreditations put together allows the institution to aspire towards excellence, because they are, I think, all interconnected and complement each other. one of the points which was made earlier by Professor Varghese was, about rankings not being one of the good measures to measure everything. But I would like to quote the late statistician George Box, which said, "All models are wrong, but some are useful." So while we are trying to find the best model to evaluate quality assurance and so on, I believe that all these models are not perfect. They are evolving, and I think every time NEP has come into place and has spoken about how we're going to transform India and how we're going to transform the Indian higher education system. And I think after 20 years, 30 years, we will see a new model come into place and a new policy talking about how we can take India to the next level. So I think it's evolving over a period of time. When we look at national, and now we're coming back to, we talked about quality assurance generally. I would like to give you a statistics which I found out a few weeks ago when I was doing a study, is that in India, there was a study done by the University of Athens with 200 universities. And this is a shocking number. 50% of these institutions which were surveyed, almost 100, visited their strategic objectives annually. Okay, and just 15% of them actually set competitive benchmarks. Now, we're just talking of 200 institutions in India out of the huge higher education system. Now, what I think we need to look at is how accreditations tie in with ratings and ratings tie in with rankings to be able to allow institutions to have the minimum benchmark for sure, but definitely set competitive standards to do better. When we look at national versus international rankings and how does that work, I think both are equally important. I think the NRF ranking in India has built the appetite, has promoted quality assurance and excellence amongst institutions in India. And I think the follow-up of that for international rankings has been tremendous. When I first started visiting and talking to institutions in 2012, during my first visit to few of the key institutions in India, rankings was definitely, it was international. It was a conspiracy by international agencies to put India down, and there was several. But today, it's looked as one of the tools to be able to not just look at quality assurance, but also to be able to attract talent, to be able to attract students, and so on. And beyond that, I think what I really would like to say is that the funding which we are having for internationally, for Indian institutions, I think global benchmarks should be used in a way to promote excellence, and I think that's where international rankings come into play. And I think we looked at how the IOE has evolved, and we've seen how the institutions are now really racing towards that top 100, because we don't have any institutions in the top 100 of our world university rankings. Several are there in Asia. So definitely both national and international are good. But I would like to say that in national ranking, so in the Indian ranking, of course, Indian university will do better. But the real thing would be to put them against a global list and test how they are actually going to perform. And that's why what we want to see. And I think that's been the comparison everywhere. Last few words, Dr. Sancheti, if I would like to say here is that ratings definitely are a quintessential tool for institutions to deep dive into processes. And I think tools and ratings cover all the kind of accreditations, ratings like QSI gauge we've been doing. And I think that is really an in-depth 360-degree holistic assessment to understand what you've been doing, how you're going to be transformed and take it to the next level. And I think both of them, rankings and ratings, play an important role, especially for emerging institutions. I think it's really important for them to look at the long term, and definitely these provide a stepping stone in order to get on the global map, attract international students, attract international faculty, get research. One of the study recently done by the former Deputy Minister of Egypt, and we worked after on a presentation, I'll be happy to share that with you, is rankings can directly support the economy of the country. And that is because there are two ways. One, better rankings of institutions, and I think Professor Chauhan might not completely agree, but better ranking of institutions will attract more international students to India, and we can look at good examples like Australia, New Zealand, and I would say Canada, and so on. And I think that's what we want to do, is get students to come and study in India. Also, our students going from India abroad will be well recognized. I think that's when we will start producing more. So that was my concluding part. So thank you so very much for this opportunity.
Raghavendra Pandey for raising the transparency. But you talked about two more points, national versus international, which are important, and rankings versus ratings. And equivocally, you said that both of them are complementary and supplementary to each other. Both of them drive each other or do a certain aspect or bring out a certain aspect of their presence. And of course, you said that we should not be probably we should be benchmarking ourselves against the global benchmark. So thank you for that. I'm sure we are all getting ready into going to debating mode or question answers mode. Hopefully we'll get time for that. But it's time that I invite Professor Furkan Kamar, who has worldly experience. And Professor Kamar, please throw some light on some of the, we know that you have written extensively, but I'd like to hear from you this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, FICCI. And I can see that how seriously the FICCI takes these kinds of events. I can see the chairperson and the vice chairperson of the Higher Education Committee themselves present here. Former chairperson Rajan Saxena ji is already here. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I think all that was worth saying has already been said. What is left out would be said by any. But let me share with you 2-3 points in the 5 minutes that you have given to me. Now the national education policy is a reality. Implementation strategies are being worked out, and the months and the years ahead are full of challenges and full of opportunities. And these challenges and opportunities are not two different things. It could be the same issue, which could be an opportunity for some, and which could be seen as challenges for the other. The first challenge that I see which will cause disruption in the higher education system is that the benchmarking would move from the monopoly of the governmental agencies to a competitive kind of an environment where multiple agencies would compete with one another to get clientele and to accredit institutions. It means the National Accreditation Council that has been envisaged in the national education policy will have to work out very clear, thorough, transparent parameter for the recognition of these agencies that would enter. While in India, we might still be conceptualizing and debating about how to measure quality and whether it's a good idea to quantify the quality, many international agencies think that they have overcome this problem and they are already into business globally. So already EQUIS and ACSB is already here. Amy would talk about it. Many more are willing and keen to come in. Many other private sector agencies are looking forward to this opportunity. So major disruption is going to be caused. Second thing, which is by way of suggestions to the group here, that while we have liberalized the educational services in the country, and now we do not have that aversion that international agencies cannot enter, cannot make money, they are already into this business, I think it's high time that we also permit our own two accrediting agencies to go global. Because over a period of time, they have accumulated huge wisdom, huge expertise, and quite a lot of success stories that they would be welcome in the international arena. The second disruption that I'm saying is that now the national education policy has envisaged that all institutions are to be categorized into teaching, research, and autonomous higher educational institutions. And there are indications that this classification and categorization would be done on the basis of scores in the accreditation and in the ranking. I think classifying institution on the basis of the existing benchmarks, existing parameters into these three categories may perhaps not serve the purpose. Perhaps the ranking agencies and the accreditation agencies may be required to develop different parameters to classify these institutions initially. And then once this classification is done, it means the benchmark which is applicable for research institution would not be applicable to the teaching universities or to autonomous higher educational institutions. So separate benchmark may have to be developed. This is again going to be a challenge in times to come. The national education policy has prescribed a number of structural changes at the level of the institution and at the level of the programs. And I think these changes or these structural arrangements that have been talked about in the education policy will have to be reflected in the accreditation framework, failing which there would be a dichotomy and there would be a disconnect. Last point that I would mention is that it seems that the future is that perhaps one accreditation and one ranking may not be sufficient. It will be about 20% of the institution which will be chasing multiple accreditation and multiple ranking. In any case, we are seeing this phenomena that people may just not be satisfied that they have got QS ranking. They are simultaneously also vying for the Times Higher Education ranking. So multiple ranking. Similarly, most of the business schools and some of the good engineering institutions, I'm seeing that they are not satisfied with one ranking. They are chasing several rankings together. And each of these rankings and accreditation cost money. And this money is not small. This is a huge money. And in fact, in this race, even our governmental agencies have made huge piles of money. And this money finally gets passed on to students. So students are not only paying for the direct cost of education, but also paying for the cost of the institution in their brand building and in their image building. And I think the task ahead before this National Accreditation Council would also be on the pricing regulation of these accreditation agencies and the money that they charge for accrediting institution. If somebody asks for my advice, this will be my first advice. And my second advice would be allow NAC and NBA to go global and become international accrediting agencies themselves. Thank you very much, Sancheti Saab and FICCI.
Thank you.
For this opportunity.
For Khan Kamal for many critical inputs. Challenges. You also talked about the competitive benchmarks that are required in the setup. Very interesting. You talked about disruptions in ratings and rankings themselves, not only in education and institution and delivery, disruptions in rankings and rating processes. And very rightly you have said that even NBA and NAC, having had a lot of experience now handling large number of institutions, they can foray into international market and do something. Why not explore? Because they'll be learning with that diversity for them as well. And lastly, you said about the money aspect. No doubt, it's a hidden aspect, not to the fore in terms of what is how important it is. But I will also say, based on my experience, so is a lot of critical players in the institutions, which are sometimes deprived of very good quality people, goes into dealing with these kind of matters, and therefore their contribution in academics and research gets marginalized. So there are many facets of challenges. It's a very difficult balance how to go about it. But let's now find out from the last expert here, Amy Memon, about the management-related accreditation, and they are very popular in India and world over through AACSB's approach. So what is unique? What is best? Please share it with us, Amy. And you have your time of around 5-7 minutes because we are almost approaching the closing time now. Please.
Yes, the fun of being the last speaker on the last day, right? But thank you very, very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and I've had a fantastic time listening to all of the conversations. I think I've been in India for 10 years, so in many ways, watching the evolution of higher education in this time period is fascinating. I spend a lot of time talking to international individuals around the world and talking about India, and there's so much here that I think that the world has yet to learn. And it was nice listening to Professor Chauhan talking earlier, because a lot of what you were talking about is how to design a system that works with the goal of, and somebody said earlier, the goal of a university is to unlock human potential. So how do you create a system that allows for that kind of environment where we're trying to unlock human potential? And where I come from, which is a business accreditor, you know, human capital is kind of our business. So we are really, and we've been in this business for over 100 years. Started by Harvard, Stanford, Yale in the US a long time ago. And we've moved and evolved over that time as an accreditor from more of an audit focus to now what is really a framework for creating and unlocking potential in that way. So I'll give you what our mission is. Our mission is to foster engagement, accelerate innovation, and amplify impact in business education. And so if you think about that, that's a lot of what we've been talking. How can we increase innovation? How can we ensure that business schools or whatever discipline you're in are engaged with other disciplines, are engaged with industry, so that students and engage with students and alumni? All of those things are the things that we're talking about, and all of that is in the AACSB standards. So how do we get there? How does India as a country set up systems that allow for this to happen? And the way that we do it is that we are non-prescriptive. There are no measures. There are no, none of that is in there. The entire accreditation system is non-prescriptive. The school has to say what their mission is, and they have to use that and guide it. But there are guardrails around that, and that is by benchmarking with peers. So there's no way we can, we have accredited Harvard, and we have accredited a small school in southern Georgia, and we've accredited schools in Turkey. Over, you know, we're in over 100 countries. So how do we do that? By saying that every school can be different, but we require, and we're rigorous in what we require. If you say you're going to do something as an institution, you need to be able to show it, and you need to provide evidence of that. And so that's where AACSB comes from. And I think that's really going to be more and more important. I'm always, one of the, something that recently I heard, and I think is really key here, is that there's this element of Goodhart's law, which is when a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure, right? So that's kind of what you're talking about when you're saying the benchmark is always moving. When you set a target, it ceases. If you're just going after the target, there really is no reason to go after it. You have to have the why. Why are we going to go there? Why are we going to do this? And that's what a mission-based approach does. It looks at what is your mission as an institution. So we were talking about categorizing institutions into research, into teaching, into autonomous schools. So the truth be, you will find that in every other gray, level of gray in between across all institutions. You'll need to find a way to say, okay, if your mission is research, what is it about a research institution that, what are you trying to achieve as a research institution? And not every research institution should be exactly the same as the next one. I give a great example of you look at the ecosystem you have in Massachusetts. You have Harvard, you have MIT, and you have Babson. Well, Babson was never going to be a Harvard or an MIT. They had to specialize. They had to be strategic in where they excelled, and they chose entrepreneurship. So really schools, and I think this mindset shift from how we're going to tell you how to do it to You have to set up the metrics and parameters for yourself and constantly and continuously improve. And we're going to help you get there. That's the quality improvement angle that needs to be built into the system. So with that, I will stop. Hopefully I didn't go too much over, and we can get into some of the questions.
For maintaining your time, and you indeed found the important. The whole thing is for quality improvement. It's not only a certainly because quality is a continuous journey non-stop, and you need to follow that. And what you really brought up is the mission or vision related approaches in that, which are very important. Are you in sync with that? Are you achieving that? Then obviously your quality is what you are trying to say or deliver. You also talked about some important aspects of measurements versus targets. People achieve that, set the target, achieve that, and then say we are the best quality in India. Unfortunately, the way the regulatory system came about made sure that we get the minimum done, and we say we have done everything in terms of quality. That has become the Indian mindset to some extent. Anyway, thank you for bringing out all those points. We have just completed our complete quota of time, so I do not know whether the organizers will give some time. I'm not going to sum up, but can there be 2-3 questions? I know there are no questions on the chat, but can I raise 1 or 2 questions just to probe our distinguished experts? Dr. Vidya, Dr. Rupamanjari Ghosh, can we take around 5 minutes to do that, or you think we should close it now? Any opinion?
I always prefer questions.
Rajesh,
Yeah.
restrictions.
Yeah, I mean,
Rajesh, would you to?
I mean, you could take. I mean, there could be 5-7 minutes. I mean, that's okay. We could just 5-15
questions, quick ones.
Correct.
I will raise it on behalf of the audience. Let's say, and very simple and to be brief. Anyone can answer that. And the first question is: in India, in Indian context, good number of institutions, the top institutions, have not subjected themselves to these processes or these agencies in terms of benchmarking. I'm not necessarily talking of NIRF, but I'm talking of accreditation in this particular case. Is this the right way that someone can bypass and someone should not bypass, or is it something which can be more discretionary in terms of the labels which we get called IOE? What's the opinion of the House here? What is the right way? Should not the top lead by example if something is to be set in as a standard or a process in the country? That's the question. Anyone can reflect on this question if they like.
Sancheti Saab, I have a feeling that they will all fall in line. It's only a matter of time. So long as it was only the local national pressure, they have been resisting it, but I think soon they will fall in line.
Okay. Else on that? If not, I'll for the ratings, we are accreditation, we are talking of a binary kind ratings. There's a lot in air. We keep hearing that rather than A++ or B+ or whatever that may be, it can be accredited, non-accredited. I think I can pointedly request Professor Chauhan for this if he has any opinion or suggestion on this, sir.
So the yeah, I was going to say that even if you hadn't asked, the NEP is very clear, and I have my views. I'm going to express them. I put my neck on the table. I think grading at the same time of assessment need to be reviewed. Should we grade institutions? Somebody said, I think Varghese said that. Why only 11,000 institutions have been so far, so 10,000 have been looked by NAC. If you said, no matter Varghese what benchmark you set today, you can sit with me and set a benchmark. And if you look at the heterogeneity of higher education, you'll find a very large number of institutions. And we call every small college in a small location also a higher education institution. Will fall from no matter what benchmark you put. They just won't be, you won't be able to assess them. And I said that, I gave you that number purposely, 17% of all colleges have less than 100 students. And many of them have only 2 or 3 or 4 faculty. This is not the time to expand on this. So that's why NEP very categorically said the future NAC or NAAC or NBC, whatever, your accreditation is going to be binary. So clearly you're not going to say A+. There's a long story. I can tell you no time. Why? Where does A+ come from? Where does A++ come from? They were not there earlier. And today, if you just look at the results we have announced in NAC only last week, the small colleges which come to you, they all end up being in the category of C. If you and I are running a small college somewhere, why would I go to NAC to be told that you are C? That's what discourages people. So something fundamentally has to change. And that's what NEP say, handhold, paramarsh karo. Give first of all the basic notion of what quality is. Then you will take them further to how quality that cannot come in many cases, almost all cases cannot come without large input of money. No matter which end you want to hold, you'll always find you require much more money into the higher education system, especially in the government sector. So I don't want to give a very long answer, but
thank you so much.
The pointing to what is quality is the first step. We didn't have that. A lot of people argued with me, BHU, AMU, Delhi University were much better than what they are today on your pyramid. They were doing much better job in 60s and 70s. And you are almost speechless. You don't know what to say to them. Maybe they were better than what they are. But they had no information about them. So finally, Ashwin, I'm answering you. I don't care what ranking has done, rating, but what it has done, that people have started collecting their own data in a certain framework. That itself is a big achievement in India, that you can collect your data in some form, or you've been asked to collect data. That's a single biggest achievement in a very immature higher education system in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Molina has half a minute, Dr. Molina, not.
Okay, thank you. I think that. Okay, thank you. I think that accreditation is very important and must be, from my point of view, must be compulsory. In Spain, it has worked very well. And I think that all universities need to be measured by the same standard. And it's a way of increasing the quality of the institutions and a way of doing benchmarking. As for the labels, they are a plus for the institution, especially if they have an international level.
Thank you. Thank you. With this, I think this session can be closed. I would like to place on record our appreciation for all the distinguished speakers, experts, who gave a very critical views on what is happening in this particular space of quality and benchmarking. Thank you, everyone. Professor Chauhan, Professor Kamar, Professor Dr. Molina, Dr. Fernandez, Ms. Memon, and Professor Varghese. And thanks to FICCI also for this opportunity. With this, we close this session. And as we all know, as per the schedule, this is going to be a concluding session to be chaired by the chair, FICCI Higher Education, Dr. Vidya Yarvedekar, Pro-Chancellor of Symbiosis International University. I welcome her to the concluding session. I also welcome Dr. Rupa Manjari Ghosh, co-chair of FICCI Higher Education, and also the VC Vice Chancellor of the Shiv Nadar University. Also to Dr. Shekhar Vishwanathan ji, who is the co-chair again for FICCI Higher Education System, and he is also the Vice President of the VIT University. I'm also seeing many other experts, including Professor Rajan Saxena, the former chair of the FICCI Higher Education. Welcome to everyone, and congratulations for very successful event and organization. And we look forward to your concluding remarks and concluding session now. Thank you, and I pass on the baton to you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sanjay, and I welcome for all of you all on the screen and those who are watching us through the bike platform or YouTube Live for the concluding session. I think we had, I would say, an academic treat for 2.5 days. We began with a nice mental and physical health fitness module on the first day, and the evening VC roundtable was excellent because this was the first time when we also brought in industry to talk to the vice chancellors and senior academics. The only thing that we missed out was the wonderful dinner that we used to generally have in the winters of Delhi, that we certainly missed. But the next day was, of course, the inaugural with the Minister for Education, who spoke so eloquently. I think this the theme of the conference, RISE, Resilience, Innovation, Sustainability, and Enterprise, against the backdrop of the national education policy and this pandemic, was absolutely ideal. And through the 2 days, we had excellent keynote speakers from Mohandas Pai to Mr. Professor Subra Suresh, the president of NTU, to Professor Michael Crow, the president of ASU. Excellent keynote addresses also from Mr. Piyush Goyal, the Minister for Commerce. In fact, for a second, I thought he was like an education minister speaking about liberal education and the importance of, multidisciplinary and liberal education. So we have, I think, covered a wide range of topics all through the 2 days, and ending with what is most important, which was obviously quality in higher education. So whatever we do, whoever we do, I think what is of paramount importance is quality. And I must say that when the Minister Piyush Goyal spoke about how Indian education institutions can raise the bar such that foreign students are attracted not just from the neighboring Afro-Asian countries, but a day should come when students from the West should aspire to come to India for their degree programs, is something that is not impossible. And with the national education policy, I'm sure in years to come it will be. We've had a lot of foreign friends who addressed at various sessions, and Aneka, the agency that we, Symbiosis, works closely with, I'm glad that she's here, or the QS and other agencies. We also brought in the angle of diversity and inclusion. I must say that I attended that session, and it was amazing to see the discussions that went through. And the Vice Chancellor of a university in Jharkhand, she put forth her views so beautifully well, and we understood the importance of diversity and inclusion as well. So overall, I think it has been a very satisfying experience for me as a chair, and of course, I'm sure for my co-chairs too, and the whole team. And I must put on record, of course, Rajan, you've always been an advisor all through, and your excellent inputs for shaping up this conference. But I must put on record the team behind the curtains, and someone like Rajesh, who also keeps coming on the screen, all the time. With Shobha's absence this year, all of us were a little anxious, but I'm glad that everything went well and the team has performed, I think, at their very best. So I must thank the team, Rajesh, Nidhi, and all of them who are at the back end. So I think I will end here, and I will request my co-chairs and Rajan, you to address the gathering with the concluding remarks. Rupa?
Okay, actually, it's my very pleasant duty. Rajesh, when he says something, I can't say no. So he said that you must give the vote of thanks. All good things must come to an end. We're still charged from the last session. But the theme of this year's summit, Higher Education at 2030, RISE, right? Resilience, Innovation, Sustainability, Enterprise, was very pertinent in today's context. And I've received many comments from many people, even after they have spoken by email, they're sharing their thoughts, because this is something that's been really, really very apt. As we trade on disruptive future, it is imperative for universities and higher education institutions in general to work towards a self-reliant, innovative, sustainable, and an enterprising ecosystem. So I think that has been the theme, and everybody contributed. We don't have the last word, but let me officially thank all the people and then say a few things about what we learned. In recent years, India's education sector has been impacted by the rapidly globalizing economy, with world's largest higher education institutions, we heard it from the minister to everybody, along with a demographic advantage, which could easily turn into a disaster if we do not take care of it right. So the largest higher education system and the demographic advantage of around, 672 million working age population, the focus is to create an education ecosystem which is not just the best in the world, but the best for the world. And I think that has been one consistent take from everybody's wishes that I collected. The pandemic has restricted mobility and disrupted the partnership and engagement models. As the higher education landscape changes and attempts to provide the same level of teaching as before the pandemic, the need for global solidarity in higher education has become more important than ever. And so I think these are the positive sides of the pandemic. Disruption for me is nothing new. Whoever is a researcher welcomes disruption. Disruption hurts when you are lagging. If the education sector is lagging behind the industry and technological advances, then it hurts. And I think that's the lesson that we carry forward with the agility part of it, resilience part of it, that time has come for the education sector to work with the industry and maybe take the lead like it was before. So the focus on collaborative research, you can't go solo anymore. Transferable knowledge, which we are not very good at. Faculty and student collaboration through digital technologies has prompted us to redefine the process of integrating international dimensions within India's education system. We had a very nice session on this. There is, of course, I think, a unique opportunity for universities to redesign the way the institutions think about partnerships. And I think we've been forced to do it now. No knee-jerk reactions in a stable ground. How do you go forward? People are getting used to what they call the new normal. I'm not sure I understand it fully, but building secure digital infrastructure, capacity building, effective R&D collaboration between industry and academia, social and health orientation, ongoing data-driven future forecasting, talent mapping and tapping, building new decision-making system frameworks that would require immediate attention. The new normal of digital workplace, somebody called it Society 5.0, the digitized society. That has opened up new opportunities for industry-academia engagements, apart from exposing students to industry environments through virtual internships and apprenticeship models. Educational institutions would need to develop deeper symbiotic partnerships with the industry to collaborate on the development of curriculum and integrate new age pedagogy. So the online education is really not the thing to go for, but I think we need to what I keep saying, that the pedagogy should dictate the technology, the availability of technology should not dictate the pedagogy we follow. So a lot more emphasis on this point to be given. In addition to commercialization of research by industry, such collaborations could exploit synergies and complementarities of scientific and technological capabilities and help researchers network with each other through virtual groups and use data analytics to mine huge quantity of open source data for their research output. That goes without saying. So the sessions in this summit over the 2 days, actually starting with the pre-conference roundtable in the evening on Wednesday with Dr. Shekhar Vishwanathan, DGCSIR, and Dr. Punya from AICTE. We had keynote addresses from global leaders like Michael Crow this morning, President Arizona State University, Dr. Shubhra Suresh this afternoon, President of NTU, Mr. Mohandas Pai yesterday. So it's been really extremely insightful deliberations on some of the key aspects of 21st century disruptive higher education. So this really has been very, very enriching, and I can't thank them enough. The discussions at this forum has certainly brought forth some very important elements that could feed into the implementation framework of NEP 2020, National Education Policy 2020. On behalf of FICCI, I would like to thank the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for their support. I really don't have words to thank the two ministers, their inspiring speeches and the kind of time they gave us. I also wish to take this opportunity to thank all the partners and sponsors, national and international delegates, and speakers who participated in the summit and contributed to what I would call a grand success. My job would be incomplete if I do not acknowledge our home team, led by Rajesh Pankaj and Sumit Gupta, the new one in the higher education team, Nidhi Jain, tremendous support, Bhanu Sood, Neha Pruthi, Mallika Marwa, Himani Singh, Ramita, Yagneshwani Mahapatra, Upasana Maria, yes, Dipti Singh, Avilash Mahapatra, Samrid Handa. It's the first time we are doing this online. So really special credit to FICCI IT and web team. So very big thank you to all of them. So the task was, when we started, task was for higher education at 2030. I'll be eagerly looking forward to continuing our discussions and actions on ground till the next summit that is being planned, I understand, this December in Dubai. Thank you and stay well. Thank you.
Rajesh, you would like to come in?
Dr. Shekhar, would you want to say something?
Oh, yeah. It was a wonderful 2.5 day session for all of us. I also join our chair and co-chair in thanking the home team. When Shobha left, we all felt a bit jittery. And Rajesh, Nidhi, and team had big shoes to fill, and they did fill the big shoes, and we are very happy about it. Things went so smooth. So, it's a wonderful thing the team has done. And of course, usually they say there's an elephant in the room. This time we had two elephants in the room, the NEP and the pandemic. So in this background, there are many issues which were discussed and many solutions have been proposed. I'm sure we'll put them in a nice collection, give some recommendations and make things happen. I'm looking forward for the collection where we can give reports to the government, etc. And I also take this opportunity to thank our own team, the HEC team, under the able leadership of Dr. Vidya. As always, she's the master in getting people and getting things done. Thank you, Dr. Vidya, and my colleagues in the HEC. Wonderful, wonderful job. Thanks to you. Bye.
Dr. Saxena?
I think, Rajesh, everything has been said. Now is the time for us to close. I must say that this was a great kind of an event that we have had. Almost every event that we have had, every conference that we have had, it has been one kind of a leap forward. Right from the time that we started talking about the education reforms, the higher education reforms, to, let us say, looking at it from the perspective of the Vision 2030, moving towards Education 4.0, moving towards making education not just merely for India, but for the world itself. And finally, today we are talking about the rise itself, the resilience, innovation, sustainability, and enterprise. The theme that the Higher Education Committee deliberated upon perhaps is one of the most apt one. And as very rightly said by Dr. Shekhar Vishwanathan, the two elephants were already over here, in the room, the pandemic and also the new education policy. I'll add to that the third part, which is the technology. The technology was already leading the transformation in the universities itself. And much of the time, this kind of a transformation was seen only from the perspective of an online delivery. What this conference really did and what this summit did was to open up some of the other areas that come up as we really transform the universities and we really prepare ourselves for the future, be it in the form of an online education, reaching out to the world market or bringing the world to India through the online education, the quality parameter, the financing aspect, what would it really take to implement many of the changes that have been talked about, the whole lot of our risk factors today that are today emerging for the universities, for the institutions. And we also were talking about it from the perspective of, looking at it from the point of view of the skills and internationalization itself. I'm very confident that each one of us would now go back with some great ideas, some thoughts that we can really put it in action. And I have always maintained that these summits, churn our mind. It helps us to churn the thoughts in our mind, the ideas in our mind. And possibly that can really help us to take our steps forward. Even though they are baby steps, they could be in the initial years. But over a period of time, the cumulative impact of that is a phenomenal kind of an impact. I have seen that personally while heading NMIMS for the last 1 decade, and it has really ensured that almost everything that we keep doing helps us to build a great institution. And I've seen the same thing happening in the Higher Education Committee too. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure having you all, and I would join the chair, the co-chairs, in complimenting the entire team at FICCI, Rajesh, Pankaj, and Sunil Gupta, and Nidhi, and everybody there who had worked tirelessly to make this event a great success. We certainly missed Shobha over here today because she was really the moving spirit behind much of what was happening around. But I must say that compliments to her that she had a team that has really been able to, in a seamless manner, move into and put this such a kind of a wonderful event together. Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you, Sumit. Thank you, everybody at FICCI Higher Education Committee. And once again, thank you, Dr. Vidya, Dr. Ghosh, Dr. Vishwanathan for having me in the committee and as an advisor. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. I just have 1 or 2 points to kind of add. I've seen so many HESs in the past. Of course, this was a virtual one, so there had to be a lot of disruptions and all. But the fact that even within this disruption, we've had the kind of support that we've had from leadership like you all was something which was very, very different. I really felt it. In fact, wherever required, whenever required, you kind of not really handheld us, but also kind of plugged in and took us to a different plane altogether, right from the formulation of the program. And because it was very open and very kind of a very nascent stage, when Shobha had left it. So we really had to kind of have a lot of discussions and insights from you, and we had a lot of one-on-one meetings and all, which really helped us to make this program very robust. And even in the course of the deliberation that we had last 2.5 days, wherever required, Dr. Ghosh, obviously Dr. Vidya was there right from the start, have really got into it and really handled us. So that's something which is very, very different. Of course, in the past also we've had such engagements and support, but this year has been very different because if it was not for that support, perhaps things would have been a little difficult for us also. So with all the hard work that leadership has provided to get this going is something that I really want to put on record and feel very indebted towards. That was one bit. The second part, of course, is the team that is working at the back. Of course, Nidhi, Priyanka, they're part of higher education team, but the school team, skills team, they all came together. The entire 2.5 days execution that we did, and that's something which there's a lot of back end work that has gone into, whether it's tweeting at the right time, whether it's kind of capturing the right kind of quote from the speaker and putting it on the web, or for that matter, whether it's pulling up questions, relevant Q&As and putting it to this. So all that really required a lot of seamless coordination within team, which really happened at the back end. So that's something which is I really, really feel good about. And I really would want to kind of, formally, informally thank the entire team for this. So that's from my side. In fact, Nidhi, if you want to add something, Sumit, if you want to add something, you could, please.
Rajesh, can we have the entire team?
Yeah, please, Malika. I was wanting to, yeah.
We can have a talk and dinner due, Nidhi, Rajesh. Okay.
Malika.
Yes, ma'am, for sure.
Okay, Nidhi is there. Malika.
I honestly have some connectivity issues, so I'm going to keep my video off. But thank you so much, everyone, for the wonderful 2-day event that we had.
Okay.
So I think we are closing.
Yeah.
Rajesh, formally. So 3 cheers to all of you. And we hope to meet all of you all in Dubai. I just heard we're going to have the next session in Dubai.
That's what Commerce Ministry has said. So we'll have to see, Commerce Ministry wants that Dubai Expo 2020 was to happen October to April 2021. Now it's happening in 21. So December 18th to 23rd, we had sent a mail long back, but then we did not know that they're wanting the entire conference to be shifted to Dubai. The idea was basically a Dubai week. So there are sectoral weeks that they're proposing in Dubai. So 18th to 23rd December is a week when there will be education week out there. So Commerce Ministry, last week they had gone and done a Reiki. So they're saying that FICCI HES should actually happen here because in any case we've been supporting FICCI. So why not?
Let's keep our fingers crossed, and with the vaccine now being
correct.
for everybody soon, we'll have a safe year ahead. So thank you very much, sir. Dr. Chauhan, sir, Dr. Furkan Kamal, Dr. Sancheti.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, namaskar. Thank you.
Bharat,